catching a wave at Pipeline during the regular season when it's crowded versus when it's just you and 4 guys out is the biggest difference. And I feel like the pressure's more on versus when the crowd is there. Like, you got to obviously jock for position with the crowd, but there's not too much time to think. Versus being the contest, you're paddling, no one's paddling for that wave for you. It's just you, you're kind of like, okay, like, I got this thing, I'm going.
Watching your best friend ride the wave of their life, it's almost more rewarding than yourself. I've ridden a lot of good waves in my life, and now to see my friends, guys, that's what this event's about. It's about everyone going out there, everyone charging, everyone riding the best waves, but also everyone coming home. There's no like wanting people to fall. You want to see people ride waves to the best they can. You want to see people claim waves and let their excitement overtake, and that's what this event's about.
Being in this contest, it takes away 90 people in the lineup. You're just surfing with 4 of your good, close friends, and you're basically hooting each other in. Wave comes, you're kind of nervous, but you want it really bad. It doesn't matter. You're going to put your head down and go, and then you start paddling, and then it almost feels like a vertical water slide drop from the top to the bottom when you get a late one. But man, if you could pull it off, it feels so incredible. And coming up off the bottom, you pull up and you go, oh yeah, the barrel throws over and you're just in this big cave and you're trying to navigate to be not too deep, because if you're too deep, you're going to take a heavy wipeout. And the goal is to execute the wave as well as you can and get spit out into the channel. And I don't know, there's something about it. It just fires me up as a surfer, and I just want to go back out there and do it again.
Every year we see crazy wipeouts, and it's astounding really in a lot of ways that more people don't get injured when you watch the commitment that's a part of what goes on out there. So, the Water Patrol's been an amazing part of the event that's always ensured the safety, and while people have been injured, we've had those crazy wipeouts and crazy injuries, never lost anyone. Water Patrol's always been there to save the day, and the other surfers, and everyone comes together in those moments of rescue that need to take place.
None of these events would be possible here on the North Shore without Hawaiian Water Patrol. And that's the bottom line. Last year I was knocked out unconscious, and Nolan, Kealana, these guys pulled me up on the beach like a dead body. I was covered in blood. I was on a stretcher. My kids are looking at me, that's Pipeline. It's beauty and the beast. You can either be in the beast or you can be in the beauty. And I've been on both sides of it, and it's no joke. It's as real as it gets.
We always have to honor the fact with our surfboards, our surf trunks, and our leash, and we're surfing. It's the photographers, the cinematographers, the water photographers. Hey man, my hat's off to you guys. Amazing job. We work hand in hand together, and they never get thanked enough.
You got a bunch of warriors out there, trying to get the best possible video and footage and pictures ever of you. And kind of the dream scenario. You show up at Pipeline, there's photographers everywhere, and you just go out there and do your thing. And sometimes you get some of the greatest photos of your life.
We've all seen it. Pipeline, you get one shot, you're on the cover of Surfer Magazine. You get one clip, you win Wave of the Winter. You ride the right wave out here, it will change your career. It really will. It's like one wave can change everything for you, and that's why the connection between everyone is so strong out here. There's so much power because we all know what this wave is capable of doing, not only for yourself, but for your career.
This is really not a contest. This is a cultural event for all the people of Hawaii to come out here and surf on this big stage. People who are up and coming in the surfing world, we give them a chance to go ahead and perform.
It gives all the guys that don't really get to compete in like a WSL event or championship tour event to showcase our talent, and we look forward to it every year.
Being a part of this event gives you the opportunity not only to surf the world's greatest wave and to win one of the world's greatest events and be respected universally for your efforts out here, you've also got that opportunity to change your life.
The backdoor shootout really creates family ohana, what it means to be aloha, what it means to be pono, what it means to be together. You know, and our club, the Hui Nalu, comes together. All the hands that prepare everything that goes into this contest is more important than anything. On behalf of all the surfers, I think I can speak that we're just very thankful for the opportunity.
It's just like a really local grassroots surf contest, and it's so cool to have it in the middle of the winter at Pipeline, and it's so awesome that Mahina and Eddie and everyone just puts in their time to put on the best possible event for the local people, and nothing but a 100% give back to the North Shore community.
Aloha and good morning. Welcome to the Bonsai Pipeline, the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025. Day number 2 is on. 10 o'clock start, Hawaiian Standard Time, about 10 minutes from now. And what you're seeing are monstrous waves lining the coast right there. Check out the shot. North Shore is alive. The surf is pumping. And we're on for a 10 o'clock start. We had a standby time, just checking out the conditions. I'm Rocky Cannon, bringing you live action. There are the crew right there. And you see that watermark much higher than yesterday. We had the swell building at the end of day, and it has been a very testy morning with checking the conditions. Team members, team captains, everybody involved. As you know, this is an event for our surfers, by our surfers, and all about local surfing and Pipeline backdoor shootout action. And so we had a morning call of a 10 a.m. start. Rocky Cannon right here, bro. Hey, cousin, this view is amazing. Check it out. We got the setup here. And I'm so glad to be with you guys on this Aloha Sunday, January the 5th, second day of our waiting period. And we have seen a lot of white water, a lot of waves coming through that have been very consequential. But we've seen enough barrels to pull the trigger. So we are going to be on for a 10 o'clock start. And we got a couple of, I call them GPSs, guinea pig surfers out there. They have been testing the morning. We've seen them kind of dodging, playing cat and mouse. It's that kind of day where you have these second, third, fourth, fifth reefers coming in that will be mowing everything through. And then in the, controlled chaos, you're going to try to find that needle in a haystack. You're going to look for that, you're playing cat and mouse. So you're going to look for that piece of cheese The big waves are the cat, the surfers are the mice, and we're going to try to find some nice barrels in between all of those big sets, and we're going to rely heavily on the service, expertise, and diligence of our Hawaiian Water Patrol, even more than usual. We got our stand-up paddle division completed yesterday, so we got some results actually for that SUP final, which is very exciting. And heat number 1 for the shortboard division, we'll get back to that action there. You see them paddling out, getting Hawaiian Water Patrol Kokua right there. It'll be 96712, and Koa Rothman and Makua Rothman, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, and Jose Angel Morales. So 2 sets of brothers with a side of Jose Angel Morales. He goes by J-A-M sometimes. So we got the Rothman brothers, the Florence brothers with a side of jam coming up for this Sunday morning edition of the Hui BackDoor Shootout. 96712 is the team. Heat number 1, we'll be doing 40-minute heats for this opening round, or for this second round, I should say. And we'll get through all of round 2, and it looks like it'll be a 1-round kind of day with our delayed start here, waiting for the surf, the sun, the conditions to cooperate. And look at that beautiful drone shot there. Zone Media getting in the mix, not only in the air, but on the beach with the different angles. And we'll see if we get we got our jet ski cam out there as well. So all angles covered by Zone Media. And we will, take a short break here before we start heat number 1 and check out the opening ceremony, which is always a huge success and a big hit. Check it out.
Aloha. We are now going to open the backdoor shootout with pule. I ask all of you to lend your pule and your voice. To all of our he'enalu, mahalo for being our moho, our champions, to celebrate the ancient Hawaiian sport of surfing of he'enalu. To the Hui Ohana, mahalo oko for always holding the line, for making it strong and making it kanaka and making it Hawaii. To the Royal Order, mahalo for representing our ali'i, Kamehameha, and all of his genealogy and all of our ali'i who have walked these lands and who have led us and who continue to lead us in the spiritual realm. Mahalo ya oko for being the physical representation of our ali'i Ohana.
Ino na moe moe ya na puno hunu na hau mea he mu oia kaniko aha umaka io kai ya ba apelele u alele mamala anu o ka amanu o kai akau I ka malama apai kula yaba anu yaba akioloa yaba abele uale manu o ka manu o kai ibi pole na akau ka hoku akau I ka malama apai kula amama uanoa.
Right, welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed that opening ceremony. It was always so great to see the club gather, the community coming together for this the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025. We are day number 2, moments away from a possible 10 a.m. start. I'm Rocky Cannon. We got Ezra Rodriguez, and we've got some slamming, jamming, big, huge waves with a lot of work for these surfers to find that particular one that's going to give them the score. We're going to rely heavily, as I was saying, on Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Oh, big
and
time.
Their expertise and their service, because it is really wild out there right now.
It's wild. I mean, this is the place where the wild things preside. This is wild. I watched about 8 sets come in, and, you know, we're trying to decipher, but this is so exciting to start our new year off 2025.
Oh, for sure, man.
Big waves, the vibe. Let's check out yesterday, Rocky. I mean, we had the picked up swell, and it got about
day one highlights for you right here.
8 to 10 feet as we went through. We started off with some 4-footers.
Yep.
Rudiger right there with Pomai Ho Pili.
We had our subdivision, our longboard division, and I believe that was Anthony Maltese, and then Kala de Soto just really put everybody on the edge of their
Great
seat
show.
with that one. Mananalu Chandler looking to defend
double
his
spin.
longboard title from last year. Bethany Hamilton, always a crowd pleaser. Inspirational moments here at Pipeline during the Hui BackDoor Shootout.
Olsen.
And
Beautiful
then
barrel.
Eli getting a nice barrel. Mason Ho taking it back to the old school.
Yeah. I think his step up would fare out really good this year. Benji Brand. Beautiful.
Oh, look at that huge drop and just
Shinpei.
annihilation for Holy Shinpei Horiguchi, and then Balaram Stack.
Yeah.
Had a nice little wave
Outstanding
there.
performer. And that's the first heat drop.
Yep,
As
you heard
these
that
guys.
as we watch a couple of more clips from yesterday's action. And Bethany, just a huge late drop.
Yeah, just waiting for that barrel to go
Crazy
around her. She's
conditions.
hanging in the doldrums right there. Oh, Team Peru.
Beautiful setup there, and we'll get you some live action. So that was day one. Now we're in day two. Day two of the waiting period, too. So it's kind of nice to get things rolling and have all this swell to work with. Definitely no shortage.
No shortage
swell.
of waves. Word on the North Shore Hood right here between the houses is we're going to run a whole second round all the way to Team Volcom. So, with weather permitting, Rocky, I know.
Conditions permitting.
Yeah.
Swell permitting.
Yeah.
We shall see. We've seen the event as you look at the lineup for Team 96712. That is the zip code that we are in currently, and that runs all the way from Haleiwa up to Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach.
Yep, just right around the corner up to Velziland, actually. And so it's so crazy that everybody's address over here all says Haleiwa.
Yeah.
It's like the longest stretch of zip code, I think, in Hawaii for real kind.
It's a pretty long one.
So surfers are scrambling. Check this out. Try to find that special one that will give them a big score. And I got to feel like, this could be a tester heat.
Oh, big time.
Because it's hard to walk away from this much swell, you know. And when we've been around contests all of our lives, you know. And,
you walk away, it gets perfect.
And especially in the pro events, there's days when you're like, okay, for sure not on, But there's been moments out here today, enough to at least get a heat out there and see for 40 minutes,
40
what
minutes
it's
today.
what is it going to look like? What's it going to be? Are there any keeper waves out there today? And this event runs very unique and differently than any other event that we are a part of. So no doubt that we're going to see what Pipeline has to offer. And I believe today it looks like pretty much, any opportunity is going to be at Pipeline. Backdoor is not open, if you will.
It's going to be up to these athletes to reach deep and handle that reflex they have, because there is some serious bombs, as you guys are going to see. And you have some of the North Shore's best heavy hitters in the 96712. Cole Rothman out there with Makuakai Rothman, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, and Jose Angel. And what did you think about that performance yesterday? I feel Cole Rothman had, a real good in the top 10 drivey wave for the first round.
Yeah, that was surely a keeper for him. I thought Makua had, something that was quite decent.
Yeah.
Ivan Florence had something that was fairly decent as
He
well.
did a big pin drop wipeout as well.
And, it is still early days here in the round 2, and we just had round 1 yesterday. And, it's open game for anybody to step up and really start to, solidify a solid lead.
Yeah.
But, if there's anything that's going to happen today, it's going to be just being in the right spot at the right time.
Right time.
It's going to take a lot of luck because all these guys are so skilled and so talented. They know this wave so very well.
Yeah.
And that being said, there's not a lot that is being offered. There's plenty swell, which means the wave energy is there.
Yeah.
But direction, size, the way the sand is situated, the way there's a sandbar on the inside, the backwash going back out really does play a factor in the quality and how much, you're going to be able to find out here. And then we're also kind of, having a little testy wind much more than yesterday.
Yeah.
And when you're trying to paddle into one of these beasts, when that wind's coming up the face,
whole
right now
element.
it's blowing offshore. There's potential for it to turn and go, side shore from the southwest, which kind of ruffles things up. But, yesterday, remember the morning?
Yep.
Zero wind.
Yeah, zero.
Absolute glass.
Glassy.
And so when you're coming down the face of one of these beasts, it is going to play a factor. Here we go. First ride for Cole Rothman.
Cole Rothman dropping down, just on the hunt. Just negotiating what he can see on this wave, feeling his fins, feeling the speed. And he's here. His dark sport team is here in the yard. And, just leaving yesterday, talking to Jamie O'Brien, he said that the swell, there's so much close intervals back to back, so it is hard to paddle into. Something that you guys got to understand as viewers. It's heavy water. When their arms are paddling in the water, you have two swells, north-northwest and a northwest, more west, fighting with each other. They're trying to dance with one another, but it is creating some serious man waves today.
There are a bit of stepping on toes when you're dancing. And, that's how I dance.
Big time. They're going to be...
Watch your feet, bro, if you're going to dance with me. But I don't know too much rhythm, but, hopefully the north swell and the west swell direction find a rhythm. And we saw Ivan Florence also get a ride. And hopefully we can queue up a replay because we were in the midst of Koa's finish when Ivan was up and riding. And like you said, the close intervals means, while surfers are finishing a wave, there'll be surfers that will be taking off and riding waves as the surfers previous are doing their finish. So we'll try to keep up with all the action. And, too much action is always a good thing, as we see up in riding. That is one of our Florence brothers. Makua Rothman, a Rothman brother. I meant.
He didn't like what he sees, so he's going to kick on out. But also, you got Ivan Florence out there. That guy was an outstanding performer last year. He's real quiet and humble, but this guy's ready to drop into some bombs with his frontside technique.
He's got big board shorts to fill.
Yeah,
his oldest brother's a 3-time world champ. Pipe master, pipe pro, shootout champ.
Yeah.
And so as we queue up some replays here, let's check out what we've seen so far. There's J.O.B. And Billy Kemper as we watch Koa Rothman pull a nice drop, just super casual, hanging out. And there's Ivan with something meaningful. He gets in the barrel. And from that kind of that back angle, really makes it look nice. And Makua Rothman feeling one out, looking at the section on the inside, decides that he will just pass and try for another as we watch sets rolling in, live action outside.
Makua Kai got a decent wave under his belt just along with his brother. So Ivan's putting one on the scorecard. These guys are trying to win as a team, but don't forget they also win as individuals. And this format just makes them surf to the best. And with Uncle putting in 40-minute heats, because with heavy water like this, it's not just the horn blows and you're catching a bunch of waves. But we did see one of the members from Team Japan this morning when the sun came up over the mountain. He caught 5 waves in a row in 20 minutes. And Flynn Novak and Kaimana Henry were talking about it. Like, a guy like that makes it look busy in 20 minutes catching 5 waves. It is doable.
Yeah.
to see all these amazing guys that we grew up with, pipe specialists, they have just been picking it apart. Wow, Cole Rotman up to his feet, bottom turning on a thick one. But that thing is not going to accumulate any barrel scores, and he's going to get out of that area before he's got to work way harder, be smarter. These guys are going to utilize their endurance and try to surf smart. Getting caught by any kind of whitewater or making a mistake, you definitely pay for it today.
Yeah, being efficient with your energy is going to be, something that you'll think about. Of course, like we said, having Hawaiian Water Patrol helping out with, anybody that gets caught inside or has equipment malfunctions or gets pulled way down, the coast over towards Ehukai. That sandbar is pretty nasty over there with the mutants that are just folding over. Hawaiian Water Patrol right there getting the nice view of our surfers, and obviously here to serve, and we appreciate them so much.
Big time.
And, a huge,
great
job yesterday. And you see the clock there, 30 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Woo, 40-minute heats, guys.
We're just a quarter of the way through. And here comes the big cats, and the surfers are the mice, trying to dodge it. Here we go, trying to play with it. Looking at that one, Makua Rothman was just investigating, checking that one out.
There's definitely some growers on the inside by that photographer bowl. There has been some gems.
Photographer bowl,
but
you
got to be careful cliff hanging in there. It isn't fun. You want to accumulate a big score and win this thing, but hanging in there, Makua was just taking a look. You never know.
And today is the kind of day, it's almost like, I'm not sure how many of you guys are fans of the PGA or watch golf or anything, but there's a 4 rounds, that you get to accumulate a good score.
Yeah.
And this is very similar. We're in round 2. And, there's days when you're out there, the course is wet or the weather, the wind or something, and you're just, you get a couple of birdies, you're happy. Your score could blow up or you could get nothing, and this is the kind of day that would be comparable to that, to where if you get one or two keepers, if you get one keeper, one surfer.
One keeper,
You get one keeper in round 2 because we've got a lot of surfing to go. We're going to try to fit in up to 5 rounds, I believe, of this shortboard division. And so this is round 2. And the conditions are such that, hey, everybody's got to surf the same wave, the same day. Conditions can change, hour to hour. And that's just kind of a roll of the dice and, pull of the cards. But if you get a keeper on a day like today, man, put that thing in your back pocket, hold that bugger tight, and be super thankful.
Exactly.
Because right now it is kind of a dodgy survival type conditions,
A lot of paddling going on right now, as you guys can see.
Choke paddling, and then, there's us right here that are doing zero paddling, which is, the way I like it these days. There are times where I'd be one of the only guys out on a day like today and frothing and having a blast, getting blasted, trying to find something out there, but those days are gone. And I found a nice perchy seat up here with Ezra. Isaiah just walked in. We got Cliff Motello helping us out. We got brother Iolani Adams helping us out too. Mahalo to all of the crew. Zone Media, you guys, man, excellent jobs. I know that salt and sand and water, all of that are not conducive for electronics.
Oh yeah, these guys are good though.
But there's just a real awesome job by everybody, and we're in tight quarters. We're kind of like mobile unit set up.
We're in Pipeline
but
Village.
It is coming across so great, and I thank you all for tuning in even yesterday and all of the kind words that came over the message board, Instagram, email, all of that. I appreciate it so much. I really am honored, privileged, and thankful for all of you guys checking us out and making this a part of your surfing culture and surfing day. Cole Rothman trying to make a surfing, trying to make I'm trying to look for an analogy of like trying to make lemons with lemonade with lemons.
But you know what? He's taking off. You guys know. Ansley Surf Pipeline. You never know until you go. These guys know what they're looking for, but it is so thick. The two swells are meshing together, so there is a lot of stuff going on underneath their surfboards. I've watched them talk about board equipment. It's super fun watching Uncle Eddie watch his nephews make a decision there in the yard. You know, that's why we're starting here at 10 o'clock. But you guys have to take into consideration if there isn't a bunch of scores and a bunch of things going, we could be calling off, you know. We want a solid 4 days of surf. And, you know, the Hui lets all the athletes and the surfers discuss it. I love the morning meetings. Right. And, you know, Jamie O'Brien, as you guys seen on the clips earlier, Jamie and the boys are talking it over right in front of the scaffold. So you also got the Eddie winner, Landon McNamara, right there. There they are, Billy Kemper, Jamie O'Brien. They're dissecting it, pulling it apart. These guys are frothing, but that guy right there in the Red Bull hat, he said yesterday, close intervals, really hard to get into. So if you're going to get into a wave, you're going to have to break 10 yards and just start doing the Zion Malowski paddle, I like to say, digging those arms in, pulling water.
The crocodile.
Yeah, the crocodile paddle.
All
yeah,
right,
shout
we'll see,
out.
Something coming in right here.
Here we go, Makuakai taking a look right here. He's wearing his blue wetsuit, but he's going to go up and under with his crew, the 96712. But yeah, I do remember standing up on the scaffold just yelling at Cole Rothman's wave. Was pretty unreal yesterday as he just was flying top speed. You know what I mean? That's something about professional surfing. You know, you can surf and do these things, but these guys are top speed, you know, like how we watch the pro skateboarders. You know, things look easy until you actually go at a top speed to do these things.
Yeah, the minimal movement, we talk about, you know, efficiency of body movement, ergonomics is the word I like, of, you know, just making things flow, and you're doing a lot without looking like you're doing a lot.
Yeah.
And the way these surfers can just one little pump get that much speed is quite amazing. And you'll see even when you surf, you know, breaks that have a crowd involved, and then they'll take off, and a surfer will be like, "Are they going to make this section?" And like, you best believe, Cole Rothman or McClure,
big time. Don't even contradict you, shoulder hoppers.
They will be right up to you in a matter of 2 seconds flat.
Big time.
You know, and a normal or a regular surfer or intermediate or whatever would be stuck behind the section. So the ability to get this speed, and equipment has a lot to do with it too, but the awareness and the placement, positioning on the wave once they're up and riding is very, very amazing.
Here we go.
And look at that.
On a bomb. This is a big wave, and he was on his way to maybe doggy door break.
You know, with
the boys.
that tight shot, it looked so beautiful, but when you pull back and pan out, that thing was a full closeout.
Oh, full closeout, yeah.
But he was
I
really
liked
trying.
It looked really good. There was so much water moving, he was kind of staying still.
It was a beautiful view.
Yeah.
And Zone Media, that was an amazing shot. And that is the, you know, tunnel vision, as we say.
And don't forget, these guys do get a score for traveling through closeout barrels. But, you know, these guys are pulling it apart, the judging panel. You know, they're really watching the replays up there. I see all the replay screens. Thank you to Fate Wenzel and brother Jerry up there. And Hawaiian Water Patrol is going to be busy today. Our brother Cliff, that's usually in the booth with us and beach announcing with me and Rocky, will be working for Hawaiian Water Patrol. Beautiful vision.
Oh, he had a very close opportunity to come out there.
Very close. A lot of thick water you guys got to take into account. Not like yesterday. These guys are breathing different, paddling different, keeping the heart rate down, and doing what they love to do. But North Shore today is real thick. If you guys are going to come out, you know, make sure you guys be aware, know, ask, and identify. But there isn't much beach here today.
You know, the waves are really rushing up to the vegetation, and we've seen some, we call them double ups or piggybackers, where
I like
you
that.
see that foam just riding on top of another piece of foam.
And it lets it speed up the beach.
It just really rushes up. So the spectating zone, a little different than yesterday. A lot of waves rushing right up to the bushes here.
Yeah, and here we go, just to
And
show
let's
you guys
see what the crowd looks like today.
Yeah.
They are tucked up tight against the vegetation.
Our backdoor shootout, surf frothing
All
fans.
age, you see them. The baby over there, grandma, grandpa down the way over
plenty,
there.
plenty room. You just gotta, snuggle up. It's time to be as one in 2025 and cut all the hate and just
be on your toes.
Yeah,
too.
start being a, you know what I mean? Asset to mankind, home team. Let's go, gang.
Yeah, be productive.
Oh, bro, gotta be motivated, productive. Tap that into your meridian.
No complain.
Yeah, I need to remind
Just
myself.
produce.
Because, there's so many people around the world that have nothing, and then I feel that a little bit too much spoiled.
We
gotta
gotta
yeah.
stop and be grateful.
Yeah,
You're
we gotta look at the other perspectives, and we gotta stop being busy and scrolling. But take a look at somebody else's perspective, bro, and humble yourself. We're all very blessed, so. You know what? I just want 2025 to be amazing, and that's why I just love January. Once right after the fireworks, I know I come in out to North Shore to visit all my childhood friends and do this thing.
It's a very beautiful time of year to get it started, and the Hui BackDoor Shootout in memory of Duke Hanamoku, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, which is just down the way here.
Beautiful stay, guys. No joke.
A great way to start the new year. And we're doing it right. We got day one under our belt yesterday for the first day of the waiting period. We're, testing out day 2 here and seeing what's available. If anybody, can show us what can be done on these types of waves, it is the lineup that we have from Heat 1 through Heat 8. It is a little shuffle in the order of heats than from yesterday, which I also like that.
I do like it.
I saw the Koa Bowl with the little folded up papers inside of the captain's drawing what number heat they're going to go out in. So it is a very democratic and fair process, if you will, that chooses who goes out first, second, third, fourth, all the way
We all
through
know how
Heat
that
8.
happens. Oh, how come? Why? How come? Just to cancel all that out, pick it out of the Koa Bowl.
Yep.
But 9:25 left on the clock.
19:25.
Cole Rothman, Makua Rothman, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, and Jose Angel. Nathan and Jose yet to get into some big behemoths. So here we go. Let's see if there's some scoring capability on this big roller.
Let's see who's in the spot. Looks like a paddler.
Looks like
and
Makua.
Makua was looking at it. He was in it, but look at that lack of a
Shoulder
barrel.
ball.
So a good choice there. That was a wise decision.
And look how busy it looks. Like you can see the close intervals. And they're paddling through some thick water. Plenty time left on the clock as these surfers are awarded 40 minutes. So 18:33 left. New Earth Project will be getting called to check in with their beach marshal, Uncle Manny DeSoto from Huio He'inalu. Thank you to the club and to Hui. I know a lot of you guys are looking for hats and shirts. Please go on to hui.com. Mahalo to Surfline, keeping us updated and also doing the recap of the contest. We're also on YouTube Live. And thank you for tuning in on Spectrum. Yeah, so I would really love to see Koa Rothman's wave from yesterday because that factored in as the wave started getting massive.
Yeah, and yesterday was full of great highlights, and we'll check out one right now. This is Koa Rothman just really knifing into it, free falling, looking a lot like he did some years ago when he had a perfect 12. And look at that wave
Disappearing.
just really hold open and took full advantage of being in the right spot at the right time.
I really liked he didn't go for that 2-for-1 because, he might have axed his score a little bit, but that was definitely one of the top 5 scores from yesterday. And if he gets a bomb in this heat with his team, that's going to be a good, steady pace for him as he's already done well in the 2 rounds,
Yeah, looking for any kind of keeper while you're out there, regardless of conditions, but especially today. If you find a keeper today, man, you should go to Las Vegas. Because you're super lucky.
You know it, yeah.
And
he's lucky.
Put it all on black or whatever it is, red, I don't care. But,
Kid got action.
If you get a keeper today, you have been chosen. You are very blessed.
You can tell the way he's shopping. He's a busy bee. He's got his team Dark Sport in the yard over there. And that's his company he rides for. And this is his boys. His dad wasn't too impressed, saying, "Hey, Cole, where's your vest?" You know that dad love. Dad's up there super proud. But yeah, Cole Rothman, he's a nutcase. He travels around the world, and he must drive dad and mom nuts for the waves of consequence him and his crew surf.
Today, huge pipe swell, no vest, no helmet. I get it.
Yeah, I know.
Running it
Rockman,
old school.
Yeah,
now.
but then you got the older brother out there, floaty vest, helmet. I guess it's when you get to our age. We all grew up with Makua too, in the amateur ranks. So.
Oh, bro, if I would be wearing the orange life jacket if I was out there, the kind of PFD, bro. The Coast Guard, bro, because I would
with the
run
beacon,
that
everything. But, bro, if a big cloud of whitewater comes out of the second reef, I feel that Makua Kai wants to just roll in and just absolutely go off. Because last year, this guy had a bit of a huge injury, and he had to, close his doors, reach deep, go into healing process. But then I see him running out of the gate at the Eddie Aikau, just couldn't believe with the thing around his leg. And I was like, just wow. You know what I mean?
Yep, gladiator style, warrior style.
Gladiator style, that's what I'm talking about. Even in football, Kaimana Henry, everybody's watching football. A lot of your Surfing Freddie P, Sean Moody, they're all watching football and backdoor shootout. But at the same time, even in that sport, there's just too many yellow flags. And that's why the Hui backdoor shootout, this is just all about our culture. No flags on the play. A lot of these guys were raised no rules. Wild North Shore days. That
You're right. There's no priority because they're all team and friends, so you don't really need to be aware of the paddle battles or the the distractions or the sideshow that can be secondary to the actual surf talent.
Exactly.
So no squabbling, no hassles. It's all one team out there.
Massive respect. Yeah.
And so that really focuses more on the actual surf talent, which I do appreciate about this event.
Yeah, the camaraderie. And, like I said, it's like you only find that kind of Waterman, Beach Boy stuff at Buffalo's, Backdoor, and Eddie. But, yeah.
14 minutes, bro.
14 minutes. It's like an amateur Hassa heat right there. They still get plenty of action for gold.
Oh, man.
15 minutes, Wendell Ioki. That's the surfing Lorax. He's still raising seeds,
Those would go by so fast, those 15-minute heats, man.
I remember. But, in our day, that was 3 waves max you had to catch, right?
Even more.
You're getting, big time. You go to Makaha Sunset, you're not catching 3 waves, maybe 2.5.
Right.
But, yeah, a lot has changed in surfing, but some things remain the same when you look into your brothers and sisters' eyes, that Waterman grade look. Something, we're already uncles now. You work up so much time to become an uncle, sit on the outside of the lineup, and then where did that go with the Covidina? Now you got people just paddling out past our uncles in the Speedos, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, bro, kid, don't do that.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. You gotta try to keep the edge,
Yeah, keep the edge. But, it's like playing chess. You got to be a gentleman nowadays.
There's our next heat. They're on their way. Probably get some kupua from Hawaiian Water Patrol, and you see that reef that is exposed on the shoreline. That's what awaits the surfers down below. It's very shallow here. I like to use the scientific term that a 20-foot wave and 3 feet of water, the physics are not in your favor.
Oh, no. There's some new rock from that I haven't seen yesterday. Jewels in the sand. Plenty sand. We've lost plenty sand already yesterday.
Yeah, it's all moved down the way to Ehukai. So when this swell decides to subside, which it looks like it's going to stay at warning level through the next 4 or 5 days, maybe through Thursday, because another swell is coming tomorrow.
Wow.
And it is forecasted to be XL size.
Wow. Exciting.
Face value above 30 feet. So,
really? Okay.
For us, that's still, 15, 20 feet, but it is going to be matched up with this swell or reinforcing.
Okay.
As soon as this starts to kind of subside, it's going to build again.
Oh, plenty.
And so
plenty happy times.
I'm looking down the coast as it's hard to not, enjoy the view that we have here. We're going to focus on the screen action, though, because that's our priority. But down towards Rocky Point, Rocky Rights, when we get our drone shot to pan around, I've seen moments and days and seasons where the sandbar goes so far down. It's over like
Rockies.
Rocky Rights, Turkey Bay.
Can pitch one lawn
that
chair
zone.
and just shoot.
Oh, it's so fun over there.
Oh, man.
Used to get plenty good days like that with Mikala Jones.
Point
Rest
Briggs.
in peace, brother.
Yeah,
and,
Mikala.
His dad would swim out and, be standing on a sandbar shooting pictures of us and just
Epic
good
times.
good days. But 11 minutes remaining right now, and we're just checking out Team 96712 and deciding who's going to be the lucky person.
They're navigating. They know where to sit, but they've been paddling 10 yards back to where they want to be. Makua definitely wants a roll in, and here we go. More
Yeah,
sets
there's the
approaching.
drone, and as you look towards that right side of your screen, it's going to show some of the coastline there, and
There
the
ain't
sand.
nobody down there.
The sand will actually move so far down, and you can see Rocky Point right there, kind of in the foreground, and then gas chambers and Turkey Bay. It's called
Turkey Bay.
It was really good on Thanksgiving, by the way. And the sand really does move down the coast so much, and it could be that kind of season because all these huge swells are taking the sand from here to there, and right now the waves are coming from out there to over here.
Yeah.
And our surfers, they better paddle over there or here,
man.
but looks like they're going to be right in the mix of it.
Oh, yeah. Deep duck dives, maybe a couple let-go boards. Let's see how far they get drugged back. A good 10 yards.
Man.
No
like
joke.
I said yesterday about landscape time, these guys are getting mowed.
Yep.
Or if you prefer other analogies, these guys are getting put in a pipe and smoked.
Yep, but hey, they've been and shout out to the Pakalolo Man sponsoring the event this year. Mahalo. Keiki Beach Bungalows, and to our North Shore Club, one of our premier sponsors, White Claw, XL, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and Namenahuni Umi Kumo'ono. So, a lot of...
Umi Kumo'ono.
There's a lot of whitewater that just went through, and these guys are going to reset.
It looks like a large jacuzzi. But not that pleasant.
Oh, not that pleasant. And not that warm. But, I'm sure Makua all the paddling, he must be heating up in that wetsuit. North Shore wasn't a super cold morning like it's been, but...
I don't know, yeah, bro. For real, kind of. To put my beanie on, my sweatshirt.
Oh, I love that.
It was like 73, 74. Cold.
Yeah. Oh, and
I think it was more like 70. It was
70?
That's cold. That's cold for us. And we're pulling into from the beach angle, checking out Makua Rothman and someone else in the foreground.
Yeah, his
It
brother.
might be Koa. Yep. So the brothers.
Yeah, you can tell they've been paddling. They're shopping, navigating. They know what to look for. But
There's a lot of water moving out there. Pipeline not really known for its current. Like a place like Haleiwa or even Rocky Point. Sometimes that current's really pulling.
Rocky Point's a
but
river.
this swell got so much energy and water moving that even at pipe, you're always constantly, repositioning. Pick your landmarks. Pick, triangulation, basically. Like that point, you're like full on trying to pinpoint the right place to be. And then you watch waves come through that break, and you got to, try to look at where they're breaking and move over there. And, it is a lot of placement as the drone shot looking back to shore.
Starting to get a hill on it.
We've got a camera at the shore.
Hey, crowd.
And a good look at, there's where we are up in that booth up there. I'm going to stick my hand out and see. Yeah. Right there.
Right there.
That's us right there.
And
Okay,
there's Uncle
cool.
D in the barrel, and that is the infamous Jerry Lopez house, now the Volcom Proving Grounds A house.
That is correct.
Yes.
Proving grounds, so much to prove, and a lot of waves to have that opportunity today.
and amazing program that goes down here. Thank you, Volcom, for letting us be a part of this. Houses over here, the Hui does it up right. Backdoor shootout, gang. And we still got amazing conditions. Not as oil glass as yesterday, but still unreal. I mean, I heard you guys talking about southwest winds yesterday, and we felt a gust this morning, but
there
it
was
hasn't come.
Hints of sea breeze yesterday, but it actually was turning on and off.
Yeah, it went bye-bye.
It would back off, and then look at Nathan Florence.
Oh, beautiful off the bottom. Nice style.
Pipe Master winner.
Oh, big time. And a nice slash to see if he's going to get in the barrel, but he's going to kick on out. Oh, yeah, he had a nice pin drop wipeout yesterday, hunting for what he wanted.
It is the thrills and spills. You can be on top of the world winning the Pipe Masters in one moment at Pipeline, and then the replay that we're going to watch right here shows you the highs and lows, and this is one of the lows of Pipeline, where you can just be at your most vulnerable and praying to whatever you deem as your deity.
Big time.
To please let me live through this.
The best make mistakes. I tell you, I loved when Nathan Florence took us around the world in 2022 with his GoPro camera footage. A lot of us never been there, just slabbing barrels. It was awesome. And, he's had an excellent couple of years. Surfer of the Year, Surfer Pole of the Year, Pipe Masters.
He's been on a roll.
He's on a tear.
And
he's
he really
he's not going to just let his brother take it all.
And he's really earned and deserved it.
He does. He's an entertainer. We all love watching him. And his quiet brother Ivan, he's a silent assassin. Beautiful bottom turn off. This guy knows this wave so well. Heavy water surfer.
And just under 5 minutes, Ez.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining.
So we've seen, we saw Ivan get something that was, probably some kind of keeper.
Yeah, I think out of the heat.
Early on. Yeah. And then a lot of waves that were investigated, and, like you say, you never know till you go, and they went and checked it out. And
surveyed it with their fins and their rail. But no quality barrels for a couple guys. But I think in this heat, with 4:20 left to go, Ivan got the better wave out of the pick. But, they're surfing together as a team and as individuals. So.
Yeah, I want to say
very
congrats
special.
to the defending champs of the team aspect of this backdoor shootout, Team Volcom, what we're enjoying right now, and nicely done. And who knows, they could possibly pull off a repeat. Billy Kemper, our defending individual champion, he is surfing for Team North Shore Boys, NSB.
He's got a wave in his pocket from yesterday for the first round, And then Team Volcom gets to wait all the way till the end of the day. And then, got Mr. Dangerfield over here, Bellerum Stack. He's down there in the big, in the kitchen, watching on the big screen, doing his thing. He gets to watch the action. Sometimes that's good as an athlete like that, to watch all the action. But he also did mention, as long as our heat's not on shore, So, so we're just hoping for the best.
Check out the sets on the outside and some potential on that inside section. Being in the correct spot is so important, and
so
it's
important.
A game of
Ivan.
inches. Here's Ivan.
Watch what he does here. Let's see if he can make it happen. Little steez trim. Oh, little searing downward carve. He's just feeling out the wave. You can tell the water is heavy the way they're surfing. You know, the way the chatter under their boards and whatnot. What would you say that a guy like Ivan, size of board he would be riding today?
Gosh, these days, man, they ride such
he rides them
boards.
small, huh?
I feel like a lot of the guys, except Mason Ho, will be on boards that are smaller than, what would be ridden in the past. That looks like a 6'2".
Right.
Like,
Noah Hamilton, Bethany Hamilton's brother, wrote in yesterday and said, man, I keep telling my sister to ride her bigger boards like Mason. And I could tell, as an older brother, he's totally on to that. I'm a fan of Kelly, but, when he goes too short, you know what I mean? Me being a fan of his best surfing, I'm like, bro, ride a 6'0 or a 6'2. Let's go. Come on.
Instead of a 5'4".
Yeah, because, you create upper body momentum and stuff like that. But these guys are the world's best. Yeah, I really like how many athletes, and now with all our brothers in this event, they're not just big wave riders. They can grovel the smallest waves, and they're probably one of the biggest acrobatic surfers. You know, like Bellarm Stack. You got the Florence brothers. You know, you got Eli Olsen. It's amazing. Benji Brand, Josh Moniz. These guys are above the lip extraordinaires, but also pipe masters. So,
looking at Bethany Hamilton from yesterday, we're going to queue up a replay while we wind down this heat of 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
Wow, it's coming down.
You were mentioning
her
Noah. Size of board and you know, the way she was getting into some of the bombs. We're going to pause on that replay, and we'll show you more of Bethany later. But that was an impressive performance yesterday. Not only in the women's expression session, but she was invited to surf in the New Earth Project heat and took off on some crazy bombs. You know, nothing too crazy of a barrel, but man, just to get into some of these huge steep waves.
Yeah, she ain't scared though.
You know, just really impressive, and it's nice to have her in
the
this
way
event
she
for
stalled
sure.
on the bottom and just winded around, waiting for that thing to cover her up. She knows what she's doing. She's ready to get barreled. I love her.
During that women's
attempts.
expression session, that was well surfed. You know, technically, and you know, the bravado, the courage was there. So it all came together in that women's expression session for Bethany Hamilton. With 20 seconds remaining in this heat right now.
The boys know.
And scrambling, trying to find a possible last-ditch effort score.
They've been paddling for 40 minutes.
96712 is on the brink of having round 2 complete.
Wow. Look at all these turquoise, Pacific blues. It's absolutely beautiful out.
So we're going to take a short break and be right back with heat number 2, a New Earth Project.
All right.
Is who we're going to see when we return with more the Hui Backdoor Shootout action. Stay tuned.
Snap 2, bring it back.
The 2025 Hui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Oh, yes. Check out that drone shot. Zone Media bringing you the 2025 Backdoor Shootout presented by The Hui. Always rocking it live. Keiki Beach Bungalows in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And we're watching some huge waves pour in. It looks more like a snowboard event than a surf event. But, you know, no shortage of swell. Rocky Cannon, Dr. Isaiah Walker. And it is one of those days we had to wait for the swell to tell us what to do. The ocean was speaking to us.
Right. I love the fact that we're matching this morning. We've got matching outfits
you know,
here. Cool shirts from OGA, Oahu Golf. So, yeah, it's a beautiful morning. sun is out, waves. I know it looks like. Actually, I was walking in and someone was like, "Bro, it looks like the eddy out there."
Right.
It's pretty massive, but kind of cool. I think we're going to expect to see it mellow out a little bit throughout the day, and so we will see increasing numbers of rides, and I'm excited to watch.
So, we were talking earlier, Ezra and I, of just the kind of day where you're dodging the big sets, you're trying to, find that little sweet spot. There's a lot of water moving, pipeline not known to be like a strong current kind of spot, like Haleiwa or sometimes Rocky Point.
Right.
But today, you can't really sit and just park it and wait for one. You got to move around a lot. So there's going to be a lot of energy expended hunting for those waves and dodging those big sets like that on the outside, the horizon ticklers, I call them. And as you see it just feathering and blocking out the horizon a little bit. And so if you can get through today, for one, if you can get through with your body and your board in one piece, that's success.
Right.
If you can find some kind of keeper,
yes,
you're going to hold that in your pocket. I said, whoever finds a good keeper score today, go to Las Vegas immediately because you're super lucky. But it will be just one of those days where you're constantly moving. You're more on the hunt rather than perching and waiting for the prey to come to you.
Right. And thank
for
goodness,
hunters out there.
Thank goodness for the Hawaiian Water Patrol. I was, this last heat, the heat that's in the water right now, I watched as they got caddied out by the Water Patrol. And I mean, if you watch the way these guys function with the ski, it's very impressive because there's no channel, there's no break in the surf, and watch them punch through this whitewash, and the timing is impeccable. But they're escorting them out into the lineup, and I mean, you talk about current. I was watching a surfer jumped in the water here straight out in the house at Pipeline, and within a matter of like 10 seconds, they were already like down at Ehukai. So strong current, but these are the kind of days where you get the potential 12-point rides.
There's something out there potentially, and it's going to take a lot of coordination for the surfer to be in the right spot with that wave coming in, but the bombs that are available can be those waves that will just have you go down in history.
Right.
And speaking of making history, Bethany Hamilton always putting herself in the spot. No fear is what I love about her, and she has been putting on a great show from yesterday. We're watching her potentially in this heat number 2, but those late drops, committed. So amazing to see, and the beach appreciates it too. The crowd on shore gave her just the standing ovations that she has earned.
Yep.
And this is Team A New Earth project right now, so Bethany Hamilton, I believe, is out there along with Koa Smith, Kaulana Apo, Luke Tima, Shaden Picaro. Those were the guys that were on the on the field yesterday.
Yes,
the field, just in quotes,
so to speak, the moving field.
But and we did not see Kai Lenny and Kelly Slater, and I believe that's the case once again today because it is the same lineup. So
right,
and we'll see how they do.
And like to your point, Rocky, Bethany was. She caught probably more waves than most in her heat yesterday, and was
busy,
sending it. And we saw that from her in the backdoor shootout in years past, where waves seemed unruly and very frightening, and yet she approaches it with a lot of poise and confidence. And she, that last clip that we just saw, the sheer height of that wave, very tall waves, and she, paddling into it with one arm. Incredible.
And we're going to hear from Bethany for just a moment. So check this out, what she has to say.
Super stoked though. I got invited to surf in the backdoor shootout, the Hui BackDoor Shootout with Eddie Rothman and the crew on the North Shore. I'm going to be in the New Earth Project team. So the team is Kai Lenny, Kelly Slater, Koa. That's just like the epic roster to be surfing with. I think for me, it definitely is a really big challenge. as far as catching the wave and doing that with one arm. And definitely is the best event at Pipe. It's so sick. They have endless hours in the water. So I'm only with my team, and so we're kind of cheering each other on versus like back paddling each other. So that's insane. And you get 30 minutes twice a day, shuffled up, and it's just the dream event, especially for a wave like Pipe where it's just high stakes and you just really like need that window of time to kind of charge.
Well, you know, she said everything so eloquently and also hit the nail on the head of this is like a window of time to really have a great opportunity to charge Pipe,
right?
Put on your best, put your best effort into it. And also, you're not battling out there with other surfers. You're cheering each other on with your team members, which is great.
No, and that is that sense of camaraderie. We're going to take a replay. It looked like Luke Tima got a wave. This is a replay of his last, going for the claim, closeout, Hail Mary barrel.
Yeah, you know, why not? It is, if you don't pull in, you have no chance of coming out.
Right.
That's like what I like to say. Just now I made up.
I saw a lot of some of the highlight reels yesterday. One of those that's kind of going viral is Shimpei's wave that he got annihilated on. I was having a conversation with him and with David Stant, and David Stant was telling him, "Brad, never straighten out at Pipeline." Not to put on my best David Stant voice, but you know, we hear that, and I saw a lot of the memes going around where it's like, if the wave's here, don't be there. It's
the North Shore quote of the
from
century.
Turtle, but
yeah,
I mean, I guess there's truth to that, right? Like at Pipeline, it's safer to stay in the barrel, even
it's
if
safer to stay on the beach. Actually, at Pipeline, just to clarify, but it is you know, like a better chance of
going
not
under
getting
it.
super pounded.
Right.
If you're in the barrel, you can still get. I've pulled in. I've heard that before. I'm going to pull in. I still got drilled. I came up like scraped and all. I'm like, geez. But it is a beach shot right there with Abe Lerner, Nathan Florence, two North Shore OGs that have been doing their respective duties for a while, a couple generations separated. But we're going to take you down to the beach where those guys are standing, and we have someone standing with Makua Rothman.
Hey guys, I have Makua Rothman from Tees 96712. I know that we did have the call a little bit hold up until 10 a.m. The conditions look really, really tough. Just tell me about it.
Well, those nuts out there, very challenging. Unfortunate that we have to surf. The water is good, but it's a blessing to be out.
So just having small kind of technical difficulties over there with the audio. Like we said earlier, you know, Zone Media doing amazing work here. Anytime you're putting electronics in the sand, the salt, and like spray and ocean and water, it is not going to be 100% all the time. So appreciate the efforts for everybody, and we'll work on that. But right now, these surfers are working on trying to get a keeper score, or maybe just trying to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, and you know, down on the beach, you say there is no more sand. But,
it is
the
quite
sand,
tight.
A lot of the sand has eroded. So, and I know they were set up right on the sand there, so I could see where that would be a challenge when water is right up on the tent there.
Right. And you see these waves coming through, and just too much swell in some of these waves for Pipeline to really do its thing. So
Beautiful.
We'll continue to monitor what happens with these heats. You know, we saw Ivan get somewhat of a decent wave in heat number one.
That carve was sick.
It was he had another wave that he actually had a barrel and came out, but we only saw the reverse angle. It was hard to see. We didn't get a straight on look to see if it was going to be something he would be keeping. But there's Ivan, there's Koa, and they're kind of thankful to be back on shore, I'm sure, as their round two is now complete. And, you know, this is the Hui BackDoor Shootout. We make our own rules. We have a different set of criteria you know, it is for now still a go and on, but who knows? You know, that could get just really too wild, and you know, there's always a potential call to say, you know what, scrap today, and we're okay with that. That's like, this is why we have this event, and we have all the surfer input. We have, you know, all the club members and everybody, all hands on deck, always ready to go. Hawaiian Water Patrol, as you said, we're relying on heavily today with these conditions to help our surfers get through, you know, the impact zone back to the lineup.
Oh, it's like almost a ride right there.
Yes, he thought about it.
Yeah, and that's one thing cool about the backdoor shootout. People always be like, backdoor shootout always gets the biggest, best, heaviest waves. There's truth to that. I believe that something about the mana of the event will attract that to us. But also it's the fact that if it's not good, we no go.
Yeah, or if it's like marginal, we just try.
Yeah.
And I've seen it a year where it did not run, like the Eddie Aikau.
Right.
It was 2 weeks of crappy southwest, you know, north and southwest winds, and we came every day ready to go if it was on, and it didn't happen that year.
Right.
Which is totally okay as well. We're going to wait for the best waves, or, you know, we're going to try in some of the craziest waves and see what happens. It's really that unique, and everybody really appreciates the fact that we just have this local event for locals. It's super cool.
Yeah, beautiful morning, looking at these lines come in, and what we're looking for is the ocean to calm down a little, and my understanding is, looking at the surf line forecast, is it peaked late last night, early this morning, and it's on its way, hopefully mellowing out a bit, and then we'll have it be a little less unruly. As these surfers look, this is, I believe, Koa Smith taking a look at that one, and New Earth Project is a really cool crew of folks. I was talking to Peter King this morning, in fact, and he was like, wow, it looks like the Eddie out there, and really what they're doing with this New Earth Project is really being conscientious about the environment and our use of how we're caring for the planet. I know, you know, trying to do away with using a lot of plastic wrap in surfing.
When I get my Amazon box, I'm tripping on how much, like, packing stuff, and, like, you got, like, plastic on top of plastic, inside of plastic, and on top of plastic, and you know, it's like, man, I appreciate you know, caring for the product, but geez, maybe one plastic will be good already.
And you know what I think I noticed too? Surfers are more exposed to, and I think anyone that lives on an island or near the ocean, you're more aware of the impact that the environment does have. When you see, for example, like where I live on the northeast side of Oahu, because of the trade winds and so forth, we get a lot of plastics that wash up on the beach, a lot of microplastics in the sand, and when you're on an island, you have limited resources, and you learn that you have to be sustainable when you're living. Whereas somebody, maybe if you live in a city or you're like in the middle of a continent and it's not as present in your life, that it, you know, isn't part of your experience. But as surfers, we are very much so have a relationship with Mother Nature and the ocean and with the elements. And you can see the impacts on it directly. So I love the fact that you know, New Earth Project and others are trying to address these issues. And actually, I'll give you a proverb: "Heva'a he moku heva'a." And after, it looks like we've got a writer. I'll explain that afterwards.
Okay, dropping in. That is Koa Smith, I believe.
Koa Smith. I always love, you know, his social media work. He's got the GoPro in his mouth quite often, and at the Hui BackDoor Shootout, we allow for that. So another benefit. This looks like Shado Picaro.
Yep, from your home island.
Pulls in.
Big island, and he gets something. So that'll be probably a keeper for Shado's campaign.
Yep.
You know, we'll have yet to see of how these waves factor into the overall final score, but just to, you know, get your scores together and start building something for yourself, that'll be something he can build on.
Yeah, Shado putting on good performances at Pipeline over the years, which is kind of cool because he grew up in Big Island. Take a replay of these last two waves, starting with, it looks like Koa Smith. All right, we'll back to live action. Here we go.
On the inside.
This is Kaulana Po hunting for that barrel.
And the hunter finds his prey, albeit only small kind.
Small kind.
You know, maybe one mongoose, but yeah, still edible. Still put him in the bag.
Oh,
yeah. The wind a little bit more of a factor than yesterday. We had that oil glass.
Yeah.
We had pristine conditions at some points where we were just, almost like, I like to take a break and grab my bod a little bit. But today, much more of a factor with the wind, and making these drops is going to be that much more challenging. You know, all Pipeline always very steep. Anytime you got wind pushing up against you is going to be a little more challenging.
Looks like, nope. Thought Luke was going to try and go right through the back door, but that would be pretty rugged today.
I said earlier to Ezra, the back door looks like it's closed, which would mean, of course, somebody's going to prove me wrong and get like a 12-point back door wave today.
Right.
I said that in hopes that would happen.
Right, Bocce.
Yeah, reverse psychology with Pipeline. Yeah.
Good one.
So you're saying Heva'a Hemoku.
Hemoku Heva'a. So pretty simple. It's the island Heva'a Hemoku. Hemoku Heva'a. So island is a canoe, and a canoe is an island. It's a saying that comes from Clay Bertelman, who was the captain of Makali'i voyaging canoe. And check out this.
That's Koa Smith just going up and at it, and then Shaden Picaro doing a little investigation and finding some tube time on that pipe wave, and also Kaulana Apo, kind of almost a deja vu here, a bit of a smaller wave, but same approach and same result.
Nice. Yeah, so part of the voyaging community, so you have this Ohana Va'a, which consists of in Hawaii. So we talked about Hokulea was in 75, 76. Interestingly, the same exact time and year that the Hui Nalu was formed. So 75, 76, Hokulea is built and launched, and a double hull voyaging canoe. But today we have multiple canoes. So there's a variety of different ones. Makali'i on the Kauai area on the Big Island, and others throughout not only Hawaii but throughout the Pacific. So this concept is very important of Heva'a Hemoku. Hemoku Heva'a means that the island is a canoe, and a canoe is an island. Is talking about limited resources. And we have limited resources of rideable waves today, but it's a reminder that we should approach life on an island like you would on a canoe. I have a son. I have 5 kids actually. My oldest son had
your basketball team over here.
Prolific. But he had the opportunity. He's part of the voyaging community, sails on Hokulea and on Iosepa, which is a canoe over here in Laie, and was given the opportunity to sail on a canoe back to Rarotonga Cook Islands. Here we go.
Grabbing rail, that's Luke Tima, I believe. And Luke is going to find some daylight. So gets a little shack and reemerges. Some abracadabra magic trick. Here we go, Koa Smith. Really wanted that one. And, that was a big breather backwash.
Yeah, Luke, we got like 3 barrels in this heat so far.
Yeah, there's definitely
indicator
tubes to be had.
That it's organizing a little more.
Yeah, 1 barrel in heat 1, 3 barrels in heat 2.
There we go.
I like the math. I was stacking up.
It's going to be 6 in the
number 8 is going to have like 45 barrels. That's great.
Yeah, and so again, here's a replay of some of these. Luke slowing down, stalling, dragging, gets covered, comes out.
Yeah, and has matured into a fine young man, Luke Tima. Good family support as well, and has really emerged as one of the top juniors going into the pros for Hawaii for sure.
And he's looking at this one again. It's like a double up on the inside.
Oh, yeah, handles it well.
Pulls in.
And comes out. So
there
Luke,
we go. finding the nugs.
Tag Tima.
Tag Tima.
2 in a row for Luke Boy. That was really impressive. That wave had a really shaky, gnarly, hairy drop, and then found the barrel, disappeared, held strong, held that line, and looking much more experienced beyond his years.
Yeah. Here we got another look at this one. Surfer's a little too far out. So much action. Sorry, my interpretation of this mo'olelo, this olelo no'eao is.
I think that's a good cue that will get the waves, because anytime you start a story,
talking,
it's going to have a pulse and a series of waves. So continue, my friend.
All right, and so the idea is that you live sustainably. When you're on a canoe, the deck of the canoe is like 30 feet by 12, 15 feet
wide,
and you have to spend 3 weeks like my son did on his way to the Cook Islands. Holy cow. Koa Smith.
Oh, wow.
Way deep. Pulls in. Come on.
Oh, the whole beach was really just tried to will him through that. We saw him get the 30-point perfect ride at the Pipe Masters as the crowd on this beautiful Aloha Sunday has filled in where they can fit in. Much limited seating than yesterday with the waves washing up, but everybody squeezing in tightly and getting snuggly on the beachfront there. So enjoying what they can witness from these amazing surfers. This is Team A Newton Earth Project with 16 minutes remaining. Luke Tima on that wave that was right after his previous barrel, and then Koa Smith trying to repeat what he did during the Vans Pipe Masters and get a perfect score. That had a good score written all over it with more bombs out the back. On the inside, in the foreground, Luke Tima going to keep the rhythm, and he is in the zone, but gets too much backwash. That was
out the back.
Crazy
looks
backwash.
like Shaden Picaro picks up the gem here, pulls
Shea
into the
pack.
barrel, packs it, comes out to the doggy door.
Oh, I love watching him surf. I love his character, personality, a humble Hawaiian, but really speaks volumes with his surf talent.
More action.
Amazing.
Koa Smith standing tall in the barrel for the photo shot.
Oh, Koa just going for broke right there. And hopefully everything is still
Not
intact.
broke. Yep.
But congrats to Shaden and new Bebe, number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still get 3 more for catch up with me.
I'm telling you, you've set the bar quite high.
More waves out the back. Woo!
That one did not have any open area to navigate, so wisely holding off there. You see the next heat on standby with a little bit of breeze picking up, so we're battening down the hatches around the production area and hoping that we'll at least, have enough south in the wind. So
honestly, I was surprised because the forecast looked like had a lot of west in the wind.
There are different. I called the buoys this morning, which are situated around the islands, and there were a couple that were southwest. There were a few that were straight south.
Right.
So a mix of directions and different buoys reading different wind speeds and directions.
But it looks pretty south right now, which is a good sign. I mean,
Yeah.
as long as the winds are offshore.
As long as it's, side off is still okay and good to go. If it turns a lot to the west, it becomes much more treacherous and starts to really crumble that barrel. But Pipeline, pretty resilient in its ability to hold even with some unfavorable winds.
Yep.
It can still have a nice barrel. That just goes to show you how the dynamic of the break with the huge wall of water and a very shallow reef.
Yep.
Hard to not have that barrel.
Awesome.
I've been out on some days that's straight onshore and still somehow find a little puka.
Well, that's just, I mean, the bottom of the wave, the way it goes from deep to shallow.
Right.
It's going to barrel no matter what.
Whether or not you'll be able to get in there and come out, that's the other side of the story. But definitely a wave that holds its shape even through some of the different kinds of conditions. And looking at our surfer paddling back out right now, that's Shaded Pucaro, and he's coming off a nice keeper wave that was at Pipeline with, tricky exit. You could see the section coming towards him, and, it's so technical being inside the barrel like that and then seeing your exit point. And for us watching it in regular motion, it goes so fast. But somehow, some way, time just like slips into this like wormhole vortex of slow motion where you see everything, and before you know it, you're out, everybody's cheering, and you're like, whoa, what just happened?
Yeah. Awesome. Some more sets coming in. You used the phrase earlier when Koa, you said go for broke. You know where that phrase comes from?
I believe it's the 42nd Regiment of the U.S. Army.
Right.
Of Japanese warriors.
Right. That means I've told the story before.
No.
Or you know it pretty well.
I'm a bugger,
you are.
Secretly smart. That's one good T-shirt right there.
Yeah. So go for broke is a pigeon slang term that comes from the 442nd Regiment that was World War II. A lot of them were from Hawaii. Most of them were Japanese from Hawaii and the U.S. mainland that went to fight in World War II. And it was a big deal when they signed up because during that time there was a lot of Japanese in America that were interned in these camps.
Right. Yep. After the Pearl Harbor incident, there were a lot of, for lack of a better word, distrust of Japanese folks that America, the U.S. had to be wary of in their perspective.
Now, in Hawaii, it was less common to be Japanese and interned. There were a lot of Japanese living in Hawaii due to generationally from the plantation camps and sugar plantations, and but at that time there were several from Hawaii that wanted to prove themselves or to fight for the country of the United States, and so they signed up for the 442nd, and they went off into Europe and were in the thick of the battles.
Oh wow!
And became the most decorated regiment and were even Daniel Inouye, which Honolulu International Airport is now named the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport after Inouye, who's one of these from Hawaii who went and fought in the 442nd, lost an arm in battle, but also became highly decorated. Here we go, Luke Tima from behind. Oh my goodness, makes that drop,
sitting on his board
down.
Oh my gosh, come out just for entertainment purposes. I mean, that was impressive. The young man, Luke Tima, has really came to play with his big boy board shorts.
On a short board.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing to see some of these guys looking like they're riding short boards, and he's on a pretty small one as well.
We looked at Ivan Florence's board. Ezra was asking me how big it is. We watched a replay. I'm like, I think that's like a 6'2". That's crazy. That 12, 15-foot pipe. Nuts.
So these guys are doing battle, just like the 442nd, again, going back to that story. Decorated regiment, came back home with honors, and unfortunately, a lot of them lost their lives in battles in Europe as well. But that was their phrase, was go for broke. And these guys are going for broke.
Luke Tima, he sit, stand, squat, he don't care. He just wants to get out of that barrel. But what a valiant effort and a great performance in this heat. He's definitely the standout for this round 2 for Team A New Earth Project.
And sometimes that happens, right? When you're doing that pig dog, you're dragging, and it's easy for your front foot because it's you're sort of halfway. Your foot is on the side of it of your foot, so it's easy for it to slip off, and you end up spinning around and sitting on the board.
Outside of your left knee gets caught in the wave, and then you end up, if you're lucky, still on the board sitting and not totally like spun off. But that would have been so amazing if he came out like just straight lazy boy style, like sitting down. And here at the Backdoor Shootout, they would consider that a make.
Why not?
8 minutes and 20 seconds. You see the clock graphic up there for Team New Earth Project, the Hui BackDoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And we are celebrating not only a great waterman, but we're celebrating a great event that always begins with a very Hawaiian cultural opening ceremony. We saw shots and clips of that earlier today. And if you can ever make it out to the North Shore, that's what it looks like all up and down the coast today. It is frothy, soupy, rough. Be safe. There are places you can go, like Turtle Bay Resort around the corner that is got a nice little lagoon, cove that you need to stay to the right side of the buoys that we've established there with the strong current. And then inside Kavela Bay is also very calm, and down towards Haleiwa, there are places you can get wet. But as for between, Laniakea and Sunset Beach, it is going to be quite rough. But make sure you visit Keiki Beach Bungalows website, because they got some great deals on oceanfront property, and they're just a half a mile down the beach here. Probably today you'd want to walk on the bike path to get here, but just the sound of the surf, the amazing views, and the great service. Greg and Annie and the crew, they do such a good job there that it feels like you're home away from home, but you're in paradise.
Oh, we got beautiful lines out the back. We want to see fewer third reefers today.
Right.
So
there's times when we're like, come on waves, come on swell. Yeah. And today's the kind of day like, okay, enough for 80 waves. Easy, bro. Easy waves. Nice. And it's OG Hawaii.
What's cool is
.com is where you can get Easy Brow gear.
Oh, okay. Oh, yep.
I got yours still coming.
All right.
I told you that for the last couple of years. I promise it's coming.
What I love is when you get this offshore wind that blows the top of the wave off, and I've seen some of these like rainbows that are appearing into these, and it reminded me of a story, of a surfing story.
Okay.
Wait, my attempt at segueing smoothly into a story, but
you're silky smooth. As smooth as
maybe we'll see some of those
rainbows.
Shirt. There it is. See that rainbow there? Them. Beautiful.
Oh, the capo.
So the story of the deity Lono. So there's Lono,
and he's the god of fertility.
Fertility. It's also makahiki this time of year.
He's often seen in a position like this with a taro plant image.
That's not Lono. So that is the first taro plant, and I can share that story.
Okay.
Also later.
I'm interested.
But Lono is the deity that's over fertility and in sports and events and peace and other things like that. And he's also associated with a certain time period. So right now we're in that time period. So oftentimes you hear Hawaiians say Lono ika makahiki. It's talking about the makahiki period. And Lono was a deity that was looking down on the experience of humans, and he saw a beautiful woman, he saw surfing, and he wanted to come down. So the mo'olelo is that there was a rainbow that he rode down from the heavens on, and then he disguised himself as a chief and came and fell in love with Kaikilani, and they spent his days surfing with her all the time and fell in love with riding waves and doing things with our kanaka, our humans on Earth. So the rainbow oftentimes is that. Also another story of a rainbow is Laie Kawai, from this ka'au, or this mythical story of this beautiful daughter, and she had a twin sister named Laie Lohe, and they said that they were so regal that everywhere she went that this rainbow would follow her.
Oh, wow.
So rainbows are a sign of someone who's very important and special.
Well, and there's quite a lot of rainbows that we have here in Hawaii.
Right.
I mean, look at our license plates, bro. They're everywhere. And yeah, it's so cool that you can see them in the waves, And we are, we're making rainbows great again. But it is so cool to see them in the wave like that.
Right.
And when you see that ehukai, that spray that comes off the top of the wave, it is just just another thing of beauty to admire and enjoy. In addition to the surfing that's going on, just a display of the natural environment, Mother Nature. There's some God, whoever you believe is, in this world that has a hand in things, and it's so mesmerizing.
It is.
And
we're so blessed to live in such a beautiful
very
place.
blessed place.
We get to see rainbows every day and enjoy the beauty of the environment. And be careful though, because these waves look very enticing, but at the same time very dangerous. As we see Shade and Picaro making it look easy. That wave went from 12 feet tall to 4 feet tall.
Where the apex was, it was like quadruple, 5 times overhead, and then it shrunk quite rapidly, but still, Shaden and Luke might have some of the best scores in the heat. Shaden's wave was pretty impressive.
His first barrel was sick.
He was very deep. Luke has a couple that he's been stringing up.
Oh, Kaulana on a nice one. Pulls in, see if he can come out of this. It'll breathe on you.
The backwash is so massive right there. Boom! Fills up your screen. Looks more like an avalanche than a ocean display.
How do they do it? They pull into these closeouts, come up, unfazed, paddle back. I saw Ivan Florence earlier get annihilated. I was scared for him and just thinking, like, how do they do this? Just make it look so nonchalant, no big deal, whereas most humans, myself included, would be in panic mode.
And, these guys, you see them walking around at Foodland or something, in regular clothes. They're not like
unassuming,
big, imposing figures.
Yeah.
Like if somebody that plays in the NBA, he's like minimum 6'6" or 6'8".
Wow.
He must play basketball.
Yeah.
Or you see a NFL player, and they're just like bigger than the average human.
Right.
These guys are walking around just like regular folks, but man, they're like some kind of superhuman inner being
in a
there
compact
that just
body. Yeah.
really is so impressive of how they handle these conditions. 1 minute remaining, so Team A New Earth Project getting some keeper waves. Luke Pima, really impressive. Shade Picaro, good barrel, and then followed by Kaulana Apo that had one prior to that closeout that was really a keeper for him. Whether or not these are going to be final score keepers, that will be remain to be seen. This is only round 2. We're going to try to get at least 5 rounds done when this event is all said and done, but just one round today. Round 2, and we'll be wrapping up right around that 3:20 hour. So getting what we can out of this swell and just knocking out a round when we have the opportunity. 15 seconds remaining. Somebody going to have a last ditch effort, maybe some final second heroics. We shall see.
That was a heat, kept us entertained. A lot more rides in this heat than the previous one, and hope to have it rolling where it continues on that trajectory.
Yeah, that was a good sign to see multiple surfers with multiple barrels, and we'll be right back with heat number 3. Team Peru, the Groovin' Peruvians, are coming up next. We'll be right back with more the Hui Backdoor Shootout action. Stay tuned right there.
Aloha.
Spin around and just get some good froth.
Did you have a headache last night at all?
Huh?
Did either of you have a headache last night?
Huh?
Did either of you have a headache last night?
No. No, but if I stay up too late because I don't drink anymore, I notice it wasn't the beers. It was because I stayed up late. I think you're getting blasted in the face. It just naturally locked into a good rotation.
I apologize for not going up there. What do you need me right now?
You're good, dude. No.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Aloha kakayaka, and welcome to Ehukai Beach Park, where we got a lot of spectators already this morning.
It's filling in right there at Ehukai. There's our t-shirt sales booth right there. A lot of people are asking, but we have no beach in front of Pipeline. So what a great panoramic view as we got Team Peru taking the lineup.
Yep, Team Peru, always a force to be reckoned with. Big here time. At the Backdoor Shootout.
But they had a rough one yesterday.
But already they've got more waves in this heat than yesterday.
Ooh,
up and out.
There's been a lot of hunting, Isaiah, I noticed, as you guys just watched the heat with Rock. Tima, a young gun, coming out of the amateur ranks into the junior pros, into his pre-prohood, and he put on an excellent showing at massive Pipeline. It's unruly out there.
Yeah, but I think it's getting more organized. I mean, as Rock and I were talking about in the first heat, there were just a couple waves ridden, and then this last heat we had more waves ridden. So we're hoping that we get more. We had a successful barrel rides from not only Luke but also from Shaden Picaro.
Yes, that was radical.
We saw Koa Smith get a couple almost come out of the barrels. This heat we have Team Peru, Alonso Correa, Nicole Castillo, Cristobal Decole, Gabriel Villian, and Marta Patita.
Yeah, Alvaro. And then the alternates are Noah Decoel and Bastian Pierce. So I hope one of you guys are up on the third floor with brother Iolani and Rocky, because we need spotters for every heat. This is a jerseyless heritage contest, so the dynamic of this event, the format and everything is just to elevate and the amazing camaraderie of our waterman and Pipeline barrel business right here. This is the business today.
It's a good sign that it does look a bit more settled than earlier in the morning when we were waiting for the ocean to calm down a bit. There's right now you can see there's less whitewash out on the third reef that's been happening the last heat, and that's a good sign for getting a little more organized.
You say that, but just watch it come back in too. I mean, every 40-minute heat, there's these long little not much pauses, but now we're finally getting a little bit. Looking at Makuakai and Koa Rothman, I mean, these guys are super athletes, but these guys had a lot of paddling to endure in the 96712.
Yeah, that was rugged. That was a lot of wash through, a lot of dipping, a lot of bombs came through.
Big time.
Keeping the Hawaiian Water Patrol on their toes.
Yeah.
And beautiful drone shot looking straight down, bird's eye view of our 5 competitors. And you were talking about Luke and his performance in that last heat. We want to hear from him, so let's throw it down to Mahina, who's standing by there with Luke Tima.
Good job, Luke.
Aloha, guys. Mahina Maeda here, down on the beach with Luke Tima. You are the young blood in this New Earth project, and how do you feel being just a young guy surfing in such a great team? You have Bethany Hamilton, you have obviously Kelly Slater's not here right now, Koa Smith, Kalana Po, you're catching so many waves, so how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm just super grateful to be in this event. I've always dreamed of being in it as a kid, and I'm just stoked to be an alternate and get to surf a couple heats. It's so sick with all these guys. I've known them, but they're all so cool, and yeah, it's good energy out there.
I'm sure your mom is probably screaming and kind of jumping out of her seats. I know your dad is more of the calm and collected one, but what do you think is going through her mind with all the many waves that you caught, all the wipeouts you had to do?
Yeah, she's probably freaking out. You probably hear it over every clip on the beach, but yeah, she knows that. It'll be okay eventually, but she just gets a little excited sometimes.
Well, you know, I'm one of your biggest fans, and your mom is one of your biggest fans, obviously. And I wish you all the best for your next heat, and hopefully that you catch more barrels like that last one right at the end. So do you have any other words that you want to say to all your fans?
Yeah, just thank you, and thank you to the Hui for this contest. It's so sick, and thank you to PK and the New Earth and everything for letting me do this. It's just a dream come true. It's sick.
Okay, amazing. And back to you guys back at the booth.
Right on. Cool words there. I thought it was interesting his conversation about his parents, right? And
they're frothy.
If you're a mom, though, and you see like this kind of like maxing out pipeline, and your young son has to go out there, it can be a little nerve-wracking. Up and riding, a little too deep on that one.
Oh, Joaquin. Yeah, Miss Tima, she's a frothing. She's a community surf mom. She takes pictures of all the generations of surfers.
Out the back. Bottom turning. Alonso Correa.
Waiting for that pipe cone. These guys. Rough heat at the end of the day yesterday. Got awarded a little bit more time to go shopping through the lineup here at Pipeline. But, they're definitely looking to capitalize here in the second round as these teams surf 4 to 6 times, sometimes in some years 7 times, okay? So these guys are looking to make the connection with the Kai. The intervals are still busy, but I did notice after you and Rocky's last heat, it did calm down a bit, so we'll see what happens. These guys also have jet ski assist.
Yep, and I was just admiring earlier watching. If you watch what happens here, how they do this, right? You got a guy on the back who's helping to assist to get them on the ski, and then they take a trip down. Looks like Abe Lerner on the ski. They go around the whitewash and get back out there. So it's really tricky the way that they have to get back out, because like I said, there's no channel here.
Nope.
And it's all like pounding heavy shore break at gums, and then you have the ski that has to manage to get its way back out.
I watched them loiter at massive ehukai and then drift right back in. You just watch them. They're so good at what they do. But yes, the Hui letting the Hawaiian Water Patrol pick up the surfers if they go in front of the Volcom Jerry Lopez house right on the sandbar. They can get picked up there and get traveled back out. But if you continue to come out of your barrel or fall off and you just continue to paddle out, the Hawaiian Water Patrol is told not to go pick them up. So you have to signify that you want to ride back out. And there is a lot of foam balls. So these guys, they're looking for what Luke Timo was doing. You never know until you go, but you got to make a calculated decision.
Oh, look how small that board is he's riding and how big that wave is.
Looks like he's on a 5'10", Isaiah.
Jeez.
This guy picking a little bit bigger of a board, that's Alonso. No stranger to getting those big pipe cones on the inside. More second reefers to come, not quite on the head, but duck diveable and catchable possible. Right on that chip shot. Kind of sketchy.
Oh, he's going to roll into this one.
Nice. Here we go.
Gabriel.
Nice. Villarin. Haven't seen him surf in quite a while. Part of the guys in the Peru, above the lip surfer, hard charger, made a number of magazines in his day.
Yeah, great surfers from Peru. We also had Sofia Milanovic, who is former on the Pro Tour from Peru.
Yeah, legends. Champion grade surfers. I really liked you sharing that surfboard. I've seen it before, but I had to see it.
It's even Peru is also a spot where they had some of the early world championships down there, years ago. And so there is a surf culture down there in Peru, which is awesome.
Big time. I can see them lashing up, those skinny bamboos, just what you showed me yesterday on your computer. You can lash those up and make it's amazing what all, when you want to ride a wave. Creativity and imagination, never forget. That is some key ingredients for just ultimate fun.
Yeah,
just
and
like Dukanimoku.
Look at this foamy one. Maybe somebody will take it. But speaking of what kind of crafts that you ride on waves, when we look into ancient Hawaiian times, pre-colonial times in old Hawaii, there was a a variety of types of boards that they would ride. A good friend of mine, Tom Stone, often called Pohaku, has been a master for the last many years of shaping traditional boards. And oftentimes people will just say, oh, alaya or alai, that's the Hawaiian board. That's really just one. That's like saying, a fish, or like a longboard or a gun. In Hawaiian society, you had all types of boards. So even down to like a hand plane board. Body surfers use just like a surfboard that's like for your hand. In Old Hawaii, they had those too. Smaller boards for bodyboarding. Short boards, alayas, were most of them were shorter. So you get like a 5 or 6 foot board stand on. Then they had kiko'os, and you have olos, and you had all kind of different different types of boards for riding, different types of styles. So it wasn't something like, oh yeah, I think the Hawaiians rode waves. Like, right? Sometimes people, I think Pacific Islanders or in Peru, they rode waves on this thing. But it was like so integral. It wasn't just a matter of like, oh yeah, they would sometimes they would ride a wave on one thing. It was immersed into the culture, where most of our stories, most of our legends involve stories of surfing competitions, surfing love stories. It's just very integral to the society. In fact, Hawaii's first historian, his name was David Malo, in the mid 1800s. He wrote about how surfing was a national pastime, something that everyone did, despite your rank, your age, your gender, your status. It was something that was integral to Hawaiian society. There was a book written by Ben Finney, and the title of that book was Surfing the Sport of Kings. And I think, unfortunately, that was misappropriated into people just assuming that only kings surfed. I think it was more of a kind of a cool title that sounded like, King surf, because they did. King Kamehameha was a great surfer. Said his favorite way of surfing was doing step-offs from a canoe into big waves.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't just...
it wasn't just on the ski. So they do step-offs from canoes into big waves.
Creating.
And so it is true that that ali'i or chiefs were surfers, but it's not exclusive to that, right? So, so it was something that, in fact, when Captain Cook came to Hawaii in 1778, and his journals and those on the ship wrote about it, and they drew pictures of people in the water. And it was, when he came to Kealakekua Bay in Kona, there was thousands of people that came out into the water to circle his boat and to check him out and see what is up. And he said they were on all kind of different crafts. Wow. Small canoes, big canoes, double hull canoes, sailing boats, surfboards, boogie board size stuff. Just there were people just, and what that shows is just a people that are just so accustomed to being in the ocean, in the water, that they were just all a part of that sea life. In fact, we're celebrating Duka Hanamoku. It says Duka Hanamoku grew up with like 30 cousins in Waikiki and Kalia, which is today where the Hilton Hawaiian Village is. And said that these kids would know how to swim before they knew how to walk.
Right.
In fact, that's the story of King Kamehameha. He was raised by this guy named Naiole, who trained him in his youth and taught him how to swim before he could walk.
Wow.
So just this kind of familiarity with the ocean is something that's very part of our culture. And we have a rider here, pulls in, drone view, comes out.
Beautiful. That was the in and out Peru on the scorecard now, as these guys had a rough last day, but they have plenty times to surf, and this is just the second round. Team Peru, Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castello, Cristobal Decal, Gabriel Villarin, and Alvaro Multipartida. Welcome back, Alvaro. He had an injury last year, so I was really stoked.
Get a replay of that one from the water. Late drop, pulls up under it, comes out smoothly. Nice.
He stoked his feet. His fins got caught right at the perfect point. He was about to disengage from that takeoff.
That was a beautiful ride, and it's also indicative of the fact that these barrels are starting to stay more open.
Yes.
Because earlier, with a lot of all that water moving around, We saw Koa Smith get a really good one, but it just pinched on the end, right? So you get that cross-up wave. It changes the shape of the wave with the backwash and so forth, and it can kind of clamp on you. But in that wave, we just saw it stayed open. So hopefully a sign that things are getting a bit more organized.
Well, we got two swells kind of crossing up. They're trying to dance together, the north-northwest and the northwest. And then we've seen some big west just come in and just push foam balls all the way out to Ehukai. So, yeah, Team Peru back again, 2025. And we were talking about board design. Board design is a definite key recipe.
It's like a good one here.
Yep. Starting to cook. Let's go. Gabriel. Hey, but you know what? Good calculated read. He knows best. You know, sometimes it's the safest place to be in the barrel and even get sucked down that trap door. But I can tell you, getting guillotined like Shinpei Horiguchi, when I went home and I was scrolling on the gram, the water
everywhere.
shot. Like, me and you watched it a few times, but even on my couch, I went, holy smokes, babe, check this out. I mean, I can't believe his leash plug did not rip out. His board got catapulted out, but it shot out at such a velocity that his plug should have just ripped.
I can't believe his board stayed intact, too. It's
I know.
A lot of comments because it was posted on Kook Slams, and he's not a kook, by the way.
Yeah, he is
definitely not.
He's right over here on the balcony, right by Uncle D's picture, right on the bench here. He's been smiling over here since 8 o'clock.
But he definitely did get slammed. Oh, look at this drop.
Here we go.
Opts to go straight.
I'm not going to call Gabriel a barrel dodger. That was a calculated waterman. Like, no, not this one. Better safe than sorry. We're all about safety first, as the uncles and the Hui contingency watched all these amazing names. Jamie O'Brien, the Florence brothers, Billy Kemper, last year's champion, all talking. And uncles also, what are you guys seeing? Watch it. And they all watched it for an hour or two as we got our 10 o'clock start today. Round 2, I think we're going to run all 8 rounds and then recontinue here tomorrow.
Look here.
Jow.
Nice late drop. Alonzo Correa looking for that double up. Just shoulders off, kicks out.
So there's a lot of that. So these guys got to, play it smart. You don't want to use too much energy on too many lemons, because these waves are not real lemons. They're actually so much energy and power. It takes a lot out of you when you paddle back out. And shout out to White Claw Ohana. Thank you guys for tuning in. And really stoked to have you guys. Hawaii Volcanic Water, Sean Loden and Stephen Freitas, and the White Claw sponsor this year, Ross Kuehu and Jun Yamamura. Thank you. Mahalo, you guys. And I wanted to say on our hats, Isaiah, amazing hats, but I can't help but notice, and we didn't really discuss it, 50th anniversary for Hui O'He'enalu.
50, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And so 1975, 1976, so that season. It's interesting when we're talking about winter seasons, because it's hard to put a year to it, because
50th anniversary, Hui O'He'enalu. Mahalo.
Like this year, the winter season, the surf season was 2024, 2025, right? So we're just, because we just had the new year. But the winter season, of course, starts around November, especially with the surf competitions and things. So 75, 76 winter is when the Hui O'He'enalu is formed. And I was mentioning earlier that that's a very pivotal time in Hawaii's in the Hawaiian community. 75, 76 is also the same year that Hokulea, the voyaging canoe, is
50th year.
Built and
Congratulations, Hokulea.
Likewise, we also have I think it's shortly thereafter, but in that same time period is what's called the occupation of the island of Koho'olave by the Koho'olave 9. So you have what's called the Protect Koho'olave Ohana, where they were trying to stop the military using the island as a target, like for practice. And Koho'olave is one of our islands. It's the smaller of the islands, but nonetheless still has significance to us. So that time period when the Hui, the Hokulea, and the protect the whole Lavi Ohana there. And then also this breeds this time period of reviving Hawaiian language. So oftentimes people refer to that time period as the Hawaiian Renaissance. And so interesting that the Hui is a part of that time period, even though it's not necessarily a concerted effort. Wasn't like, hey, let's all get together. It was just sort of an eruption of
a subtle movement to erupting into something.
And I think it was just it was also a product of the time period globally. So in New Zealand, there are a lot of movements towards restoring language there, and kind of this reassertion of native identity, which for decades prior there was kind of a movement to, it was kind of culturally frowned upon to celebrate your nativeness, and a lot of that people would point to this maybe a sense of a colonial agenda to kind of, I don't know, undermine the native identity.
I hear you.
My grandmother, for example, grew up in an era where it wasn't so cool to identify with her Hawaiianness.
Right.
And she would do weird things like...
And that's sad.
Apparently she'd put paper clips, clothespins on my mom's nose so that her nose wouldn't look Hawaiian, or, people stopped speaking Hawaiian, or my grandmother always wear full clothes. There we go.
Founders, the president.
There's the boys and
Jerome,
girls. Auntie Mohina.
So big. And there's Rich Stevens, Shandog. And that's the scene right there at the Volcom B house. We got three floors of awesomeness, amazing judging panel, and we're here 2025.
I guess the point of that is just to contextualize that by the time the 70s and we were celebrating 50 years, what was happening 50 years ago was there was a change in that mindset where it was like, wait a minute, no, like our identity means something to us, and this renaissance of identification with that coincides with these groups that we're talking about. And the Hui is a part of that, right? The Hui is a part of that experience, and the Hui is also a reaction to the professional surfing that was 1975-76 was also the first world championship title that that came about, and with that came a lot of competition on the North Shore, and so the Hui was in many ways a response to that as well, trying to not be pushed out of the North Shore. Look at this frothy one, Gabriel Villarin looking for the double up.
Oh, it's just a little bit, their heat got a little bit fat. But I just wanted to say for a lot of our new fans out there, if you guys don't know Professor Isaiah Walker, he is an educator, but I wanted to say while we're on the topic, Waves of Resistance. If you guys have not seen his book, a lot of what he talks about here with me and Rocky and Cliff Botello can be found in his amazing book, Waves of Resistance. It's about surfing culture, but then in the book there's so much deeper rooted things that a lot of you guys don't know, and I always try to teach the youth, see who comes before you paves the way. Like, when you get to my age, like, you are full of culture and everything that you absorb knowledge. You don't want to be full of beans.
Yeah, we got a replay here of just trying to hoping that the wave will barrel, but ends up kicking out.
And I wanted to tell the public, Team Peru is next level insane. But right now, we're dealing with Mother Ocean. It doesn't always show up. It doesn't always have these perfect barrels, and that's why they're getting 40 minutes to compete. On the topic of your book, I just wanted to ask you, because last year I sat here with you. You're working on something else.
Yes.
I wanted to see where you were with that.
Right. Recently, actually coming out next month, I wrote a chapter for a book that a lot of us collaborated on at UC San Diego.
Nice.
A crew there that have this conference, and each of us contributed a chapter. So that one's coming out soon.
Good.
Here we go, way out from the second reef, streaming down the line.
Let's go. Setting up. He was just about to man up if anything was in front of him, but there's a couple shoulders they're dealing with. As you can see where the wave imploded, all that whitewater foam, that's where the line of the wave took. And these guys, there is no side of backdoor today. It is pipeline, and it is sketchy pipeline. And I just love this dynamic of this event to get our athletes in the water more, surf more, progress the sport, but we also get to watch as fans. You know what I mean? These guys are just getting started. So some of your favorites that aren't putting on the performance you want them to, you're going to see them coming up in the later days. And I mean, the forecast is amazing, and all these characters and watermen here in these yards, pulling it apart, discussing what we got. It's just a great new year, and it's a good day to be a surfer.
Sure.
And if you just were watching and thinking about going surfing and buying nice equipment and stuff, make sure that you guys take the proper precautions and get a surf lesson. Learn from the world's best. Gabriel Villarin.
Highlines that one. Looking for the barrel. A lot of foam on this one.
Nicely surfed for
punching through the back.
How skitsy it is out there. A lot of foam.
I know we're keeping a close eye on the wind. The winds have been from the south, and we're just a little conscientious of it shifting more west. And because if it shifts west, it'll get a little bumpy like it did last night. But nice. As you see this one, takes a drop, high lines here, looking for that barrel, and then opts to punch out through the back. Hopefully he made it through the back.
Yeah, there's a sense of separation right where he thought he was going to get that apex barrel. It split out and went a little bit out to gum. So here we go.
Yeah, it's always cool when on the broadcast when we talk about surfing and history, and I get the chance to. I always kind of look forward to. I mean, this is
I love it.
My
taught me
my normal
tons.
job, but this is something that it's fun to get out to the community. Some of the stories and stuff that I've written about and studied. But yeah, I've had people come up to me like, "Oh, I listened to you and I bought your book. Can you sign it?" Kind of fun to engage with people that wouldn't normally it would be students in my classroom or in the academia or in university conferences and things. But it's cool that got a lot of viewers and listeners who are getting access to this information as well.
I wanted to introduce you to Stevie's dad. He's part of the Volcom team from the wild days here at the Volcom houses during Bruce Irons. Kaleo Roberson.
Yeah.
He just moved. He just has a amazing piece of land in Maui, and he has a story about a king that passed away there on his land. So there's a lot of mana and a lot of that Hawaiian juju.
Yeah.
So I was going to bring you over. I don't see him over here this year. Oh, you got to catch up with him
last year. He's a cool
awesome
guy for sure.
Yeah, super cool because I got to talk about on the live announcer mic because I seen, looking at Kaimana Henry and them, Justin Roberson is one of the guys, talking about all the innovating and creating here in Hawaii. Justin Roberson, right at the same time in San Diego, California, OC, Matt Archibald, all the guys starting to get in the air.
Yeah.
Justin Roberson was doing those backside aerial grabs. So it is like you had the word for it, that argument of originality.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you as a local boy, that guy was busting airs in the wind, and that's where it transcends into guys like Steve Cooney, rest in love. You get Matt Miola and all these amazing guys, just aerialists next level, but not scared to get barreled. So
yeah, Maui has been a really cool place for that because they have so many different disciplines of windsurfing and kite surfing.
Yeah.
And Ho'okipa, very windy place, but they managed to get really creative out there. And
Super.
And so using the wind to their advantage in the air has been something they've been really good at it. So I agree with you. Even innovation of like strapping in on surfboards and doing flips and stuff. And,
it's crazy.
And foiling, and it seems like Maui has always been kind of that kind of kipuka or a place of fostering that kind of innovation.
They have their own shapers and they have their own innovation. I love it. Yeah, it's real interesting.
Speaking of Maui and surfers over there, you've seen Ty Simpson Kane. He's a young Hawaiian from Maui, and
radical.
Actually,
his sister's an awesome
related.
athlete
We're
as well.
both from the Helekunihi family.
Okay.
But that wipeout that he had was insane.
I watched it a few
Peahi.
times. Yeah.
But even the successful waves that he made were incredible. So when the eddy was going off, and everybody was all eyes were on Waimea, there was a crew of Maui boys out there at
Peahi was going off,
owning it.
Here we go, almost getting that paddle. And let me tell you, man, if you want to get into a pipe bomb today, you got to paddle like our fallen brother, Mr. Sion Malowski. That big back gator paddle, that big wave paddle to get you locked in and ready to go. So, yeah, just sitting here at the Volcom House, live like Sion. Shout out to Susie and the Ohana and the kids. But 9:08 left to go. These guys are all in line right on the inside of the outer boil. So,
yep.
And one Peruvian wants to take a 20-yard paddle in, and then just notices his brothers. More whitewash out the back. Thank you to Zone Media. Excellent job, Alex and the crew. Been super stoked. Don't forget, they're part of Roku TV, Apple TV, and amazing things coming in the near future.
Oh, my goodness. So much for a slowdown.
Oh, no. Yeah. What? She said it was mellowing out. I told you she's going to be back. But, yeah, hey, thanks for the big mahalo to the Hui O'He'inalu members. And thank you to CMC Productions, Chance, Kakashan, and Eli Kreutz and the boys. And go give us a follow at the Hui Official and at the Hui O'He'inalu North Shore. And you can follow CMC Media on Instagram. But, yeah.
Beautiful drone shots of the aftermath of that big wave. When it comes through, you see the water gets all bubbly and foamy from the white water that we call it that washed through. And then
not easy to paddle through, brother.
Yeah, and hard to ride too. We call them frothy or foamy ones.
And you guys know, in board design, every little concave, little things like that all pick up currents, change your paddling ability.
Beautiful shot. I love the drone shots. We're looking towards Kahuku Point. Right up some of those hills and the mountains. There's what I love about our Hawaiian history too is oftentimes it's embedded in the landscape. We talked about ki'i, or these petroglyphs, right?
Yep.
So the logo that the Hui uses comes from an ancient petroglyph that was drawn into rocks. And in Hawaii, prior to the 1700s, there wasn't a written language, but they did draw stories in these ki'i, these stories of. And so anyway, this logo that we're wearing on our hats that come from the logo of the Hui O'He'inalu is a depiction of Hawaiians surfing in ancient.
Written in stone.
In stone.
Blood in, blood out.
But also a lot of the stories that we know about are embedded within the landscape.
Peru in the house.
There we go.
Aloha, Peru.
Peruvian pride.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, while we're on the petroglyph thing, I'm all into board design, part of the Thunderbolt family. In the boards that you're telling me about in ancient Hawaii and as we progress surfing, do you have a log? Did they write or draw something like that, like their quiver? Like I have all my amazing boards online and slide the mouse. Did the Hawaiians collect this? Because I've watched Pohaku Stone. It is no joke. He goes into the woods in Kauai. They get the tree. They do it from scratch. I heard guys give up. Once the tree gets to where it needs to be, guys are on the plane home. Pohaku does it from the full.
Right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know, did any of these shapers or anything have like a log and keep track of their carpentry skills?
They did, but not written log. But but keep so.
Do you have something because you have a lot of historic history?
Right.
Do you have something?
Well, we have stuff in archives where we actually have the boards themselves, right?
Okay.
So, a lot of times people would, like today, people attach themselves, have a kind of a relationship with you're saying like your favorite board. You get a board and you sort of feel like you have a connection to it. That process was even more intense in Hawaiian culture because you would, like you're saying, you'd identify the tree first, you'd fall that tree, you'd carve the wood, and you'd bring out basically that board from the tree, and then you would identify. They would name certain boards have names to them that even in our histories, they would, and not just like, oh, this is my shortboard. It's like, no, this is, name it. Like it would have a personal identity, and oftentimes people would bury themselves with their artifacts. So somebody who's important, when they were buried, they would be buried with their artifact.
Any surfers just buried with their quiver?
Yeah.
Sheesh. And you just gave me a great idea before it goes off the top of my head.
You want your board in your casket?
No. these boards that you're talking about, I just feel, where we're going in the future. Let's take a look at the past. You've watched the acid board test with David Rostovich. Well, let's get an ancient Hawaiian quiver all the way down to the shortest board and have an amazing athlete like Cliff Kopono or something. Boom. That half-an-hour program would be radical because we're taking a step.
And it is cool. They've had, there's been more displaying of some of these surfboards in different museums. Bishop Museum has a great collection of surfboards.
Like a whole surfing area. I need to take the kids back over there.
Well, with the museum, they have rotating displays, Okay. And a couple years ago, they had all their surfboards out. Okay. They had a full surfing exhibit.
Should be a waterman exhibit.
Recently in Arizona, there was a surfboard exhibit where they're doing a surfing history exhibit there. What we need, and which we've been talking about actually with some folks who are involved with the Hawaii Tourism Authority, is like conversations about like, hey, Hawaii doesn't really have a standing surf museum.
No, it doesn't.
It'd be cool to kind of do that. So
we've been setting off light bulbs. Like I can walk into a room and there's a whole section of ancient Hawaii, modern Hawaiian. There you are in your OGA shirt, ready to just educate. I see it. And
we've been in talks with the Polynesian Culture Center where they're looking to have a surfboard exhibit. But we do have artifacts. We do have old surfboards. Some people have, collected them on their own.
Right.
Guys like Tom Pohaku, he's making them and riding them, which is cool. So you have, artifacts from ancient times, but you also have stuff that's being made today and being ridden. But if you haven't been to the Bishop Museum before, to our listeners, please take that opportunity. It's an incredible place, great resources, and one of the boards that's always out is Duke Hanamoku's board, and I believe also Princess Kaiulani has a board that's always out. And there's also some holua sled, and there's an exhibit. You see images of Tom Pohaku riding the holua sled because surfers of Old Hawaii also surfed on land.
I never done that, but
Look
I
at
remember
this
the
mountain.
locomotion.
Whoa.
Oh, floater that, my brother.
Floater drop.
Airdrop floater.
So a holua sled is he'e holua is basically to slide down a mountain on a he'e or a surf craft that's
not even
meant for
8
land.
inches wide.
It's really
it
narrow.
seems, yeah.
And it looks like
your feet are bigger.
A sled,
Have you done it with Pohaku?
I have, but just on small hills.
Okay, because I'll never forget that commercial of him going down. I think that was his son or his nephew.
Yeah, and he's done it before, like at Turtle Bay, which is now Ritz-Carlton, but they set up like a track where he would,
How would that thing work on snow up in the Big Island?
Probably go super fast.
No, I mean a little bit too fast. I mean that thing's a rocket. Yeah. You're gonna have to have.
But they did it mostly. Plan. I mean, it wasn't just for snow. It was mostly on lava rock.
Yeah, but you're not telling me back in the old Hawaiian days, the Hawaiians went all the way up to the snow caps.
For
possibly.
Sure. Yeah, I mean it was a sacred site it wasn't like everyone.
I was wondering if they partake,
but
because I know a lot of Hawaiians here right now never seen snow, and I want to take them and blow their mind because it's neat to watch local boys just chirp out on the snow. So that is some amazing history.
Yeah, I mean going up to Mauna Kea is a very special experience. There's definitely a mana to the place, and of course that's also why a lot of Kia'i was protective of it, of developing even more on there. There's already several telescopes up there, but yeah, Mauna Kea is a beautiful place. If you haven't been up there before, it's very special.
Right on. Well, I've been noticing that these guys have difficult pipeline to surf. It's a bit slabby, and it's hanging on the inside of them. There are some tubes, but they're very rare doggy doors as these guys are real paddling into the scoop with 5 seconds left to go, gang. And we'll be moving on into Team North Shore Boys with Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Claude Grace. And let's go to break really quick, and we'll be back, Isaiah, with more pipeline action.
Stay with us.
Aloha. That was a scary one, because after he jumped off, he got pressed down 5 feet and probably got killed.
The 2025 The Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors. North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
What's up, guys? It's lunchtime and aloha. Welcome back to day 2 of In Memory of Duke Kahanamoku. This is the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon, we're shooting out into 2025, and we got the North Shore boys, some of your childhood friends, brother.
Yes, sir. Ezra Rodriguez on the mic as well. Heat number 4, the North Shore boys. Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olson, Jamie O'Brien, and Conrad Carr joining the team there. Oh, we do have Baron Mamiya, so we're going to replace Conrad Carr and put in Baron Mamiya, my man, Barrel and Baron.
He's
Mamiya.
back. WSL on tour.
Hey, I want to give a shout out. Yes, he is. I want to give a shout out to Austin from South Wales, UK.
Wow, UK.
Hey, guys, you can tune in and send us messages if you want. Ezra, you got your Instagram handled. Mine is Rocky Cannon. Cannon with one N, like the camera. Rocky, like the point that is in the, not in that shot right there, but if you pan left, Rocky Point is there. Rocky Cannon is my Instagram. And Austin, he's got a question about the backwash. This is from yesterday, so I'm catching up here. So Austin, thanks for your patience, brother. And we, how big are the sand particles as we watch Baron Mamiya negotiating this very foamy, frothy wave, weaving around some of his competitors, almost like driver's ed back in the day, with the avoiding the cones and the obstacles, but
gear shifting.
Live action, getting around the corner. That is Billy Kemper, I believe. That looks like brother Billy.
Yeah, Billy Kemper got a really good slabby one yesterday.
Could have been Eli Olson. We have to get that was Eli Olson. Very similar technique there from Eli, but
all brothers.
Billy and Eli spent a lot of time surfing together. That was Eli Olson looking good on that pipeline wave. And Austin, how coarse is the sand? The sand is very coarse here.
Yeah,
we got big grains.
You got big grains, bro.
It is gobbled up coral from the uhu, from the parrotfish.
Yeah.
And then comes out the okole. They poop the sand, bro. I'm not kidding you, bro. And so that's how our sand has been formed over millennials. But it is very coarse, big grains of sand.
North Shore
just
sand.
to talk you through there, Austin. And look at this replay.
Oh, belly ride.
He went all the way down to the bottom of the wave on his belly. Still made it around the corner. So that was actually really a good recovery.
Really good recovery. Eli, heavy athlete. And Austin, you lay on the sand on the North Shore. It's one of the stickiest sands, with the beautiful salt water infused in it. It's hard to get off. And here we go. Eli trying to get a vision, pocket ride. This guy's no stranger to boosting a backside air, but that's not needed in this event as these guys are just going for the barrels with 35.22 remaining. And UK, shout out to the Skinner legacy. Brother Ben and Lucas Skinner. I know Lucas put in some time this winter at Backdoor and Pipeline. And
we also got another viewer from UK, Dave Hunt.
Dave Hunt.
Thanks for tuning in, bro, yet again. And just wanted to let us know he's 2 miles in the UK from Captain Cook's birthplace.
Wow.
So little tie into history there. Thanks for tuning in, Dave. We appreciate it.
The United Kingdom.
And keep the messages coming. We're going to switch over, not to the email, but we're going to switch over to Instagram now.
Oh.
I'm up to date, bro.
You're up to date. You stay grabbing.
I stay. Rocky Cannon on Instagram.
Don't worry, he's
send me a
scrolling.
message, and we'll get you guys shout-outs on air when we can. 34 minutes remaining in this heat, and we'll do our best to keep up with all the questions that you might have. We had a question yesterday, and I sent you guys. I don't know if you addressed it, but there's about a 2-minute warning to like stop the heat and wait for the last hurrah of waves. And
Yeah,
that was
I
a great point.
but-
But with our time frame here and Mother Nature being unpredictable, that would be a difficult thing. But it's a nice idea. I appreciate
It is a nice idea, but I
appreciate the input for sure.
I think Kelly tried that. You know, you wait for the waves, but there's other heats in the day, and if you play on Mother Ocean, we're going to be here till 8:30,
Yeah,
baby.
yeah.
But that was great. And then the other question was, where do you surf after Pipeline? I said a home-cooked breakfast meal with my girls is the best, healthiest. But you can also, I like to go support Haliva Cafe, Mr. Duncan.
Yeah.
You know, the memorabilia and stuff. But for me, anywhere on the North Shore, support local.
Yeah, and Sean, was asking about becoming a sponsor. We'll get you those information to you. Sean, thank you for tuning in. And Chris Marson was talking about, having a clock stop for the 2-minute warning, which is a nice idea. But like we said, Mother Nature is so unpredictable. But really cool input, you guys. Keep it coming. We love the interaction, and we love that, we've got viewers from across the globe.
Everywhere.
I don't know what time it is in the UK, but man, you guys must be up late or up early, or I don't know.
But to answer that, you being born on the shores of North Shore and a pipeline surfer, and you can answer these guys. There is, when there's big wave spots like Waimea, Pipeline, and Teochopo, they turn off. And they can turn off for almost an hour, I heard, right? So.
Yeah, we're going to take you down to the beach. Mahina is standing by with Cristobal de Cole. Take it away, Mahina.
Hey guys, Mahina here with Cristobal de Cole from Team Peru. I know that you guys had a really challenging heat yesterday where it was the last heat of the day. It got really, really crazy, and I feel like it was similar conditions, but you managed to find one. Just talk us through that wave.
Well, actually, yesterday was the hardest heat we ever been through. Seeing Pipeline that gnarly and windy was very heavy, but interesting as well. And today was much cleaner, so we saw more opportunities that we could go. And Stoke, I got one really nice drop and a pull in that I got the vision, and it's nice to start that way this contest with that barrel.
Well, that's super good to hear, and I know that you're a Volcom team rider, and I've been seeing you many, many years coming here to the North Shore, and you've been very blessed and lucky to have the Volcom house and been staying here. So how good is your pigeon?
Well, I feel I am true to this sport, and I think Volcom is a brand that represents that vibe of like the Hui as well, and just being part of this event, and Hawaii is a dream come true, being part of this living.
Well, that's amazing to hear, and hopefully we get a little bit more better, like cleaner conditions and more barrels and more opportunities for your teammates. And can we get one last Chihu?
Chihu to everyone. Keep in tune. This is the best show in the world, and we are giving our best. Enjoy it.
Okay, thank you guys. This is Mahina from the Beach Cam, and up to you guys.
Mahalo, Mahina. Great words and nice enthusiasm there from Cristobal de Cole.
Peru
such a great camaraderie with the Peruvian surfers. And, they had a tough heat just now. They've had a tough heat yesterday. But you know what? Because that's why. Because a couple years ago, they had the best heat I think I've ever seen.
I remember that.
In this event. Where it went from kind of conditions like we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
And it, like you said, turned on. Somebody flipped the switch. Yeah. Bruh. It went
cones,
just
pipe.
8 to 10, glassy, slide offshore. Those guys, again, like Chicken Skin talking about them too right now, was bombing, and those guys were just on point. So, Pipeline is the kind of place where you're going to get yours. You got to give back. You got to be patient.
Be ready to go.
There's going to be all conditions thrown at you, but they definitely had one of the best heats of my personal memory that I've seen in the water.
One of mine as well.
For this event and any event. So Peruvians, you guys are tough.
It was heavy.
You guys are prepared for everything, and we're so glad to have you guys here. Mahalo and gracias. Thank you.
Yeah, good to have you guys. You guys are ohana, put in your time, and friends to the end. So Billy Kemper out there already has a nice wave. Kala Grace looking for a few more good rides. Eli Olsen with a beautiful ride in the first round, and Jamie O'Brien, he had a hard time catching one yesterday, and this is JOB. He said close intervals. He kind of got stuck a little bit outside, so he's looking to capitalize in the second round. And, you know, some of these guys that didn't have a good first and second round, there's still a lot of stuff to go in the event. So,
yeah, plenty of surfing to be done. Lots of swell on the way. We're going to have, you know, a lot of options to choose from. You know, the wind is going to be a factor. Here's J.O.B.
rolling in.
And a little high five
you
right
see
there. That was so cool.
Oh, bro.
And rolling into this inside section. What's it going to do?
He did a little sear chop, and now he's at the bottom of the berm. He's like, come on, guy.
Yeah, the wave just
combobulated.
Not really cooperating, but a nice-looking ride and just fun to watch J.O.B. in action. And
a lot
the
of
crowd
traversing
on the beach, very appreciative to see J.O.B. live in person. I know probably about half of that beach is following his Instagram.
They're sending you DMs on
checking out his channel. So, yeah, hit us up, Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez on Instagram, and we'll get our messages out to you. Here you go, replay of J.O.B.
Yeah.
There's the high five right there.
Love
awesome
it.
slow-mo with the replay. Good timing.
Zone
really
media in the
appreciate the production quality, you guys. Amazing job behind the scenes. And then J.O.B. looking to get behind the curtain, but did not really find any entry. Just toying with it, checking it out, feeling it out. And the highlight of that wave, obviously, the high five.
Yeah, good work, everybody. Yeah, I know. I love it. J.O.B. in the house. Stay psyched. And he's also does surf lessons.
Yeah,
up
check
your
out
side.
J.O.B. We work side by side
Shout
over
out.
at Turtle Bay at the
Turtle
Ritz-Carlton
Bay.
now. And he has a great crew, including Jake Maki and guys like that.
Oh, that's good.
Kaine Hunt works with him also.
Might as well learn how to surf from
And
the best.
really a solid crew there. So shout out to the J.O.B. Stay Psyched surf crew.
Yep.
I operate alongside them with my dog surfing, with my outrigger canoe, and different kids activities that I do. So we're always collaborating. It's so fun being with a crew of guys and girls that know what they're doing out
Big
there
time.
and work so well with our guests. You know, surfing is the most narcissistic sport to where it's all about you, right?
Yeah,
and then
it
you go
can
to
be.
teach surfing.
Yeah.
You have to release all of that and give your utmost,
Big
energy
time.
and attention to
Exuberate
a
that.
person who has no knowledge of the ocean.
Exactly.
And they're relying on you heavily. So I give a lot of credit to all of you folks at JOB Surf at Turtle Bay and Ritz-Carlton. Thank you guys for the great job you guys do. Scotty and the crew always doing really nice work with our guests. And
Take lessons from real surfers. And,
it is funny, man. Like, when I first started doing that, it was almost like you're learning how to surf all over again, but in a different
teaching
form.
to teach.
Teaching to teach, yeah. It's really stepping out of your own usual existence where you're like, everything's about you in the water. I want this wave, I want that wave, my wave. And then it's like, oh, man, I'm out here. It's a different approach.
Yeah.
So,
Learning to surf.
Thank you.
Learning to surf from, a waterman is very key. There's a lot of people out there with blue cards that don't know how to surf their way out of a wet paper bag.
What's a blue card again?
Oh, yeah. When you're at a waterman status, you're above and beyond. But
that
yes.
is a surf lesson certification. Yeah, that
certified.
We're talking about.
Get a certified surfer to teach you everything.
Yeah, hey,
it's
I
important,
say, bro.
bro.
Shout out to your pops, bro. Uncle
Sam.
Sam.
Waikiki Beach Boys,
Such the
love
man,
you.
bro.
Jeez, thank you.
Sam Rodriguez,
I remember
Uncle
Mom
Sam.
and Dad. Rest in love to your pops. Sino Magallanes, surfer, shaper, legend here on the North Shore. They used to drop you off at the circle that wasn't Hula Mount, and you and Dayton Segundo, Bruce Irons,
bro.
Andy, the whole town and country
It's like a
team.
clown car.
Oh, my gosh.
In the back of the truck, we all pile out.
We were a gnarly
10
gang
strong.
from every side of the island, man.
So much fun.
Coaches like Hans Siedemann, Sonny
Rocky
Garcia.
Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez brought us from young kid days, and glad to be here bringing you guys this action. And,
Hell yes. Mahalo for having me.
It's been a really testy kind of day.
It is.
From the morning, getting started at 10 o'clock, we were, on, off, call, maybe, stand by this, and then finally pulled the trigger at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
There were some keepers to be had by heat number 2. That was New Earth Project.
Yeah.
Luke Tima, Shaded Bucaro.
Tima.
Ivan had one in heat 1. And you can see the ruffle and the little bit of texture from the westerly winds right now. But like we said, pipe pretty resilient in its ability to hold that shape, keep the barrel going. Yeah. It is just kind of about the swell direction right now and the size that's making it quite difficult for the surfers
the
to
cherry
find
one, bro.
those pukas.
Yeah, the pukas, the cherry one, that scoop. Oh.
So this was from a wave during Heat 2, Luke Tima, right at the buzzer. So he was on fire, finding the rhythm. And
you seen that buck bump he just rode over?
Oh, he was so stoked coming out of that one.
I'm so stoked for him.
I like his interview where he shouted out to Mom, and Mahina was like, how's Mom? And, you know, speaking of parents and watching your kids surf pipe, you know, my mom is so much more happy that I'm sitting up here and I'm not sitting on my board out there.
She used to drop you off. You would surf 4 times a day.
And, you know, even when I was, you know, driving myself around, she'd always like, call me when you get in, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Just because it's a place like that where
big time.
She hears sirens, you know, and she's like, oh, yeah, you know, at
Mom's
the house.
still surfing, getting in the water?
At Cavella Bay, she likes riding in the canoe. That's more the speed now, you know, catching waves, water patrol.
Hawaiian
you guys,
sleigh ride.
mahalo, doing a bang-up, excellent job as always, but these conditions are just crazy treacherous.
Massive.
So it is expert operating, great grabbing, coordination between operator and grabber and surfer all has to work out just right to make a good grab and rescue like that right there. And trying to get an ID on that fella. That's Kamakani. That's Mr. Forsyth.
Yeah, Kamakani Forsyth.
Dad, Captain Tene, used to work for back in District 4 a long time ago, and got a Nalu shredding longboards, and
he just won medals in the canoe.
Oh, nice. Oh, no, in
guy
the canoe
is
too.
hot.
All right.
Yeah.
That's JOB right there.
Oh wow! I hope he's okay.
He's just looked like he had a broken leash, maybe. Yep, the leash is all pow. It's just a wristwatch right now.
He's got
No
his
use
float
for that.
suit on. You know, as iconic as JOB is, you can see that it's big and waves of consequence. He's got his float suit on. That's when JOB is serious. You know.
Yeah, 22 minutes remaining, and still got time to get another board or grab his board, grab another leash, get back out with Hawaiian Water Patrol. Look at all that turbulence and froth and soup. It is just a real bubble bath out there right now.
Yep, the different kind of bubble bath.
Oh, bro. Undesirable. No rubber duckies out there today.
Yeah, there is no rubber duckies. Ernie and Bert, far away.
Bert and Ernie.
Beautiful.
We've got Billy and Eli, Kala and Jamie, and Barron out there to be naming some friends.
We discussed Barron yesterday. We were thinking maybe he was taking a little bit of time off because he is a world tour surfer, and
he'll be surfing in the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Yeah, so you know there's a lot to think about as you're an endorsed surfer getting paid to do the tour. You have to think about your body. There's been some injuries over here. This is a heritage contest where every surfer wants to be a part of this and be a part of the proving grounds. But like you said yesterday, Barron has nothing to prove. He's already done that, but I think he couldn't take his eyes off of his team or his friends.
Right, and you know, the relationship he has with Pipeline is obviously very special. And having a time to surf out here with 4 of your friends is something that you don't get a lot of chances to do except for this event. And, you know,
he picked one of the gnarlier days.
I'm surprised to see him out here. You know, it's gnarly, but, you know, he
day.
Definitely is pacing himself. Yeah. You know, not getting too crazy. And, you know, if he finds the one, he'll take it. But he's not forced, you know, to try to catch one if it's not there, you know. Yeah. Don't force it if it ain't there. Yeah. Right?
Well, none of our Hui uncles are out there in the heat like, bro, you better go, bro. You know those days. You know when Braden Diaz or somebody sends you, you got to go, man. You getting gifted this amazing package that can change your life. But everybody's out there surfing. But a pipe wave can change, you know, the most humblest surfer's life.
Yeah, one great wave can do wonders. And one great wipeout can be the end of it all. So it's a roll of the dice and a very, very tricky, risky game to play. There's JOB, and he'll be on his way back out, and we'll check out a replay of JOB bailing. The first wave just dwarfs the screen, and then he had to bail off, and that's what broke his leash. And Kamakani got in there to get the smooth pickup, and he was right. Kamakani was right on it, and so keen eye and right place, right time.
Yeah, Makaha
Amazing
boy.
technique, and the west side meets the north shore right there.
You know it, the collaboration. Super cool. He just had a baby luau. Kamakani Froise, congratulations.
Yeah.
You and Chelsea.
Big Papa.
Yeah. Oh, first female lifeguard lieutenant to Chelsea Bizik. Let's go,
Hey,
girl.
all right. They're a lifeguard Ohana. I like it.
You're also
like
part
it
of
a
that
lot.
lifeguard Ohana, but you've been really busy. You know, you're a jack of all trades, realty, surf lessons, so that took
I
you
had
up to Turtle Bay.
A final walkthrough happening at one of my listings down in
Good
Haleiwa
stuff, brother.
today. So
Congratulations.
I was ready to do it all today, but jack
Yep.
of all trades, master of fun.
Oh, I know, and I remember when we was young, in front of the Hyatt Waikiki, you're managing a band.
Check it out.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
I did dabble in some talent management, and look at this talent managing a wave. Eli Olsen, I believe,
Yeah,
that is him. Looking
navigating
nice
slice.
and strong on that wave, but waiting for it to develop, being very patient, working with it, and then finally it did not happen.
It
so
did not
he jumps
happen.
off. I want to say what's up to Billy Anderson. And Billy is now in Nicaragua. Wow. Billy, Finn, Jess, and Sean, Aaron, Auntie Debs. Oh, yeah, you guys. Wow. You guys are in Nicaragua? No way.
Never been, Rock?
I have been once.
Amazing sandbars up there.
And, okay. So, you guys, I'm wondering where you're at because you're just like Maui, Nicaragua, and then in Jacksonville. That's where my Jacksonville roots come from. That's
All
where my
right.
bleeding teal, baby, for the Jaguars who suck. But this guy, Eli, does not suck. He is a very amazing, talented surfer. Just didn't get the wave to cooperate. So that is one thing that Eli was waiting for was that barrel right there, but it closed out. But love you guys.
Wow,
Sharon,
Jacksonville.
Sean, Aaron.
Hey, by the
Auntie
way,
Debbie, you guys, please
Florida.
say how's it to everybody. North Florida represent.
Yeah, don't forget, Florida's got the Surf Expo.
Oh, look at that.
Coming up. Wow,
Limited
beautiful
beach
shot.
seating with the high surge of waves, and us in the big Volcom house. We got the team set up on the scaffolding, judges, everybody. But Iolani Adams in the Volcom yard with
And
the
they got a
scaffolding.
green light or traffic light right there.
Oh,
It's
green
showing
means
green.
go, bro.
Oh, you know. And our beautiful artwork from Jack Soren, the Soren Legacy. Mahalo. He was down here signing posters. Today we have a little bit of beach. All of our stuff is getting sold at Ehukai. Go look for the Hui o He'inalu tents with the black and the red and yellow insignia.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, and these palm trees. I love the shadows of the palm trees casting over the beach.
Yeah, very iconic view, and then you see the reef being exposed at the shoreline. That is what awaits the surfers below if they should make an error or the wave. You know, sometimes it's not your fault, Rob. The wave is just so nuts.
No, it is.
You can do everything your best and the right way, and the wave still will be just no. I'm the boss.
Yeah.
Whack you upside the head.
And the pro surfers, they get to make the decision as a tribe. They all talked, and Uncle Eddie said, "What? Ready?" And we're a go.
Gotta say what's up. More Jacksonville love to Dane Jeffries. We'll see you soon, hopefully, bro.
Yeah.
And always shredding. Whenever there's any waves in Jacks, Dane is out there. He's
a lot of
shredder, bro.
Hawaii is going to head up there to the Surf Expo pretty soon.
Oh, is that what's going on?
That's going to go on if we're running Wednesday and Thursday, I heard. But you guys go check out all the families up there. Go check out my friends over there at booth 553. And, go check out the tribe. I remember going to trade shows with all you guys young. Trade shows are different nowadays. I don't think any of the pro surfers are going to fly out. Man, used to be giant parties over there.
I got my first glimpse of Dennis Rodman in the flesh.
Oh, at a Surf Expo.
Long Beach,
Bruh. Yep. The ones in San Diego had Macho Man Randy Savage and Jason Maggs, your brother. Everybody was like, snap into a Slim Jim. He got so irritated by Sunday, he wanted to chase after surfers in the Marriott lobby.
And wring their necks.
Oh, wring their neck. But, he's walking down with two wahines. He's going to get harassed, man. We're a bunch of surfers.
Oh,
it's
bro,
crazy.
that's classic.
And
So
your brother, awesome, man. Oh, good stuff. A lot of milky white water and two swells colliding into each other.
Yeah, the north direction, the west direction. A lot of these waves are a little bit straight, angle right at the shore. So a closeout is the result of that. But we've seen some, westerly angles that have held open, but just that nice wall with the barrel is what the surfers are looking for. And they've been somewhat elusive. We've had a few surfers that have scored today, which, it makes the day worth it if you can get a few.
Yeah.
Overall in this
Big
round
time.
too. So we're in round heat number 4, so we're almost halfway through the round. Coming up next will be Team Snapped 5. Heat 6 will be Team Japan. Heat number 7, North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. And then rounding out this second day of competition, round 2, will be Team Volcom. As Mason Ho is in that next team, Team Snapped 5.
Nice choice of boards, always riding a little bit more foam than others.
More foam and more fins.
Yeah.
The 4-fin banger. Watch your head down there, bro.
Right. Maybe not the safest place to ride behind your broad on a...
Mahalo, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Can't say enough. The great job that they're doing.
Amazing.
Finn, Mason wisely turns his fin to the outside.
Yeah, that's water, man. Yeah, exactly. You see, yeah. See all that good gentleman sportsmanship and just
awareness,
straight
overall.
Awareness and competence. Something so important that needs to get back instilled into our surfing community. It's been a little crazy out there, guys. Respect your kapuna, your aunties and uncles, the people that came before you. They put in so much time in the kai that they sit on the outside, and just realize that, surf culture and etiquette, super key ingredients to have ultimate fun. We're in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, and mahalo to Keiki Beach Bungalows, as you can see them down there.
Yep.
It must be how big do you think the shore break is in front of?
Probably quite large today, just good for viewing.
Yeah.
From the safety of the Keiki Bungalow yard and hammocks that are set up there.
Brother Greg must feel the vibrations right there on the hammocks of the property at Keiki Beach.
Oh, guarantee.
Place gets large.
Soothing sounds of the pounding surf, always a delight at the Keiki Beach Bungalow. And then take a little stroll down the bike path to Foodland the other way.
It's right there, yeah. It's right a perfect location.
And then, you come out in the summer, it is just a little dreamland around there. Sharks Cove, beautiful fish. It's like almost like the North Shore turns into like Lake North Shore.
It's magic. You get less characters loitering.
And just so inviting.
It is.
In all aspects.
It is.
When you come in the winter, just be on your game, your P's and Q's, be safe. But always so great to watch events like this. And these competitors and these surfers are so talented and put on such a great show that it's worth coming out, Come every season. Come check it out during fall one time. Come check it out during winter another time. Come during summer.
We're waiting for you, bro. We're waiting.
Get the nice fill of seasons on the North Shore, and all the the temperature's going to be about the same. It's going to be blue skies and sunny.
This is our winter. Don't mind if we're wearing jackets and beanies. Kala. Let Kala in, please. I just want him to just slow down in the tube like he does.
Yeah.
And just miraculous appear.
Well, he got a perfect 12 a few years ago.
Yes, he did.
And then the following year, he nearly died. And so he has seen the most glorious moment of pipe, and then has had the most horrifying moment happen. And that is a textbook description, or what can happen here at Pipe. You're just on the top of the world for a moment, and then you're fighting for your life. Here's Barron looking for a barrel from the second reef on like a skimboard, I think.
And Barron knows best. He's taking waves to take a look at what he can come up with.
Yeah, and there's moments, or there's like some time on the outside where you can, you can play with it, catch it, look at it, and get out without any harm, before riding it too long and feel it out. So there is a bit of, You can try before you buy, so to speak.
Yes,
You know?
try before you buy.
Do a little test.
Right, everybody like free. They like save their stuff. They don't like break their stuff.
So you do a little test drive from the outside and then check it out and like, I don't like this one.
Jamie on the head again.
Oh man, he is spending a lot of time underwater.
Sheesh, guy got third place last year in the individual main event, winning 15 grand. And
He's won this event before, and
yes,
he's one of our surfers who's won every pipe event.
Yeah,
when you include the Pipe Pro, the Pipe Masters, and this backdoor shootout, so has completed the pipeline trifecta. And he just could not get in the right spot and then got sucked over a little bit or maybe didn't, but he got pulled in far enough where the next wave really caught him inside. So J.O.B., one of the best in the business.
Best in the business.
Just
still together.
Getting a little shuffled around in the lineup right now.
Yeah, as tense as he is, he just broke a leash on that other previous wave before the last one. But he's going to get back out into the lineup as we're looking to see Billy Kemper go on one.
8 minutes and 10 seconds. You see the clock graphic in your top left corner of your screen, and look at the drone shot panning across the lineup. Seeing a lot of texture, a lot of movement, from the backwash, from the previous waves. All that reverb is really
I like that
making
angle.
it challenging, you know.
You've seen this drone. It looks like a war drone. It looks like it maybe could get through the lipid pipeline, but they're not designed for that yet. They're not designed for that yet.
Drone barrel.
Oh, how's Mokalia side rock? That kind of conditions today. It's not. It's not.
It's blowing a little bit west right now. So do your geographical assessment. It's offshore over there, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. But we can never say it's too windy. Our friends from Maui are like, what, wind?
Yeah, this is Maui
crazy.
glass, bro.
Called Diamond Head Sandy Beach windy, where Isaiah's from. It's always windy, but Maui boys are like, what? It's not wind. You got Billy Kemper out there in his red board shorts talking to his teammate. Billy Kemper had a great showing yesterday with a pipe bomb that factors in, I believe, into my personal top 8 of what I've seen, right, Rock?
Right. Yeah, we don't have a list of all
of
but
we got
yet,
old school memory.
But it's locked and loaded.
We kind of want to keep the
bank.
scores away from the athletes because then they start trying to do their math and coming up. And it's always good to see where you are as a team and stuff like that, but it's also a great surprise as well as we got the live computers up on the 3rd floor at the Volcom B House. And shout out to the Chandlers, all of you guys watching over there. Excellent performance yesterday. And your little brother Kala on the longboard taking Dwayne DeSoto, his dad's spot, and taking the win.
Yeah.
That was rad.
Really
that thing went viral last night. Growing up in the longboard industry and just loving watching everybody do their thing. That kid got 2 legitimate barrels for the longboard. Baron.
That's Eli.
Eli, yes.
Oh, come on, Eli. Keep going,
Come
bro.
on, Eli.
That thing was just so
Wow.
heavy.
What a good read up into that bowl, and then he locks it in, and then he dropped down, and Eli was very close.
I mean, it was looks like maybe a broken board. Yep. Board broke. Here's Baron or Billy? Baron. Barrel and Baron. My
Reaching.
man Mamiya.
Yeah, man Mamiya. He's reaching for something.
He's going to get a double up section on the inside. And
like a
bunny
snowboarder
hops down to it.
Right over the mogul. Right there. Our first kind of cover up to just plunged out into the gumball right there.
The gumball machine.
The gumball machine. If we didn't run today, those Florence brothers are those guys that surf slabby right gumballs where it's kind of like inhumanly possible. I know Kelly Slater has joined them. I mean, 4-inch thick looking coping slabs. Oh, Jamie paddling over.
So Eli's wave, I mean, that thing just had so much movement inside that even though he picked the perfect line.
That was rock and roll.
We'll watch it right here as
we
he
go.
sets it up from the outside. I like his grab rail from the get-go, gets in, and then has the perfect speed and line to make it.
Yeah.
Had that been a regular pipe day, he would have came flying out.
Flying out, yeah.
Just all this movement and texture and everything backwash that's happening, it was just too much even for a guy like who's really fit and strong like Eli.
He got
that
the grip, bro.
That wave just really had no mercy. You know?
No mercy.
Jeez, man.
And
Give the kid a break. He was on it, man. He picked the perfect line. We were talking earlier, like, you know, you can do everything right, and the wave will still just say, sorry, bro, ain't happening.
You know, last year this kid pulled up, all these boards were brand new. Darren Hanley's like toothpicks in the back of his truck. It was awesome. He was ready for anything.
Yeah, look, Eli, help him push the ski too.
You see that? Waterman kind stuff. Uncle Noonie tell you. Oh, my heat's going on, but let me help you guys out.
Pa'o looks like Hale.
Cool, calm, and collect. I still got time, guys. But I'm hanging
with lifeguards helping out, too. Mahalo, you guys. Thank you.
I'm hanging with the Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Brother Ian over there and draining out some water, checking the impeller.
40 minutes, you got time to do everything.
Yeah, right now, 3 minutes, 10 seconds, roughly. Jamie, jeez.
Huh? You want to talk to him, or should I talk to him after the heat? This guy is putting in some work, Rock. He did last year, too. And he is amazing, but not the cleanest heat right now. He's getting some work done.
Well, it looks like he's the one getting work done. But, you know, he's built for it, no doubt. And
the original freak.
It is Pipeline taking the good with the bad and the, the highs and lows, like we said. 2 minutes, 35 seconds. J.O.B. still has the wherewithal to pull a 10-point ride out of his pocket.
Yeah, he does have that in his tank. These guys are full tank, full throttle, not half tank. You know, these guys put in their time. They know what they're doing. They've done it since, Hanabata days. They are the Pipeline legacy. So we are super stoked. 2 minutes, Rock, and 8 seconds as they're paddling through this trophy current. No massive waves on the horizon, so.
Yeah, they'll have a little bit of reprieve from the whirly, wild conditions, and we'll see how long that lasts. There's been so many big waves coming in. I know surfers have spent more time paddling in the 40-minute heats than they usually spend, in a 2-hour session.
Yeah.
On a regular, normal day. But this is the Hui BackDoor Shootout, where, warrior status.
Warrior.
Gladiator
no
action.
Flags on the play.
Just play it out, bro.
Yeah. With those meetings in the morning, they're
let them play.
In the
Here we go.
Meetings.
Eli on his, that's Barron, sorry.
Barron, nice downward carve into foam ball land. Oh, he just threw some foam right out there. I love how diverse all these gentlemen are in this event, as they can surf above the lip, do the hugest airs, put on the biggest edits, but they surf some of the biggest waves. Shout out to Duke Kahanamoku and the Duke Specialty event. That was awesome yesterday, and founded in 1996. This is the 50th annual of Hui He'enalu, along with the 50th anniversary of the Hokulea. So special year, special new year, and big mahalo to the members of the Hui He'enalu, past, present, and future.
25 seconds, bro. Can J.O.B. pull one out here? He might find a backdoor gem. Who knows? He's got all kinds of ideas right now. Billy Kemper had to just let that one go. He could not find any room behind the curtain.
Patient, Rocky, in this heat, Billy Kemper. But I know these guys are experts. They know what they want.
Yep. As we come to the end of heat number 4, we are officially at the halfway point for round 2.
Wow.
That was Team NSB that just wrapped up. J.O.B. spent a lot of the heat kind of cruising around the lineup, bailing off the board. You know, Eli Olsen had an opportunity, but the wave just had no mercy.
No mercy.
Barron did a couple test drives, try before you buy action, but never really found something he wanted to take home. And Billy Kemper just got that one there. So we'll take you to a break, and we'll come right back with more. The Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025 Team Snap 5 coming up next. Stay tuned.
Took down the volcanic water. Did they like cut them out? You know, it's sensitive, but
The 2025 The Hui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha Avakea, good midday to all of you tuning in. Hawaii Standard Time, it's just about 12:45. Wherever you might be, I'm not sure what time it is, but it's time for heat number 5. Snapped 5 in the heat right now. There's the lineup: Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, and Parker Coffin. What a lineup. And I am Rocky Cannon, along with Dr. Isaiah Walker. And we're going to walk you through this heat 5 and see if anybody finds some kind of needle in a big old whitewashy haystack.
Yeah, it was kind of cool watching from the beach. You know, when you go on break, you get a bigger vantage of what's going on down there from the beach. And Mason Ho is way out there. On the camera, we're looking at him, and I think that's who that is right there. But, man, sitting way out there on a big board.
Yeah.
Looks like fun.
You know, who used to do that quite often, someone very close to him. His father would be camped out there as well. So not the first time we've seen an M. Ho out there.
Right. Oh, and that last heat, too, watching them roll in from way out there on the second reef. And Jamie O'Brien, I watched him get caught inside by a set. It was just like, I don't know how these guys make it look so easy. But there's still some waves out there, of course. Too many waves, perhaps, but a lot of big ones that are rolling through. beautiful shots.
I heard you and Ezra as I was on break, and I've been able to listen to the broadcast in different parts of the big Volcom house, and talking about step-offs off the canoe.
Yes.
In that type of surfing. And there's something else that you mentioned on a prior broadcast that I found super interesting was the riding up towards a rock cliff.
Oh, yeah.
And then jumping up onto the cliff.
Right.
That is intense, man.
It is intense. Yeah, we're celebrating, Duke Hanamoku and Hawaiian surfing, and so oftentimes we'll have conversations about some things from our history, and that was one of them. That's something you don't see as much of today.
I mean, because...
Oh, wow, look at this.
It's very dangerous, but look at that. I believe that is... that's not Mason.
That's not Mason.
Who's that? That is maybe Josh Moniz?
That is Josh.
So, my new nickname for the Moniz family is, less ankles, Moniz. And
wow,
so
look at this
Josh, working it. We've seen many of these surfers be patient from the outer reef, and another one who is has a lineage of pro surf dad has been out there many times. Tony Moniz, Papa Tony, shout out to the Moniz Ohana, and Josh joined us in a broadcast on another project we do called Rogue TV, and so cool to have Josh in the studio. Talking us through some Waimea waves and Jaws waves we were watching a few weeks ago. So shout out to brother Josh, and thanks for joining us. And he was looking like he was very keen on finding a barrel no matter how it took shape. And unfortunately rode all that wave all the way through without the barrel opportunity, but still, a fun ride. And we were talking about, how you got to check the wave out before you really know what's happening. And Mahina is on the beach. We're going to check her and Eli out on the beach, standing by. Take it away.
Aloha, guys. Mahina here with Eli Olsen. Obviously, the conditions have changed. The Kona wind started to blow harder, and then I feel like you guys were kind of sitting a little bit differently compared to the last heat. Can you explain to me what happened, if the winds were a little bit different on your last wave?
Yeah, so the swell definitely picked up from yesterday. Yesterday was rising swell with a huge interval. Today is kind of just bigger feet, and I think it peaked, but it's definitely a little big for pipe, and it's kind of washing through. So we're sitting a little further out, a little deeper, and then unfortunately the Kona winds did kick in right before our heat, and there are still some beautiful waves, but I think if it was regular trade winds or offshores, I think there would have been a lot of really beautiful waves. My last one was crazy, and I was working really hard, punching through, there's a lot going on, and I almost made it, but I couldn't really see, but I think it was just that onshore crumble I think got me right at the end.
So all of you guys in Team North Shore Boys, you guys are no stranger to the crowd. You guys are the top of the pecking crew. How did you guys manage that, and what equipment did you guys choose in order to catch these waves today?
I think just from being born and raised, calling this our home break, we're very lucky to call this home. And just putting in time, being out there from 9, 10 years old, every single swell, winter after winter, and just trying to slowly climb the ladder and show love and respect to everybody. And then with time, you get more comfortable, and then people start to kind of give you a lot of love out there. And today it was so big and dangerous that I think everybody kind of had a really respectful approach. We weren't going guns blazing. We're kind of trying to pick a little bit, but when it's big and windy, it's you're rolling the dice, and you're putting your life on the line every wave.
Well, that's amazing to hear, and you're an amazing stuntman, a big waterman, and then you're into that whole media, the film industry side of it. So obviously you're no stranger to that. So I'm wishing all the best. Hopefully we get more barrels for you guys and more cleaner conditions. So
thank you.
Back to you guys, back up in the booth.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mahina. And Eli, spot on, nailed it about that wave. He had so much going on. There was a lot going on in that wave. He did everything perfectly right, drew the right line. As we watch live action here, we'll get back to assessing Eli's last wave because it was worth the attention. Clay Marzo stuck it in there nicely, was parked just in the pit, and then the nose caught. He went over the handlebars. So Clay Marzo, amazing Maui talent, has so much pizzazz in his style. I really like it.
No stranger to this kind of wind growing up on Maui. You can see him gliding in smoothly, trying to find that, slows down, stalls. He's a master of stalling. Sometimes he'll stall on his outside rail, which makes no sense, but he makes it work somehow.
Does it. Well, for one, it's like almost like physically impossible, and he manages to do it. So talk about a guy with body control. Clay Marzo, always a talent to keep an eye on. But back to Eli's wave of him, describing it as a lot going on, and exactly what I was telling Ezra. He did everything perfect. The right line, the perfect time to grab, shoot down the line, get the good pump in. The wave was, and Eli, to your credit, it was a lot of chandeliers in there, but then there was this big backwash too that made the wave kind of expand and then contract. And had you made that, brother, it would have been like double-digit scores all the way. But and then he said too, like if it would have been a regular trade wind day, that would have been just a beautiful exit. Because he did everything right. The wave, like I said, was telling Ezra, just had no mercy. It was not going to do it for him.
Awesome. I don't know if I answered your question earlier that you had, but
about
we'll get to that in a second. Let's see if there's a rider.
Stepping up onto the rocks, that's like
so that was one of. So there were multiple disciplines within surfing, even in old Hawaii. I think that's important to talk about because sometimes I had this conversation. Some people are like, well, who was the first human to ride a wave? We see this human looking to ride this wave. Oh, Parker Coffin, eject.
Oh, man. That was scary moments there for Parker Coffin. Back on his board, thankfully, and motoring back out of the impact zone because, you come up, you're okay, but you're not out of danger quite yet.
No, not at all. Especially on a day like today. So there's kind of this discipline. I like to, remind people that surfing was not just something that Hawaiians, one or two Hawaiians could do, or we can prove that they, rode a wave here and there. It was just incredibly integrated into their society as we see this wave.
Oh, Parker.
Double up, eject. That was actually a smart move for those who are not aware. Jumping off and pencil diving underneath gets you under the wave. Here we go, way out on a big board. Mason Ho.
Well, this one's going to double up, and you see all the movement, the backwash, the residual reverb from the wave before, and Mason decides that it's not going to be the one, so he just checked that one out. And you see that board's
an eddy board.
Very, very long, and justifiably so, to get the waves where he's catching them from way out there. You need something that's going to be paddling very fast, and longer boards do paddle faster. So there would be Clay Marzo as we're going to divert to the story. But, you're right, Benji Brandt.
Such a smooth style, low center of gravity. Ezra compared him to one of the Hobgoods. I think that's a good comparison. Again, that lower center of gravity. We saw also Mark Lupo always has that kind of stance and that posture.
Yeah, Benji's got just a wicked approach to pipeline and a crazy, insane backhand at Sunset Beach that is always enjoyable to watch and to be a part of. So
he's very talented. He's also a very polite young man.
South African by origin, but now a North Shore resident and surfing for Team Snap 5. And a very humble individual, and lets his surfing do the talking for sure. And he speaks volumes with that backhand attack and his pipe approach.
He'll often join us on our side of the island and some of our, less frequented surf spots on my side of the island there. But he's always been
probably
such
is
a good...
well, with this westerly wind direction, Mokulia is probably doing something, and some nice Sunday waves to be had around the corner of Kahuku Point.
And yeah, so boy, I don't know if I'll ever answer the question, but
That's okay.
I'll try.
We got time.
There was one form of surfing where you would ride a wave up to a cliff.
Yeah.
And you know that impact when a wave hits a cliff and it does that explosion, kind of like we watched the backwash here.
Right.
And you get some that would ride it as it hit the cliff, and they would launch with that eject, and then the goal was to land on your feet on the top of the edge of the cliff.
Well, I would landing on your head would be not that comfortable, but geez, even on your feet, like wow, these Hawaiians, they get. I mean, you know, the Ahupua'a, the village is so successful. You got all this leisure time,
right,
to invent all this kind of stuff of having fun. Like, oh, let's ride towards that cliff. Like, okay.
Which is cool, and when you get these kind of ocean-based communities that have all this free time on their hand, you see that kind of stuff. Like you go to Makaha, you see the boys hanging out there and young kids, and eventually something new will come up.
Yeah, check out Ehukai Beach Park with the crowd that has come to watch on this beautiful Sunday. Shakas and alohas to everybody that has come down to the beach. Like I always say, make sure you never call in sick to work. Make sure that your boss not watching Surf TV, and also make sure that you're at the beach with the right person that you're supposed to be with. Calling you guys out. Nah, I know you guys all well behaved, so it's all good.
There we go.
Oh, gee, but just having some fun watching from the drone footage, Zone Media and Island Paddler TV, all of the productions that have taking place around the island, and now we're here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout, right here live at Pipeline. Mahalo to all of our production partners. You guys are doing amazing work. Our sponsors, the North Shore Club, of course, our presenting sponsor, the Keiki Beach Bungalows. The North Shore Club doing some work over there at the new Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay. So mahalo to North Shore Club being a part of the sponsorship here, as well as the Haleiwa Distillery. And also, thank you to, I seen one sponsor called XL Haleiwa. XL still going.
There we go.
That was like from
Long
early
time.
days, man. Saltwater Society. Thank
Love
you
it.
guys so much. Hawaii Volcanic Water. Don't worry about it. It's not lava. It's nice and cool. And also Na Menehune, Humi Kumaono, as well as, is this the correct one? The Pakololo Man? All right.
I guess
and
so.
White Claw.
I didn't
That
know
is
that.
our post-event sponsors, White Claw and the Pakololo Man. Thank you guys so much for our festivities going on afterwards.
Umi Kumaono it's a number. It's
Right.
Number 16.
Number 16. That's what I was translating that as. And the 16th Menehune?
Maybe.
Or the 16 Menehunes?
Yeah.
Tell us a little about the Menehune.
Okay.
Because we often think of the Menehune Surf Contest down at Haleiwa, which is for kids 12 and under. But Menehune does not mean a child.
Yes. Here we go. So Menehune is it's kind of the equivalent of what you call maybe a leprechaun.
Okay.
And so they kind of occupy the mythical stories of these young or small creatures. But we'll go ahead and watch this big wave of
Parker.
Oh my gosh,
Parking it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We just we're on the same wavelength there. Parker Coffin getting appreciation from the crowd, and beautiful stall, drop to stall to getting covered and making something out of a very shaky situation.
Right. Yeah, that was beautiful. His timing on that. Watch the replay here, see how he does it. Eyeing up the section, trying to slow down the right tempo, drags, pulls into this, comes out clean, spit right behind him.
Yeah, that's what the crowd came to see, was somebody getting barreled and somebody getting disappeared, somebody getting reappeared. That is surfing's abracadabra.
Love it. Yeah, so Menehune are, I've heard different things on it, but mostly it is kind of a mythical creature that people say like, oh, the Menehune came and like took my stuff when I was sleeping, or but
maybe even like constructed something too. I've
right.
heard in the
Menehune
past.
also so we also have historians and other scholars that have tried to make sense of like, okay, well maybe this myth is referring to something else. Maybe there's and we do have evidence of different waves of migrations of peoples that have come to Hawaii over time. We know that there are certain time periods where there were new migrations of Polynesians, Pacific Island peoples coming to Hawaii, and it is possible that the Menehune were some of the earlier inhabitants of Hawaii.
Okay.
And that when they, that they were kind of attributed for building some of the earlier rock walls and some of the earlier features of Hawaii.
And they were like no more than like 3-4 feet tall.
Well, no, I mean, in the the legends and stuff, we hear people talk about that. But one of the best answers I heard was actually in a book that Herb Kane wrote, where he made the assumption, and I think there's some credence to this, was that that there maybe it was Manahune, that these people had lesser ranked. And so when there was a new wave of chiefs, perhaps with the chief Pa'ao, that came in this migration in the 1400s, that he brought with him new kind of rule and kapu system, this new kapu that came to Hawaii, that they were in many ways the higher ranked. So perhaps the Menehune were previously kind of lesser ranked and were became kind of the working class, I guess you'd say.
And that's Shinpei Horiguchi, he was working hard yesterday, and the wipeout heard around the world, apparently so. But I told him this morning, hey, I'm glad you're here and okay, but I said, you're built for that, man. You're a tough guy, really a seasoned veteran for Team Japan. And, he takes everything in stride,
Yeah, awesome. Very tough and humble at the same time. Out the back, we've got Josh Moniz.
Good call, Isaiah. As we see, he's got a brother named Isaiah as well. But this is Josh. Less ankles, more knees, brah. And he's going to use his knees to kind of carve into this white water and set up the potential double up inside section, waiting for it. Stay on it. Oh, he just got the rug pulled out from under him. And not sure if that one was going to produce much anyway. Here's Mason on another one similar to Josh, but with that whitewash residual foam from the wave before. I thought he was going to walk the nose there on that longboard.
He'll probably still do an air reverse on it.
Something. He'll find a way to entertain the crowd for sure. One of the most dynamic characters for sure, and always a pleasure to see around the community and be around, and also obviously great surf talent.
Yeah, it's fun. I think him and Jamie O'Brien have a show that they do together now.
Yeah.
It's kind of comical. To watch them. Interesting, they got real dynamic personalities in and out of the water. Yeah, so, there's a debate, oftentimes you hear whether nature or nurture is what shapes a person, right?
Okay.
So, and of course it's probably a combination of both, meaning is it your DNA and your genetics, or is it just the way that you were raised? But we have in the water here, we've got Mason Ho, comes from a long line of amazing surfers, and also the Monizes.
Right.
Big family, all of them accomplished surfers.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
So, is it nature or nurture with these guys? I don't know. Is it in the DNA? I think actually
it's probably a combination.
Greg Knoll in an interview once said that he thinks there's something in the blood of the Hawaiians because of so many years around being in the ocean that has it in their DNA to be able to read waves well, perhaps.
Wow, yeah, Josh reading this wave quite well, setting it up on the inside, but then you can see him just get a little too close to that white water, playing with a little too close to the mice, the mouse playing too close to the cat, and he got taken out right there. But
out at the knees.
Yeah, just
more knees.
Yeah, gotta work those knees, boo. But
so because it is kind of uncanny, right? Like the odds of someone, let's say, we have so many surfers these days, especially now. Millions of people surfing.
Right.
You have a lot of young people. Many of them move to the North Shore and are working to make a career, to make a break onto that pro tour. There's a very limited number of people that can make it and that do make it. And yet you have some families like the ones we're looking at now.
Right.
You have multiple of them in the family who've made it.
Yeah, and that is something that I believe, like I said, a combination,
right?
Because, surely being surrounded by that, is a very conducive environment,
Right.
And then you have the skill or the DNA or some of the coordination it takes to surf well is probably built in also.
Yep. Very cool. And even, you look at the number of people. When we were young, Rocky, I hate to put you into my age category.
No, I am, bro.
I'm older than you for sure. But it seemed like California, Hawaii, Australia, and then eventually Brazil. Those are really the only countries that kind of produced professional surfers. But now, as surfing has gone even more global, we have surfers from all over the world. We even have an Italian surfer. Pro Tour. Leonardo
Ramsey from Morocco.
And so it is interesting to see how prolific and global surfing and with the
now
advent,
it's going inland.
Yes, with the advent of the wave pool, what that's going to do for offering more potential talent to emerge.
I saw this crazy videos. We watched the crowd take a look at our audience on the beach, looking on with four-legged friends, even showing up to this all-age araja that is the Hui BackDoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And speaking of dogs, I've seen pictures of dogs on surfboards in old Hawaii.
Yep.
Maybe not. I'm not sure if it was ancient Hawaii, but for sure old Hawaii.
Yep.
Waikiki days, you see the brothers surfing with their dog.
And I love that because, Rocky, you're continuing that tradition. If you're not aware, Rocky has surfing dogs, and he's been taking out visitors to experience that at Turtle Bay, which is now Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah, it's almost like a why not.
Yep.
We have so much fun surfing. Our four-legged friends, enjoy being with us, usually no matter what we're doing. And, the kids I take out, majority of them never surfed before. Majority of them wouldn't try surfing without this little feature that we have, or this little program that we have. And so that makes me feel really good inside that, pulling these young children a lot of times, just because I'm on the board, the dog's on the board. I don't have room for a 180-pound person. We got to keep it small. You got about 120-pound max, so it's mostly kids that come out on the board with me and the dog. And I found out that that's the safest way when I'm on the board at the controls, instead of just pushing a guest with a dog and watching the yard sale.
But yeah, we definitely that era comes out of the early 1900s.
Okay.
So Duke Kahanamoku was a part of a generation that they called they had different names. The Hui Nalu was their club. The Moana Gang were kind of the nickname. They had a crew that called them the How Tree Boys. They all hung out basically in Waikiki in the early 1900s, and they became Waikiki Beach Boys.
Well, there is an iconic picture. I'm just getting a message from Brother Liam tuning in that Landon's son, I guess Landon's son's mom has Hawaiian heritage. And that's a picture of the surf with the dog is the great-great-uncle, Uncle Auna of Landon McNamara, our Eddie Champion's son. So some cool stories, and keep the messages coming, you guys. So happy to be delivering all of this action from the Hui BackDoor Shootout and stories and Mo'olelo from Dr. Isaiah Walker, and just some fun chit-chatting and talking story and answering you guys shout-outs and things. So mahalo, Liam. Thank you. And great job on the Eddie and all that production. It is like a Portuguese, Chinese, Japanese, Hawaiian fire drill to get that thing up and running. So mahalo to you guys. And Landon, I still don't know how you made that wave, bro. I watched him in slow motion planning. He was talking about the turtles yesterday, the Honu that he's seen out there. I thought maybe they was underneath helping his blood stay up.
Lifting him up.
Oh, bro, that thing was mental.
Yeah.
And just want to, again, congratulate Brother Landon on that. But cool story.
Yeah, very
surfing
cool. So
dogs
yeah,
and
and the
goes way back.
Aunas, shout out to them, and I know them a lot. The Aunas are from my side. Like you said, there's Landon.
Oh, okay. There they are right
crew.
there.
It's the team North Shore Surf Shop.
Yep, they're coming up in a couple heats. They're team heat number 7, so they're going to have to kind of take on these less than ideal and wild, whirly conditions. So all these guys are built for any condition. So best of luck to Team North Shore Surf Shop. And mahalo for the messages. 10 minutes remaining in this heat, snap 5.
Yeah, so Duke and his friends, they basically ushered in this young era of tourism in Hawaii.
Okay.
And where people were coming in on the Lure Line, which was a steamship that came over before airplanes. And you had a limited number of people, but when they came, they loved to hang out with Duke and the Waikiki Beach Boys, and so they became these entertainers of sorts. They were surfers, but they were also teaching people to surf, taking them out in the water, surfing tandem. They got really creative. I talked about innovation, and sometimes when you're just hanging out at the beach, just cruising around, you're like, hey, what if we did this? What if we did that? And so, like, what if
The
we put
creative juices get flowing, yeah?
Put the dog on the board, put a pig on the board,
Yeah.
have a girl up on my shoulders while we're surfing.
Right.
Even had weird things like trying to play golf on their surfboard.
That's funny.
They invented surfboard water polo and just really having a good time at the beach, and people loved it. That the energy of the mana that they had really was infectious, and it drew a lot of attention. So there's a lot of great photographs from that time period. You're able to see canoe surfing and a variety of other things. But Duke and his friends were very animated and entertainers. They're also great musicians.
It's an aquatic stage,
Right. It's still like it's sort of that the Waikiki has got this sort of amphitheater vibe. The way that the hotels are right there on the sand, still has a real powerful, positive energy. And so Duke and his crew were known for being very fun and energetic and interactive with people. And a lot of popular people too. A lot of famous people would come.
Yeah.
Shirley Temple. Duke took all kind of people. JFK. Presidents and all kind of celebrities were hanging out. Babe Ruth would come and hang out with Duke Kahanamoku, and he really was seen as the ambassador of Aloha because so many people really admired him and looked up to him. He was also at the forefront of breaking kind of racial barriers in the Olympics.
Right.
And so he was definitely a figure that was worldwide, and people noticed him, and he also noticed his spirit of aloha that he shared with others.
Yeah, so not only just a very talented person in the ocean, but had that kind of charisma and aura that had a magnetic attraction for people to be around him.
And I've mentioned this earlier, but really what still perplexes me is that he was very quiet and soft-spoken. So it's weird that you could be such a to be so attractive to people and to be such a figure, but at the same time to be so quiet and humble. He did not really shine like verbally in the spotlight, even though he took up some acting roles. He nonetheless was very soft-spoken. There was a show, you can see it on YouTube because they put it up on YouTube, but it's called This Is Your Life, and there's a special where he's honored, and you can really see that he's very soft-spoken, man of few words, but yet at the same time was such a larger-than-life personality, and I think it was just more so his actions that spoke louder than his words. Way from the outside.
That's Mason Ho.
Someone who has actions and words, this brother.
Yeah, and right now, this wave, no more barrels. Like he wishes there was. He's still going to grab rail, though. He's going to make pretend.
See a cockroach.
He's a very, let's see a dying cockroach. It's not quite a dead cockroach because it wouldn't be moving.
Here we go.
Oh, it's like buy me a show break, bro. I'm getting
on.
flashbacks to the Eddie right now. Like that little extra couple bounces.
Hand jives.
Hand jive and then dismount.
And what would you say? 8.0?
It's probably an 8.0, maybe an 8.6. You know, we've seen Kalani Chapman paddle out on a Waimea type board and get just so barreled from the outside. This is maybe Clay Marzo or Benji Brand.
Or Parker Coffin.
Benji. Okay.
Benji, a former backdoor shootout champion.
He has been a champ here before, and his approach and his fearlessness here at Pipeline have been very rewarding to watch.
Speaking of watching, I mean, this is a Snap 5 team, but have you seen the Snap? I don't know if it's Snap 4, where there's a segment where Benji's in it. Just incredibly heavy barrels at pipe and just manhandling these very treacherous waves at Pipeline.
Shout out to Logan Chucky Dooley in the Snapped series and producing all of the epic clips and vids. Yeah, brah.
Which is cool because, I mean,
everybody's all good there, Chuck.
I mean, many probably would associate the Snapped with Andy Irons and his younger generation because those films came out back then. But then it's cool to see it really like still thriving and have
it's
more
multi-generational. It is a not like a collaboration, but it's just it is a volume of epic surfing.
I mean, all these guys have great segments in the Snapped films. Clay Marzo, of course, is so fun to watch, and his ability to surf weird waves, even Mason and all these guys. To me, that's a stamp of a really rawly talented surfer, is someone who can surf on any board, in any waves, and still rip on them.
And make it look really appealing without just like barely hanging on. You know, they're stylish and they're shredding. And
even Jamie O'Brien, if you've seen him on a boogie board, like a body board, like standing up, getting barreled at backdoor, spinning a bunch of 360s, all of that I think really, contributes to the for surfers' talent, for them to be versatile and to be on their toes, and you see a lot of that in Hui.
Parker.
Oh, look at this foamy double up, heavy.
Just so much water, like moving around and making it look so smooth. I mean, that wave was chaotic, and he was relaxed, composed. So just under 3 minutes remaining, but you're talking about, Mason and Benji and Clay and their creativity on the waves as we watch Parker coming up here. Never mind, we're going to just stick with live action. And good segue from that, stories of Duke and their creativity, kind of modern day, just, hey, let's try to do something. Let's just see what happens, on this board, on this wave. And here's the replay of Parker looking way too casual for how chaotic that wave was.
Yeah, he was trying to measure, like, hey, because there's two there's the section that he was taking off on, they could have pulled in, but what he's looking down the line is the next section that was closing out.
Right.
So he's like, I don't think which section to pull into. If I pull in this first one, I'm definitely not coming out.
That was, you'd be in the white room right there. Drone shot looking beyond our surfers. You see some waves stacking up outside of Ihukai and Pupukea, and all of that turbulence scattered about the shoreline, all the way stretching around the far sunset point right there. Hopefully everybody's houses are okay. We've had some erosion and homes getting swept into the ocean and porches falling in and all the kind of carnage and destruction that goes along with living beachfront on the North Shore. One time I was riding the ATV closing up, and it was big like this, in front of off the wall there's those rocks and then the houses. And just like the week before, somebody got taken out right there with the lifeguard with the jet ski by a wave that washed up, and just like, a little bit injured. ATV got swamped. Thankfully, he was okay, not serious injury, but I was that same, 6 o'clock, closed down, all the signs away, and I'm like riding. And the off-the-wall right-of-way was like straight up. It was so eroded.
Oh, yeah.
And I was trying to get there to get up there. And I saw this wave coming, a big double up, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
No.
I floored it like, but I couldn't go like full speed to make the turn. So I had to kind of downshift. And I literally like went up the thing as the wave's chasing me up the berm. I get to the top of the off-the-wall right-of-way, and the wave hits my butt.
Oh my
hits
gosh.
my okole all wet. I'm like, and I just turned around, I'm like, oh, the adrenaline rush was just flaming out of my body. I was like, oh my God, I almost got taken out. And I just was like, I look, then you look around like, bruh, nobody saw that? Dang it. It was so fun and cool, but I'm glad I survived. 5 seconds remaining. Little off-the-wall ATV story for you guys from 20 plus years ago. Jeez. How come I can remember 20 years ago just like that?
Oh,
that's crazy.
We're getting old.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, it's not getting old hanging out at the Backdoor Shootout 2025. Sure. Super good fun. We'll be right back with more of the action. Team Japan coming up next. Stay tuned, guys.
Yes, sir.
Snap two, bring it back.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Yo, what's up and welcome back. It is the Backdoor Shootout 2025. Rocky Cannon with Dr. Isaiah Walker. And look at these mountains of water approaching the lineup here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout at Pipeline. Looking over the vegetation right there, you see the leaves moving around quite a bit. So that's what the surfers have been dealing with today, is different than yesterday. A couple things: more wind, more swell. Team Japan, Shinpei Horiguchi, Ryoru Ito, Mr. Matsumoto. It is Riku Matsumoto, Shogo Harada, and it is Kenshin Matsunaga. So Team Japan out in the water right now. They've had some really cool moments from years past.
Yep.
Some horrific moments just as far as like wipeouts and like concerning about safety and keeping Shinpei Horiguchi in one piece that we were concerned about. So I'm glad to see he's back out there again. And we're going to throw you to a couple of highlights from Team Japan from yesterday. And there's Shinpei with the wipeout cartouche around the world that was always
how he survived that, we do not know.
He made it, he survived, he's alive, he's in the water today again, and that was a beautiful ride from one of our regular foot Japanese surfers.
Yeah, awesome.
A little difficult with the IDs as we just don't see these guys surf all the time, and there's some new names and new faces too.
Right, live action from way out on the outer reef. Seems to be the position of choice in these last couple heats is sitting way on the outside, get the roll-ins, and just hope that your dice that you rolled on that wave will double up?
Yeah, the rolling the dice and hoping that you roll, a lucky number 7 and get that barrel that will open up for you on the inside. I mean, that's kind of the, your only hope, I believe, today. Because if you sit on the inside first reef ledge, you're just going to be bailing and getting caught in. So there's not too much cat and mouse. I remember one day being out here, the only other guy out that used to surf out here all the time, Todd Morcom.
Oh, yeah.
And he was the only guy out. It was about this size, but clean, maybe a little bigger, because there was nobody else in the lineup anywhere. And I saw a few that were makeable, in the middle, so I was like, shoot, I'm going to go out.
Wow.
And I had like a 8-4, I think, and paddled out, and then got a couple roll-ins from the outside, but no barrels. And then I decided to roll the dice and do the cat and mouse on the inside ledge and got like a solid 8-10 footer on first reef. Came out of the barrel, was pretty deep. I had a photographer on the beach. He got this 28-shot sequence. It was like, I came in right after that. I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm going to top that on a day like today. My board's in one piece. My head is still attached. It took about, maybe an hour and a half to find that one. But it was one of those days. I paddled to Todd, and he's like, I'm just going to sit out here. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll sit out here with you. And then I'm like, if I get a couple, I might try the inside and just play, see if I get lucky. And sure enough, was a memorable day for me. But we'll take you down to the beach and talk about some memories of the last heat. Mahina is with Parker Coffin. Let's see what you got.
Aloha, guys. Here with down here at the beach cam with Mahina Maeda, and I have Parker Coffin from the team Snap 5. Obviously, that was pretty tough. Your very first wave, you did like a crazy pin drop, and then you got really lucky with your second wave. You got a really, really nice square barrel, and which is really, really hard. Obviously, that's kind of been the diamond in the rough, and probably one of the highlight of the waves. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, it's obviously got pretty windy, and it's never, pipeline perfect is still challenging, so having this wind is definitely an extra element that keeps you on your toes, and kind of don't really know what's going to happen until you get to the bottom of the wave. And even still, there's just always a moment where you're kind of guessing, and yeah, I had the one jump and kind of was just not really pushing it too much on trying to just go super far in, but a wave kind of luckily pushed me far enough in to where I got that second wave. And yeah, it was cool. I was psyched still, whatever pipe with no one out, it's always a pleasure, so to get one wave, I'm super happy and psyched to be back on the beach too.
You mentioned how the waves look way more chaotic than it is compared to being in the water. It almost kind of reminds me of the reverse Makaha. Is that correct?
Yeah, honestly, from here you just see every wave, and once you kind of get out there, you're far enough out that you don't really see the small ones. The small ones are still really big, but yeah, once you get out, and as long as kind of the really big washers come, there's kind of a moment of you can just kind of tell what's going on a little bit more. And yeah, when you come in and you look out, though, it's still so big. So yeah, just lucky, I guess.
So I have one more question for you. I haven't really been asking this question, but can you tell me about your equipment that you're riding today? Obviously, the conditions are way more gnarly than it's usually been, and obviously it's a lot bigger. So yeah, just explain to me, what are you riding?
Yeah, I broke my favorite board yesterday, so this thing's just 5 years old, and it's gotten some good waves in its lifetime. And yeah, it's a 7.3 Channel Islands, and yeah, it paddles good, so I just kind of figured I could ride something that would allow me to get to where I wanted to get a little bit easier than being on a small board and kind of having to chase around as much. So yeah, a little extra paddle felt nice for me, and yeah, it's still in one piece, so that's good.
Well, that's super great to hear, and hopefully this board will give you more barrels for the next coming days, and we hope to see you get more waves on hand, and especially in your scoreline. And thank you, guys. This is Mahina back on the beach cam. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, Mahina, mahalo. Thank you for the conversation with Parker Coffin. And so, I heard him say, which is probably would second the motion all day long, is it's no matter what pipe is doing, it's fun when it's just you and a few other guys.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting that watching this win and having Team Japan in the water really made me think about some connections that Japan has with with surfing, with the ocean, and one that's a real big national pride is the word kamikaze. And kamikaze is this divine wind, that basically these typhoon winds.
Okay.
And you'd normally think that that's not a good thing, but we'll watch this replay.
Oh, wow. Just really barely hanging on there and doing a good job staying on the board, carving.
Nice turn. Waiting for a double up.
Looking for the barrel and maybe gets an opportunity on the inside, but it just doesn't offer.
Doesn't offer. So it's a great source of pride, this divine wind called kamikaze, and you've also heard that before, like the kamikaze fighters, where during World War II they would kind of
basically
suicide bomb their
bombers,
plane into
crazy,
something.
Bro.
But that word kamikaze is a source of pride, of national pride for Japan, especially in the early days. In fact, there's one of the more famous paintings called The Great Wave of Kanagawa, which, if you see it, there's Mount Fuji in the background and look like those kind of victory at sea kind of waves.
Yeah.
Well, if you look really closely at that painting, you'll also see these boats in it getting swamped. And going back to the 12th century when Mongolia was basically conquering most of the world in Asia and throughout all the way to Eastern Europe, they attempted to go to Japan. But the Mongolians were exceptional conquerors when it came to on horseback. They really innovated the saddle to being strapped onto the horse, so they would wipe through a certain army while still on their horses.
Wow.
And so they had a lot of tremendous mobility. They could move quickly, but when it came to the ocean, that wasn't their forte.
Okay.
So they had living in the steppe lands up in Central Asia. They didn't have much ocean. So when they came to Kublai Khan, who was the grandson of Genghis Khan, knew of Japan and wanted to go and conquer it after conquering China, and sent these ships out to try and get over to Japan, but their timing wasn't good. They didn't read the ocean well. They didn't realize that they were sailing right into typhoon season.
Oh, wow.
And so these big winds called kamikaze winds came in and swamped all of Kublai Khan's fleet of Mongolians who were trying to invade Japan. And so it becomes this source of pride of yes, the wind that saves us.
Yeah, the nature or whatever spirits that be were on their side that day.
So maybe these kamikaze winds today will come and save our Japanese surfers to get the wind, the barrel wind.
Maybe they'll switch around and save some good scores for these Japanese surfers who have definitely earned and deserved any good waves that they do get. They put in so much time out here. And we talked about them, first coming over to Haleiwa in the early 80s with the Haleiwa International Open, and Satoshi Sakino was the name I was trying to think of yesterday. One of those surfers from way back when. And then you had your Hawaii Japanese guys like Glenn Matsumoto, Kirby Fukunaga, even Kerry Terakina's part Japanese, and would always be hosting. Oh man, we used to play this fun softball game against them every year at the contest. After the contest was POW, and we would have this fun softball game. Teru Ohashi was part of that gang way back when, and
somebody way
look
from
at that
outside.
Oh, I don't even know how he caught that. It's not even going to break until way inside.
Bunch of S turns, looks like Shinpei.
That is.
Come on, double up. Whoa.
Oh, he's
smarter this time.
Not wanting to mess around with that closeout right there. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Definitely probably still hearing it from his peers and colleagues. And, you give your friends rubs and you joke around like, somebody gets a good wave, you're stoked. But somebody gets a wipeout, you're like, ha, as long as they're okay, But
another Japanese pro surfer I remember is Suji Kasuya.
Yeah, the Hawaiian the Japanese Tom Curran.
Yeah, Tom Curran
from
style.
back in the day.
Yeah, Japan has had a long run of surfing athletes and producing some really great surfers, and even now,
a pipe surfer, Takayuki Wakita, and Kanoa. Born there, moved to California, and now represents Japan.
Yep. So a lot of talent in Japan for sure.
Well, they're an island nation, so definitely, has a very deep, as you said, ocean culture. And it's so interesting, too, because we're so immersed and proud and biased of our Hawaiian ocean culture.
Right.
But when you really start looking around the globe, it is quite remarkable to see, all the different ways, different folks that look different from us, but have these really cool ocean connections,
There's a replay of
Shinpei. Definitely looked like he was on the Palmer Golf Course at the Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay with a chip shot right there onto the green.
This is kind of wave that I think looks safe. If we're like, hey, that's not even pipeline. As if this S turning down this swell, then all of a sudden it hits that inside reef and like, whoa, gonna get pretty steep in there.
Yeah, he thought there was going to be maybe an opportunity. That's like we said, that's all you can do today is just take a look and see. Kind of hope for the best. Here we go.
Nice size wave way out on the second reef.
Oh, that wave is huge behind him.
Nice steezy style.
Yeah. So that's one of our goofy foot Japanese. I think that's Ryaru Ito.
Got a bunch of excited patrons on the beach.
Yeah, checking it out. You guys
Flexing,
are on
fancy
TV.
with their shakas.
So enjoy the fun. Come down and check out the action. We got a couple of more heats, or remain on your couch. That is all good as well. As we watch the replay,
Comes that
Ryaru,
steezy soul arching bottom turn.
that was really well done. Just a aesthetic approach there.
Yeah, so Japan has interesting connections to Hawaii. Could even go way back. I mean, prior to go into really old history. You had actually indigenous people from Japan and Asia prior to the Chinese migrations of thousands of years ago that made their way over there. There are indigenous peoples in Taiwan, for example, and also in Japan. And some archaeologists and some of our voyaging community point to these places as some of the ancestors to the early migrations throughout Polynesia and Pacific. But also Japan in more recent years, you have connections with Japanese in Hawaii coming over in the sugarcane plantations in the 1800s. And a lot of Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese, and then eventually Filipinos and Puerto Ricans, and so Hawaii becomes.
I think I'm all of those.
Yeah, and that's what makes Hawaii so kind of mixed plate and awesome.
Yeah.
Those different folks who came and joined us in Hawaii during the sugarcane era. And I grew up in Hilo, and I was, when I was young. The Hamakua sugar plantations were still going, and in fact a lot of the surf breaks that we surf today have their mills, like Hakalau Mill and Papako Mill, and variety of different breaks that we name mills because they had sugarcane mills there. But something that will be imprinted on my brain, and I kind of forgot about it, but it's interesting how smell and memory are often associated.
Okay, yes.
If you smell something, it triggers a memory.
Right.
And I was in Fiji a few years ago hanging out with my friend Stu. Shout out to Stu Johnson and his ohana for taking care of us when we visit there. But I smelt sugarcane burning.
Yeah.
You burn sugarcane.
Very distinct.
Has a distinct smell, and it just triggered all these childhood memories of that smell.
Yeah.
And also crop duster planes flying down, and anyway, so.
Yeah, I remember the big trucks coming through Haleiwa, the Wailua sugar mill. I used to go Haleiwa Elementary School. It was right by the Cane Road. The teacher would have to stop reading when the thing drive by because it was so big and loud,
Oh, and dangerous too.
That, and then the black snow, after the thing burning and coming down. Always be playing.
Snow. That doesn't sound good.
No, bro, for real, the ash is just coming. I know,
almost
so crazy, like all
yellow
that
snow.
like when you could, don't eat the yellow snow unless it's lemon flavor or pineapple. But crowd shot of the beach at sand level, and there you see Mr. Austin from UK, the big greens of sand that we have. You had that question earlier yesterday, so I'm glad we got that shot for you to see the very thick
it is.
Greeny sand. It's not like mainland, like Florida, the East Coast. You can ride your bike on the beach. It's
dense.
so hard packed and
Real
fine and very compact. And then
I like the big sand because it's easier to like.
It is. It's easier to dust off. Yeah.
I mean, it does stick to you pretty good, but it's
not like mainland sand.
Yeah.
Oh, that bugger
you
is.
cannot see them like the baby ants.
Yeah, you gotta scrub that bugger.
Do you think the bigger grain makes it softer? I personally think maybe it does. Like when you hit.
Yeah, I think so
hit
too.
At Eukai, like when you're surfing and you get, you hit bottom.
Yeah.
Eukai sand is so kind of soft.
It's a very cushiony type sand, and then you get the greens at different beaches are different sizes.
Right.
And you go around where your side, like Malaikahana, more fine over there.
More fine.
And you could maybe almost ride a fat tire bike on the beach, but around here, bruh, it is just shin deep. Right when you step in, super deep sand, and
if you look closely at them, they look like little pieces of broken shell.
Yeah, definitely, and
it's beautiful though.
So
really
lovely.
Orange too.
Yeah,
like the sand here is more orange than most other.
Yeah,
places.
not like a white sand beach. Yeah, more like an orange kind of color that we have here. And looking at the drone shot right there, you see some of the sandbar on the inside, and the swell that's kind of on the slight decline today. Not a real
still pretty
sharp
steady.
decline. There's still a lot of energy. It's not dropping at all. It may be just easing up a little bit, but definitely not dropping. And the waves are still large, huge out there. So much sand is moving right now, though. And then we have another swell coming in tomorrow that's going to be about this range, about this size. All the sandbars, once this episode is complete, are going to be so much fun. Wow. Yeah, looking forward to that. And just getting out to play around, maybe take the girls, my daughters, out to some of the sandbars and get them in the ocean, which is always good fun. They're enjoying getting pounded now. They love going down to the shore break and getting rolled up the shore, feeling the power of the ocean, but not getting swept out. That's a way to enjoy it safely.
So, since Japan is in the water, Team Japan, I like to kind of make some references to Japan. We talked about kamikaze wind and also earlier I was talking to Ezra. Oh, no, actually that was with you, Roger. We were talking about the 442nd regiment that Gopher broke that was in World War II, and of course also we're right here on the North Shore, and this is where the planes that bombed Pearl Harbor flew right over where we are now.
Yeah, that's right.
So we also have, I think it's interesting in many ways after World War II. So Japan during World War II, you had this Kanto army that was kind of ruling Japan, as very militant. And Japan, speaking of some bombs here.
Oh, wow, yeah. Not bombs from Pearl Harbor, but bombs at Pipeline. And Shinpei Horiguchi weaving his way through this one once again, and we've seen this before. A lot of surfers opting for this approach, getting away from the outside, trying to weave their way to the inside and hope the wave just stands up, but the direction just not there. Usually there's a lot of times you can get those roll-ins and then it just stands up all the way across, and we've seen both sides of it. We've seen the big long closeout, and then we've seen the real short shoulder. So we're looking for those in between kind that will just have a nice wall with a beautiful barrel to enter and exit. But that's going to be a hard find today.
That was a hard roll-in that he made.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy roll-in. That was a
tall wave too.
Kind of like he's going down a waterfall. Waimea Falls right there.
Pushed him too. I don't know if you've hit this yet, but you get to the 50-plus age group. The pop-up standing up to the feet isn't.
Oh man, that was
somebody just got dosed.
Great attempt, but getting donuts. I'm surfing a lot on a 11.6, big sup with a dog and a kid. So sometimes, Is that
a broken board?
Yep, looks like a broken board. That is.
He's okay.
No longer usable. But yeah, popping up on a shortboard. that's still a task, and it's.
Oh, let's see this replay here. Under the hood. Oh, kind of tries to sneak out a little bit of an exit.
I've been coming to terms. I rode this 6'2 Sino that was live action here. Water Patrol doing an excellent job. Mahalo, you guys. Thank you so much. The camera crew getting reloaded there. I had this 6'2 Sino, beautiful board. I got it maybe like 8 years ago, still in good shape. And I got on it like maybe a week or two before the Menehune Surf Contest. Had all these visions of vertical snaps. As we look on the outside, a vision of a rider on a second reef, third reef bomb. Is this one going to cooperate? Is this the one, Isaiah?
I hope so. Ew. Shuts down.
And when you're walking down to the shore, you envisioning your state and it didn't go as planned. I was in a very, state of shock of how hard it was to catch waves, and I was getting hung up at the top, and I had to come to terms with, I need more foam. And so instead of, Sino's made so many good boards, and I have my relics that I keep as collectors after he passed. But this one would be perfect for a young kid step up. So I took it to the Menehune and released it as a giveaway. Like, this 6'2" has done so many cool things for me, and it still needs to get ridden. And actually, I got a story, or I got a message from the kid who won it, was actually looking for a step up to get off of a soft top, and just wrote this really nice message. And my friend called me and he said, Rocky, oh my God, tell him. It ended up being like this perfect, cool story. And, and there was a part of me that was like, I don't know if I want to give this away. I don't want to hold it. It's my dad's board. But it is continuing to get ridden, which is what it's meant to be, right?
That's awesome. That's a great story.
But the way I found out about it was horrible at VLAN. Just like, oh my gosh, I just dug a rail. Oh my gosh, I can't get into this wave. I'm getting hung up at the top. Like, just a total barnacle.
Well, I love that, giving boards away at the Rail Sun. That's something they've always been doing. Is making sure, because access to surfing is increasingly more difficult for our native Hawaiian community. Is a lot of people getting priced out of paradise, or equipment is not, as affordable, and you get a lot of folks who are moving to Vegas, which we sadly call our ninth island now.
Seriously. I did notice on New Year's Eve there was about $50 million worth of fireworks that we could have probably put into like some affordable housing. I'm like, brah, how you guys get this much money?
You start doing the math like, wait a minute.
For all those bombs,
choices.
Yeah, brah. But anyway, it is a full circle community we have in surfing.
So, and the Hui has also been very active in giving to the community. That over the years have had things like Easter egg parties and
so much fun. Oh, backdoor!
Oh my gosh,
backdoor! No way! It's gonna happen. Come on, please come out! Oh my gosh, that was so incredibly courageous.
That's our first backdoor.
Where in the world was it? Did they film it in a mirror? Was that backdoor for real? Oh my gosh, what an effort! And now he's gonna be turn tail and run for your life. Oh my gosh, what a great effort! That was a huge backdoor wave. So shallow in that section too. It is actually more shallow than Pipeline. Pipeline goes off the reef into sand. Not the case for backdoor. It goes from reef to more reef, and then more shallow reef.
Yeah, and Japan has. They've always had this. I guess maybe it's since World War II, and I was talking about how Japan went through transition after World War II. If you're into a lot of some of the films that take place in Hawaii, they're really good. Even the cartoon films that are made are sort of reflecting on that era that Japan went through, the kind of a rough time with the war and so forth.
Right.
One of my theories is that maybe because of what happened with Hawaii, with Pearl Harbor, you had a lot of Japanese. I don't know if it was sort of feelings of guilt or a feeling like kind of a responsibility, kind of a kuleana, but many Japanese have turned to Hawaii in more respectful light. For example, a lot of Japanese have really taken on the hula as part of the culture.
And the
surfing,
ukulele, things like that.
Yeah, and a lot of like kumuhulas from Hawaii will spend time in Japan, where they'll go and meet with halau, and many of the Japanese halau or hula groups will come to Hawaii to perform. And I was at a keiki hula. We hosted keiki hula last year at BYU Hawaii. And there was a halau from Japan, these young kids, and they nailed it. Like,
wow.
I couldn't believe how good they were.
Yeah, that's so cool.
And so it is interesting to see how Japan has really embraced a lot of our Hawaiian culture, and even with language. Like at UH Hilo, for example, there's a lot of that's where kind of the forefront of Hawaiian language is preserved and taught through the university there. Where they have PhDs that they offer in Hawaiian language. I've seen many students from Japan go into that program where they're speaking Hawaiian very fluently.
Oh, wow.
So there is this really interesting connection between Hawaii and Japan, that not only from plantation days, but also even currently in Japan, there's this interest in Hawaiian things and culture and art.
Yeah,
and things.
that is one of the most complimentary things, I think. A lot of folks will ask, how do you feel about outsiders, this or that, wanting to like learn Hawaiian culture or be a part of it or try to do this or that, and go, hey, if it's for the right reason of appreciation and just they adore it,
right.
That is a very nice compliment, that we should feel so blessed, to be a part of it, and also, that other folks that have their own heritage and culture would like to take the time to learn about our heritage and culture. And I think, the way of the world should be kind of moving in that direction of all of us just appreciating each other's culture and having, a nice learning experience, with other cultures, as we're moving another chair into our booth right here.
And I guess there is a fine line between respecting other cultures, and then appropriating them, and it's really just a difference of how you approach it. Like, it is about respect, right? And so if you're like we're talking about Japan respecting Hawaiian culture, and then approaching it with that way is definitely not offensive. We're watching
some
more whitewash.
Tons of waves coming in right now, almost too much swell. So there are not going to be any rides at this particular time. With 9 minutes remaining, it is survival mode for Team Japan at the moment. And we'll try to get an ID or at least a visual on where our competitors are. We see them. And in the midst of all the soup, the bubbles, the turbulence, the crazy jacuzzi bubble bath right now with not too much relaxation out there.
Right.
And 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The waves have really deteriorated the conditions. Less than ideal. West winds have filled in. The swell has not died down. It is still huge. That last wave broke so far out that in that deep water, it has to be at least a 30 to 40 foot wave that would be face value. So still tons of swell. The wind now filling in, and Team North Shore Surf Shop, like, do we have to go out there? Team Volcom, like, oh man, we picked the wrong number today.
Do they pick numbers out of a hat?
I saw a koa bowl
Okay.
in the competitors area with folded up pieces of paper inside.
Okay.
So I believe that is still the method of picking your surf time. And I've seen it before where you pick it and then that's the order for that day, and then they just kind of will like not flip it because the middle heat still get the same time of day. It would like just kind of stagger it and then move like half the field up of heats up here and then shift it down. So there is a rotation at some point.
Okay. Yeah. Back to our Japan, another influence that Japan has had on Hawaii is our food.
Oh my gosh, that's some of my favorite food. Saimin, but I'll eat that 3 meals a day if I could.
Funny, I mean, most people call it ramen. We still call it saimin.
Yeah.
Some good ramen, saimin here in Hawaii. Also, of course, amazing. Rice. I mean, every dish we have, even our lunches right now today, have rice. It's part of our staple diet.
And that comes from Japan.
Yep.
Yeah.
And China.
China also, Asia
Chinese
in general.
Japanese in Hawaii on the plantation days. People would just share food.
Yeah.
And as you get that exchange of food, we get some innovation in the dishes that we have. And the Portuguese, too, brought a lot of stuff to us as well, including malasadas.
Oh, you malasada. That's if you want to, replace your profanity.
If you don't know what malasada is, it's basically a donut without the hole.
Yes. And I remember the Pigeon to the Max book, the orange book.
Oh, classic.
Hey, you baboos, malasadas no more holes. How they get was poking holes in the malasada at the bakery. Oh, baboos, that was a good one. I never heard that one in a long time.
Yeah.
Baboos. It means like an imbecile
Dummy.
or like a, yeah. Dummy.
Oh, somebody, bunch of baling boards here getting mowed.
Oh,
Yikes.
yeah. Yikes. That is a big whitewash. And these guys, like we said earlier, they don't ride big boards these days besides Mason Ho and a couple others. So if they're baling those boards, those whitewaters are huge because they normally will just be okay duck diving. But the wall of whitewater that was approaching was much too big for duck diving and opting for the bailing leash test technique.
It's also interesting, going back to the 442nd, when they came back from the war, and they're celebrated, I said, as some of the most decorated in World War II, and the 442nd was, those that weren't with us, joined us earlier, was talking about how there's this Japanese-American group, most of them from Hawaii, that went and signed up to fight for the United States in World War II, went to Europe, fought right on the front lines, and came back as decorated soldiers. One of those was Daniel Inouye. Our airport today is named after Daniel K. Inouye. But when they came back, it was, even though it was a celebration of their return, they still, in the territory of Hawaii, they still found themselves struggling to kind of make their way into the kind of the elite business society. So a lot of them struggled to, for example, getting home loans and joining clubs. And some of the clubs, for example, in Waikiki that were still, kind of designated by race and class and these types of things. So that story of sort of Japanese making their way into Hawaiian politics, they in many ways they rise and they create their own banks. Central Pacific Bank is one of these, and also start to really make a mark through labor unions, and then eventually into politics. And then we get folks like George Ariyoshi becomes the governor of Hawaii, and only governor to serve 3 terms, which is interesting. And then
I did not know that.
many others. Mazie Hirono has been around, and Daniel K. Inouye. So it's a really kind of interesting story how Japanese went from in the plantation and then becoming kind of a part of the business elite in Honolulu.
The Japanese-Hawaiian connection. And, we've had our Hawaiian big fellas go join the traditional sport of sumo. In the past.
Here we go.
Have been very successful, as we see a rider trying to wrestle with this pipe wave right there. But some of the Polynesians converting over to that Japanese lifestyle with sumo wrestling and Musashi Maru and Akebono, Konishiki, the 3 most famous.
Right, you list them in the same order as the song.
Yeah.
Akebono. Anyway, sadly, we just lost Akebono this last year. Big Waimanalo Hawaiian that went off to Japan and was amongst the top elite sumo
Yeah.
wrestlers. And we're celebrities up there because of it. I mean, they were amongst the top of the champions up there, and lived quite a lavish lifestyle, my understanding.
Yeah, they're very revered in the Japanese culture, and the Hawaiians and Polynesians that went there to participate were all in that top category. So awesome to see the connections back and forth between Hawaii and Japan.
There's an interesting Japan connection with the Hui. In fact, there's a branch of the Hui in Japan. I think some of that has a lot to do with, holy smokes, here we go. 2 riders, second reef, and on the first reef, way on the outside.
Oh, wow.
Shinpei,
Oh,
way
come
out there.
on, brah. Let's do it. Holy Shinpei Horiguchi.
I mean, that wave is so far out there, it takes a while to get in here.
It's like the
a very
longest
long ride.
pipe wave ever. He made, at one time, when I first started announcing way back when, I think it was like 2009 or 2010, one of those years, he was in the XL Pro, the then XL Pro at Sunset Beach.
Yep.
Got this amazing wave, pulled in on the outside, got barreled, came out, carved, the inside bowl set up, got another barrel. And Bernie Baker, he was like, oh my gosh, I thought you were going to say it. I went, holy Shinpei Horiguchi. And that just stuck from there. Bernie, like he said, almost jumped out of his seat. He was judging. He was like, oh my God, I thought you were going to say it and be fired before you even hired, bro. But what a great wave that was back at Sunset Beach for Shinpei Horiguchi. It'll go down
That was a
for
long
me is
ride.
a great one. But
Sunset, yeah.
Wave right there for Shinpei, not doing much. We're going to count down the end of this heat for Team Japan. And there were a lot of waves ridden, but not much barrels had. But they were definitely giving it their best effort with some backdoor waves. Our first backdoor wave, actually.
Right.
And a lot of pipe waves. So we'll be back with more action. Heat number 7, North Shore Surf Shop Ohana, coming up next at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Stay tuned.
Hi guys.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Aloha, welcome back. That is the Hawaiian flag flying proudly over the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. I'm Rocky Cannon. This is Dr. Isaiah Walker, and we have a special guest, Neely, who is here. She's a world champion water skier, guys. Believe it or not, she does amazing tricks. We're watching right here on her YouTube videos. Neely, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
You're very welcome, and thanks for being here. What is your okay, so wait, you have world records in water skiing.
Yeah.
And that's when you get pulled behind a boat, right? On flat water.
Yes.
Okay. And you have you ranked number 1 for, is it speed or
for
slalom?
trick skiing. Trick skiing. I also compete in slalom, but my main event is trick skiing.
And so in slalom, what does that entail?
Yeah, so basically you'll have a course with 6 buoys, and so your goal is to run the course with the shortest amount of rope length.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay.
So the boat speed for guys goes 36 miles per hour, and for girls 34 miles an hour.
And that is like a set speed where they lock it in there. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Because I was wondering, I'm like, well, what if you get a boat guy? He's just crazy, go real fast.
Yeah.
Where the young guy's like, I'm just cruising.
Yeah, but the shorter that the rope gets, the faster that the skier does have to go cross course.
Oh, wow. And what's the rope length?
Yeah, so basically there's a certain rope that all competitors use, and so the shorter and shorter it gets, the harder it gets.
What's the shortest rope you ever
So my shortest rope length is 10.75 meters.
Okay.
So with the trick skiing, I saw some videos of you doing front flips and a variety of things. Tell us a little bit more about what are you? Do you have something you're known for that you're best at with some of the tricks?
Yeah, so in trick skiing, basically there are 2 20-second passes, and so each trick has a certain amount of points, and so it's who can get the most amount of points at the end of the pass. And so kind of the cool thing with trick skiing right now is girls and guys were judged on the exact same playing field. And the girls have been competing so well that we're getting up there with the guys. So it's been cool.
Oh, so it's a co-ed.
Sort of, yeah. So tell us, what do you think of the surfing? Have you had a chance to surf in Hawaii yet? And what's your take on watching Pipeline at the BackDoor
Yeah,
Shootout?
this is insane. This is cool because it's a completely different world. I live and train in Orlando, Florida, but a totally different world.
Water, right?
Yes, we compete and we train on flat, perfect conditions lakes
with no alligators.
Not this, not this. I've surfed once before, but I'd love to try again.
So we have a surprise for you, Neely. We have Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Okay.
They have a ski rope.
Yeah.
And we're set up here.
Okay.
So after this, you're going to go down there.
Perfect.
I hope you brought your skis. I'm just kidding. But wouldn't that be something to ski down a wave like that?
Yeah. I'd love to.
These guys are almost slalom skiing on some of these waves with these boards. It is pretty incredible what some of these surfers can do on these crazy conditions. That is Team North Shore Surf Shop. I think that is that Makai McNamara? Steve Robertson. Okay. Or maybe it's Lennon
back.
Chandler.
Oh my gosh, Aladala. That double up, hunting for the barrel, unable to find it.
So where is it that you tried surfing?
Sorry?
Where did you try surfing?
I tried in Bali.
Okay.
Yeah, a few years ago.
That's a lovely place. That's like my favorite place besides Hawaii to surf.
Yeah, it's become like the Disneyland for surfers.
It's so consistent. Right. It's crazy how good the waves are every single day. What's your what's the hardest trick that you think is to complete for you?
For me, in order to break my world record, I had to put together a run where I could put all 3 of my front flips in a sequence that made sense. So I would say that. Putting
so
together
it's a series of
flips.
tricks that front flips.
Yeah.
I am so scared of being upside down. I can't imagine.
Are all of your tricks launched off of the wake, or do you go off of ramps?
So in water skiing, there's 3 different events. There's slalom, tricks, and jump. So jump would be off of the jump ramp, but in trick skiing, it's all off of the boat wake.
What do you think of this as you're watching this?
Does that look like fun? We're going to take you down to the beach. We've got an interview with Team Japan. We'll see who's standing by there. Take it away down on the beach.
Aloha guys, this is Mahina here on the beach with Riaru Ito. リアル最後の波結構やばかったと思いました自分が。でもその1本目の波はジョシュ・モニーズが声かけてきたって言ってて、どういう波ですか？
沖着いた時にちょうどチームジャパンスタートして、そしたらスタートしたから乗っていいよみたいな感じで言われて、乗ったらちょっとだけバレル入れたから最高みたいな。
まあチームジャパンはそのチーム的に日本人チームでバックドアシュートアウトで選ばれたことはどういう気持ちですか？
もうそれはもう素直に嬉しい気持ちと、このパイプラインでそのジャパニーズ5人だけでやれるのがもうとても嬉しいって感じです。
やっぱりその日本ってこのちっちゃい波かビーチブレイクの波だし、どういうふうにその練習できたんですか？
もうそれはもうハワイに通ってずっとパイプラインやるみたいな、毎年そんな感じです。
まあ次も頑張ってください。Just want to translate a little bit. He did mention that Josh Moniz did actually holler him into the very first wave where he got the first solid score. So he's very grateful to have a different guy that's aside from his own heat to get him into that wave. But I wish you all the best. もう次のヒートも頑張ってください。
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Mahina. And live action happening right now. One of our surfers pulling out of that wave. But it was really cool to hear that Josh Moniz was cheering on, another person from another team. That surfing ohana camaraderie, definitely alive and well. I want to say thank you to Neely for joining us. What a nice treat to have a fellow water sport person, just in a totally different realm.
Right.
But man, I was hoping she brought her skis, and it would have been Water Patrol just tow her into one. That would be crazy.
I mean, do you ever see a video of that guy who would ski tow in out at like Mavericks and stuff?
Yeah.
That's kind of random.
Yeah. I've seen
that's like snow skiing.
Skis on water.
Here we go,
for
replay.
Sure.
Stevie Robertson. Maui boy.
Definitely second generation Charger. His dad, Kaleo, doing so much great work here at Pipeline. Ayala Stewart looking for a little pocket ride, but doesn't find anything much more than that. And Mackay McNamara. So we got Landon out there as well. Steve Roberson, Legend Chandler. Legend had a really good showing at the Pipe Masters and won a few bags of cash, courtesy of Uncle Steve Van Doren and the crew. And then Landon, obviously the huge win, December 22nd, the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational at Waimea Bay. Steve Roberson, we mentioned, second generation Charger. Mackay has had some magical moments here at Pipeline over the years, as well as Ayala Stewart. So strong team for North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. I just wish they had better conditions, but we're plugging along here, trying to get day number 2, round number 2 under our belt. And along the way, some surfers have found some keepers. So we'll kind of hang our hat on that.
Yep.
As we approach the end of day with this heat number 7, heat number 8, Team Volcom coming up next. And the waves just continuing to be very large and in charge, with no break in the swell as far as decrease. Consistency has been there as well. We've never seen the lineup without those bubbles. It's been constantly turquoise, whitish, murky with all the bubbles that by the time it starts to dissipate, the next set's coming in already.
Yep.
So very turbulent day number 2 of the Hui BackDoor Shootout.
Yeah. A lot of white water, but still it's fun to see different phases of Pipeline. It's interesting. Yesterday morning, you know, we were first starting, it looked like this size right here.
Right,
on this
exactly.
inside.
Yep.
And we were talking about like, oh, watch, it's going to change its face. And sure enough, we went from 4 feet to 12 feet yesterday. And then a lot of different phases of wind, too. We went from dead wind to buttery conditions to a little onshore last night. And then this morning we had the side winds. And now we're kind of struggling with a little too much of the Kona winds.
Yep.
Sitting out on the second reef now. So it's kind of cool. Get the opportunity to see the various phases of pipeline.
Yeah, and still barrels to be had. We saw Ryohei Ito get a nice little Japanese team barrel, and even saw our first backdoor wave open up, at least for a moment, but not a completed barrel. Still impressive that somebody was even thinking about a right today.
Yeah, so Makai and Landon are brothers, and they would also call Ayala Stewart sort of like their Hanai brother.
Yeah.
Quite a few Hanais over there at the North Shore Surf Shop.
Yep, I think this is Legend.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got a big fan club. Always when he's up and riding, you'll hear cheers and clapping, and just got a good support crew for sure. Legend, part of the Chandler Ohana Mananalu yesterday in the longboard division, almost had a back-to-back backdoor shootout victories. Was last year's champion, but Nalu DeSoto came up and snagged that away. Yep. Beautiful technique right there for the young man.
So when we say Kona winds, referring to coming from the Kona part of the island. So Kona is not just a town like Kailua Kona we talk about in Big Island. People say Kona, they think it's on the Big Island, but Kona is also like a district or an area of an island. So most islands have a Kona side to it. So even Oahu, Kona would be on the town side, the southwest side of the island, and the winds are blowing from that direction. So,
yeah, which is quite opposite from our normal. Oh, was it Kamawa'e?
Yes,
yesterday.
good one.
Yeah, so
that come from the east-northeast, the normal trade winds.
I would have said Makani Regula, something like that. But it is Kamawa'e, the trade wind, and then Kona, the opposite. And you can see, really the reason we are not fond of Kona winds here on the North Shore is the surf gets really jumbled up. And I explained to a lot of guests, they're so curious of why this place is so special when we're talking about the North Shore as we watch a special rider right here.
Legend. Wow. This one looks like it has promise on the inside. Standing up here, see if it works out for him.
Come on.
It's the kick out. Yeah, you're right. There's like a whole cheering squad down there. It does help when your family lives right over there.
Yeah, and checking out the equipment right there. Some thrusters, some forefins. Landon McNamara.
2024 ADI Cow champ.
Carving that one quite nicely, but it just fades into the channel. And the Kona winds, we have folks that will ask, why the North Shore is so special. Okay, is it, they ask, but I mean, there's got to be waves on the other islands. Why is everything so focused here? And, I acknowledge, the other islands have great waves, but they're really spaced out. You got a spot here, then you got to get in your car and go drive to a spot over here. And so the condensation of quality waves in such a small area, we call it the 7 Mile Miracle. It's probably a little longer than that, but, from Vilan to Haleiwa. But having all of these quality waves like this one is almost quality. Had a little moment there of some nice steepness, but mostly just a casual, cruisy ride all the way from the outside to the inside. But having all these waves very close together is an amazing feature of the North Shore and why it's so special, or part of the reason why, as we watch Landon McNamara. But also, our trade wind direction blows side offshore. So I explained to folks that having swell is part of the equation. You need the other part, which is the favorable winds. And if you have onshore winds or winds that are, crosswinds that are chopping it up, it's not ideal. So the combo of having so many surf breaks close by each other and also having this steady, grooming trade wind makes the North Shore, an iconic surfing place that has all the fame and notoriety that it does because of those two factors.
What's amazing to me about Oahu, the island of Oahu, is how favorable the winds are, because we were talking yesterday, Rocky, about how this isn't the North Shore, it's the Northwest Shore. Like, technically, if you look at it, it's got a lot of west. That's why Pipeline likes a west swell, because it's more west facing. Whereas somebody like Lonnie's has a little bit more north facing because of its angle. But the wind, interestingly, the trade winds are conducive for good surf on three sides of the island. The North Shore likes the trade winds, the west side likes the trade winds, and the southwest side. Because it's not the South Shore either, it's the Southwest Shore. So that little bit of angle opens up opportunities for three sides of the island to have favorable winds, which is really unique.
Right.
Like most of the other islands, it's not that way.
Yeah, and the way the coast is shaped and has formed, it is really only a small area that has favorable winds, as opposed to 3/4 of Oahu. Up and riding.
Is that Legend again, or is Stevie and Legend similar in their
They
boards?
look like they're almost dressed and surfing alike.
Whereas, like, Maui or Big Island, it's not as favorable. With the kind of the angle of the breaks and stuff, it's usually pretty windy. There's a replay of this one. Just bottom turning, looking for the double up to emerge.
Yeah, these kids are just having fun, bro. They got nobody out there. Jet ski assist ready to help them, just all smiles, like they don't care about the wind. They don't care about, lack of barrels. They're just like, oh, it's so fun being out here with, like, free rides if I need it with the jet ski. And then, like, nobody out. I can get whatever wave I want.
People cheering on the beach.
And people cheering us on. It's like little kids in a candy store right now.
You can see from this drone angle how misty it's become. A lot of the wind will kick up more mist. So it's hard to see Kaena Point and Mount Ka'ala there.
It's crazy how deep those bubbles are that are still present in the lineup. And the wave, went through minutes ago, and that turbulence is still just like hanging around down there, bubbling up to the surface, taking forever to clear out. And Victory at Sea right there, paddling back out. Big chops, a lot of white caps, unfavorable wind, but still a beautiful day.
Yes, I mentioned that North Shore Surf Shop, that crew with Liam McNamara and his boys, Landon and Makai, and real kind of cool, Liam has been really good about, like, fostering, kids that have access to surfboards. I remember,
man. Much different than yesterday right there, that shot.
That's some wind.
The trees were still, the flags were limp. Now they are at full stretch.
But I've appreciated that surf shop over the years. I've run my own kids surfing group that was with the purpose of trying to get more kids from our side of the island access to surfing. And we've gone to their shop before to look for surfboards for some of our local kids, and always been very kind to us about giving us boards.
Oh, that's good.
Kind of a cool thing. You talked about giving a board away at the Rel Sun
It was a Haleiwa Menehune.
Oh, Haleiwa Menehune. Oh, sorry. Yep, the Menehune. That is cool. Yeah. So the the Foster Bloomfield families have been running that for a long time and do such a good job with the Menehune there.
And we heard from Liam earlier, North Shore Surf Shop, speaking of, and donates a lot to the Menehune and gives so many, product and things like that. And having his sons in the water and his Hanai son, Ayala Stewart, and Steve Robertson and Legend, it was nice to hear from Liam telling us a story about his grandson's uncle, great uncle, being the guy with the dog on the surfboard from that old school picture. So
yeah, the Auna family, still there's quite a few of them out where we live in Hauula.
Okay.
And I know the family pretty well, and it's interesting though that it's most of the Beach Boys had all these fancy nicknames.
Yeah.
So like there's like Colgate and Steamboat and Ox and so many different cool, fun names that they would have these kind of playful alter egos, I suppose.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I don't know Duke went by Pa'oa, which was his middle name, which was also his mom's family's name, their surname. For some reason, I'm not aware of him having one of those Beach Boy nicknames, but most of the other guys did.
Yeah.
Blue, Makua. Anyway, so there was just some really kind of fun names that they would have. Scooter Boy, and anyway, kind of the list goes on.
There's a shot that's from straight on, looking out to the water, and
not a day you'd normally want to paddle out to.
It is daunting, to say the least.
As you said, having the jet ski assist really helps to eliminate some of the difficulties of getting back out to the lineup when you've got these third reefers washing through. Nonetheless, we get spoiled living in Hawaii, and we're kind of like crying over some mildly onshore wind, and most other places would love to have waves of this quality, and I think sometimes we do get a little spoiled. We're like, oh, it's windy, you're not going to surf today, but most places deal with difficult situations. Here we go, Makai dealing with this situation. Nice carve off the top, downturns, looking for the barrel, stands up and pulls the eject cord.
Yeah, that was a big closeout on the inside. Here's his brother Landon coming to that same inside section, fading, waiting, seeing what's going to happen.
Come on.
And pulls
Goes
in.
for it. Coming
Come
up.
on, Landon.
Come on.
Oh, my gosh. He was in a cavern that just pinched shut. The fans like it.
They love it.
Landon seems to be up and okay. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that wave that Landon got at the eddy, you're right. That was amazing. And it was cool because he, when he turned, like he whipped around, like he was paddling up the face and just last minute just whipped around.
You don't see that very often at Waimea.
Almost like under the lip, turned around and just
I call it
for it.
Steep, deep, and underneath.
And then when he made it through that first explosion and he raised his hands like in celebration.
Right.
And then the whitewash just annihilated, but then he re-emerged.
He still made it through that. For another claim. I'm like, bruh, how'd you make the drop? How did you make that? And how did you get over there? It was pretty nuts. Here's Makai McNamara.
That was a smooth first turn that he did. I like that.
Yeah, that was a nice searing kind of slice into that wave. And then Landon just packs it. No fear. Getting in there deep, but not coming out. I want to say mahalo to our coverage crew, the folks at Zone Media that bring you Ocean Paddler TV and bringing this event, the Backdoor Shootout, live on Spectrum Surf Channel 1020 and on surfline.com. And also thank you to all of our team at Zone Media, Alex and his crew, Marcus, Jake, Nick, Graham, and the entire surfline.com ohana, Evan, La'a, and the entire Spectrum Hawaii team. Thank you guys. course, our CMC Productions, our social media crew of the Backdoor Shootout, Chance, Eli, and the rest of the crew. They'll be filming for the social media, Instagram, at the Hui Official, Hui O'He'enalu North Shore. You can follow them at CMC Media Productions. Mahalo to all of you guys and folks that are working hard behind the scenes as our surfers are working hard in front of the scenes and not getting much in the way of barrels today. But there have been some keepers, like we said, early on. But this wind really just kind of caught us by surprise and really moved in the last couple of heats and has not let up like it did yesterday. It came and went yesterday. Then finally the last heat or so gave a really, strong presence. But today was big, burly, wild, crazy.
Yeah, the North Shore Surf Shop right now in the water. I love the word they use the word ohana, and we've used the word hanai, and it is these terms describe the Hawaiian family. Ohana is not your typical type of like we would define the nuclear family with was like the 2 parents and 4 kids or whatever. Ohana is extended family, so it usually includes. Like with the North Shore group here, they have a hanai brother. Hanai is another word of like to feed or to bring in and to care for.
Okay.
And it's a very cultural thing, not just in Hawaii but in the Pacific, where the definition of ohana or family is more inclusive of extended people.
Okay.
And so it was very common for someone to be hanai'd or to brought in and raised by someone else. I was talking about Kamehameha as one of the first king of Hawaii, and when he was young, he was hanai'd by a guy named Naiole, who raised him in back of Kohala, and it's common in tradition to have someone else raise your kid. And I mean, not to say that parents didn't take care of their own, but let's say you had a sibling or an auntie or an uncle who couldn't have children.
Okay.
And you would gift them with one of your kids to help to raise, and that concept, it takes a village to raise a child, is a very literal concept in the islands of that, you bring people in. So, Liam and the North Shore Surf Shop have hanai'd quite a few different people, and they've gone on to do great things. And we've seen that kind of element even with the Hui. And one thing I really appreciate about the Backdoor Shootout is this sense of community and helping surfers from Hawaii to get some exposure and to get some access to surfing, which is increasingly difficult if you don't have the funds to do it.
Right.
Especially these days, sponsorships are harder to come by. There's so many people that are surfing on a high level.
Yep, and if you know Moka and you got to catch bus, you can only bring boogie board.
And not just that, but qualifying for events and so forth, you have to travel quite a bit, and entry fees are costly. It's becoming quite an expensive ordeal.
Right.
So, and some folks who have the privileges of maybe families with the financial ability to support, that helps a lot. But with those who don't, we're fortunate to have like the Hui and others who are working to provide the support for some of those who have that talent and not necessarily the financial means to deliver on it.
Yeah, and so important for our local shops, our small businesses and company representatives to kind of identify where those needs are and to step up and fill some of the gaps there. And I feel like our North Shore community and as a whole, Oahu does a good job. And Hawaii in general, we really aim to look after each other. One of the great things about the Haliva Menehune is like you can just turn your kid loose. You have plenty of aunties and uncles watching, and they're all having fun, playing together. You don't see them for a couple hours. It's like, you're not even worried about them. And then,
don't get mad when auntie slap one of them.
Yeah, exactly. So, it means, if they act up, you free to discipline, like you take it from there. And and also let me know, because if you had to whack them, then what? Auntie to whack you? Whack you too then. What you did? That's embarrassing. When our auntie or uncle had to kind step in, like, hey, you don't do that. But I'm very lucky. I'm sure you are too. Your kids are grown, a lot of them, and very well behaved. And I think I saw your son pop in earlier, and your daughter too.
Yeah. So my kids, 4 of the 5 were here today visiting.
Okay.
So it was kind of cool that got to bring them into the house, show them the operations, how it goes, and been really cool. So thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us, the Backdoor Shootout.
We've been weekend. Just talking story, and
Vala'au.
They don't, the Vala'au. Is that, so there's a couple different terms, for a talking story. We'll get to that after, but Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, it's been a great pleasure just to be with you guys. I know the conditions are not ideal and unfavorable for the most part, but we're glad to get a day number 2, a round 2 under our belt. There have been a few keepers in the morning time, surfers that like Shaden Picaro, Eli Olsen maybe got a couple. I want to say Luke Tima, a really good standout today. They're happy that it ran because they got scores that they could tuck in their belt. But it is been a day that we've seen a lot of waiting for waves, diving under waves, Hawaiian Water Patrol. You guys have been outstanding. Mahalo for your great work. Definitely the heroes of the day for taking care of our surfers and photographers. And then that gives up a lot of us, gives a lot of time for us to talk story with you guys. I'm getting all tongue-twisted and tongue-tied already because, it's been a long day. We started at 10 o'clock, but we're going on our third heat coming up in a row that Isaiah and I are, we're kind of sharing duties, but Ezra Rodriguez helping us out, also doing some beach announcing too. So our crew is multitasking, if you will, today. And I enjoy Isaiah, sharing the history of not only of Hawaii, but, he teaches other kinds of history too. Right. So it's a great day of learning, talking story, sharing. Some of you have been chiming in on our Instagram, Rocky Cannon. I think it's Moonwalker 808.
Yep.
So Isaiah Walker is Moonwalker 808. I still have yet to see him do a moonwalk. Maybe we'll get him to do one after. But I'm Rocky Cannon is my Instagram. You can hit me up, and if you guys got questions, shout outs any kind, we can get to that because we got plenty time for the Vala'au, bro. So Vala'au is more like a slang.
Yeah.
For talk story. Or conversation.
And that's interesting. Sometimes you say kuka is more like to talk to each other.
Okay. I've heard that one before.
There's other where Ho'oponopono is when you get together and you talk more serious and venting things or resolving issues and things like that. So there are different forms of communication and talking. Then you got stuff like when you're singing with each other. You got the, Kanikapila. And just we kind of get together and sing and talk story and hang out and good fun times.
And so another Hawaiian word or another slang that we've used all throughout our lives. When I took my first year of Hawaiian language at Lelehua High School, from Kumu Daniel Ao, I was, he said, what is the word for eat? All of us in the room said kaukau, which is incorrect.
Which I think comes from a Chinese term.
Actually. I'm like, what in the world? So it's ai, Okina ai.
Yep.
And I was so, I felt so betrayed. Like I just found out, about, I won't spoil anybody's the kind, but it was like,
what?
When you feel like you've been like told something, you're like, oh my gosh, like what? That's not it. And I probably would have bet my house on it. And when I was that age of, we used it so much.
Got a roll in here from way outside.
Could be Eala.
Wow, I got a water shot. Oh, going for the barrel. Eala Dala.
I gotta say, Ezra Rodriguez is doing a fabulous job on the beach microphone. These conditions are subpar, but he's blowing it up. He's got the crowd engaged. They're yelling and screaming, and it's so amazing. Ezra Rodriguez, nice job, my brother. And we're going to look forward to more fun, good days here at the Backdoor Shootout. But we'll get a replay of Eala just rolling in, super casual, kind of laid-back style that he has. Just kind of exudes calm and coolness, you know.
Nice. Stalling here.
Just tucks under, like, yeah, might as well, bro.
Such a good surfer. Comes from a good surfing family. His brother Kaniela is one of the best longboarders
Oh my
in the
gosh,
world.
he is so incredibly talented and fun to watch on a longboard. And mom and dad, good job. The Waikiki Ohana, the Stewarts from Orea, and now Eala Stewart making himself from Ohia.
Yep. Yeah. That's cool. You get families that grew up in Waikiki but have made a name for themselves on the North Shore here. And even the Monizes are that same story, right? Like, running the beaches down there, and even they do surf lessons down there and run the surf scene and shops. And so, but to come out here to the North Shore and make a name for themselves too.
Yeah, and we've, seen different surfers from different eras come from different zones, the host from Waimanalo originally coming out this way. Everybody thinks of them as North Shore, of course they've, mastered all these waves and have had amazing success, but originally from Waimanalo. And, even the fellows from different islands, Andy and Bruce from Kauai, and all the folks from, Kaimana Henrys and those guys from Maui, and then you got Shane Dory and those guys from Big Island. But
all throughout the Pai'aina, all of the Hawaii Nei, all of our island chain, we're one ohana.
Brother Aaron Stone from Molokai. I think there's
not many surfers from Lanai.
My friend Nick Palumbo, I think he's from here, but he's moved there.
There's not many. I've been there before, a beautiful island, but
I have too.
No
I
surf.
surfed there.
What? Oh yeah. Manele Bay, right off of
There's a little left there.
Yeah.
I was just starting to it has to be like a big swell or some kind of freak, big swell. But there was Lopa Beach.
Oh, okay.
And there's almost like a little mini Ali'i kind.
Is this by the hotel?
No, it's a way around. My then girlfriend, now wife, we took a trip there and I went camping. That's the end of the heat right there. So we'll come back with more fun stories about surfing Lanai and any kind of places, and check out our heat number 18 Volcom when we come back at the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025. Stay alive. We'll see you on the other side. The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Welcome back.
Okay, brah. It is the last heat, heat number 8 of day number 2, round 2 at the Hui BackDoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, just down the beach to your left, and also in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And we are with Team Volcom in the water, the defending champs, Isaiah.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah Walker, I'm Rocky Cannon, Balaram Stack, Makana Pang, Jake Maki, and Maikai Burdine. 4 surfers in this heat. We had Noah Dean, not able to make it. Moana, she surfed 2 heats yesterday. Probably looking at today going, let you guys handle this one, boys.
Yeah, it was a great day of surfing both days. It's kind of cool. We just went right off from day 1 and day 2. We've used the first 2 days of the waiting period.
That always feels good.
Yeah, I don't know if today counts as like a half day since we started a little bit late or not, but I know
it'll be 10 a.m. to about 3:20 p.m. Hawaiian Standard Time. So a solid day nonetheless. We were here at 6:30, so felt like all day.
Thank you. You guys let me sleep in a little.
Yeah,
actually,
all good, bro.
Take my family to church and stuff, and then showed up at 10. So thank you for filling in the morning.
While I was here hanging around, Mr. Jeremy Rice downstairs in the Volcom house had his massage table laid out.
You got the hookup.
And so, owner of Flow Performance Medicine, and that is located in Honolulu. And so, check out Jeremy at Flow Performance Medicine. And
we have a rider here, flowing and performing.
Yeah.
And
so
that
I feel much better.
Balaram, look at this fade, beautiful, going way deep.
Oh, get into it.
Come on, let's see it. Oh, like, no, thank you.
Oh, it's almost like Waimea where you're like, show a break. Oh, Jake Maki, he's going to do something nuts. Oh, just when I thought. I thought he was going to go off the lip. Oh, is that Balaram just like did a frog dive? Oh, my Lord. Carnage and destruction.
Oh, let's see. I don't
Hopefully
think
everybody's okay. Yeah, he did like his frog leg kick, like keeping an eye out for, I believe that might have been Balaram, broken leash.
Swimming.
So Water Patrol is going to scoop him.
On it.
Great work by Hawaiian Water Patrol. Thank you so much, Uncle Terry Ahui, Kamalani Ahui, Kavika Foster, and crew. Here we go, Jake Maki.
Again.
Oh my gosh, that was just too much to handle, even for a Waimea Charger pipe specialist like Jake Maki. And don't blame him for jumping off. That had nothing but, unhappy ending waiting for you there.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's like, burp.
Yeah, Jake, awesome kid. I've known him since he was, young, and he went to Kahuku High School. Also, when he was little, he grew up in Kona, and kind of cool. He made his move over here to the North Shore and Kahuku, and it's really coming to his own. And it's impressive how he charges, not just at pipe, but at Waimea. I've seen him pulling a Marvin Foster and going left at Waimea.
Yeah, very talented, driven young man. And out the back.
It's like Makana Pang.
The gift. Probably on a Dennis Pang surfboard. His dad, longtime North Shore shaper and all-around great waterman himself. And mahalo, Uncle Dennis, always giving to the Menehune.
Yeah.
Over here on the North Shore at Haleiwa. So mahalo. And Makana has been in the zone, I feel like, the last couple of years. Really finding his crease and position where he likes to sit at pipe. You think of pipe as a really tight lineup, but there's actually a lot of room and different swells to move around. And Makana has been finding those sweet spots and getting the right waves. And Jake Maki,
and
2 waves.
Both kicked out. Ooh.
And Makana, kind of deja vu 4 times in a row right here with all these waves having similar results. But Makana has been in a little bit of the zone when the pipe's going off.
Yep.
You know he's going to get a couple sick ones, and he sits like just in the right spot, You know, he's not a big guy, so like he kind of, I think he sometimes even like he sneaks around. He, like, you know, you don't even see him. Like, oh, where'd the go in? And he's like, oh, there he is on the wave already. So fun to watch him and come into his own and really just, you know, like I said, a lot of these guys just so fearless and really, you know, putting their all on the line, you know, for these great waves. And speaking of great waves and some highlights, we've got Team Volcom with day one, round one stuff that we saw. Balaram, beautiful wave. I mean, just a picture-perfect photo right there to hang on the wall, send it home to mom, Mr. Ballstack. What a great inside wave technique. Survived the little side slip and the chandelier. It was like he was slipping down the hallway and the chandelier fell on him and he still came out the front door.
He mentioned his mom. I met his mom last year or the year before. She was here at the event. She was a fun lady. Seemed very nice.
Yep.
Supporting, shout out to Auntie.
So that was just highlights of Balaram, I guess, for Team Volcom.
Yep.
He did the most work yesterday.
I feel like Balaram is due to win this event. Like, he always is a standout.
Yeah, he broke through with a cool Pipe Masters win, you know, a couple years ago. And you're right, though. He's always been in contention, or has been in contention in the past. And maybe just missing out by a couple waves. But obviously, Team Volcom, defending champs, I mean, they had several guys in the top, you know, top 10 last year.
Yeah.
So definitely a strong team and our defending championship team.
Yeah, Noah Dean did
these
really
guys,
well last year.
Yeah, these guys could have one of these surfers break through and take the whole pie.
And some highlights to remember too is, I mean, because Team Volcom was, and they had Moana Jones and Noah Dean and Makana, and those guys were just, and of course Jake Maki were just really, I mean, they won last year. They did an amazing job. But I remember there was one wave, I can't remember if this is last year or the year before, where Moana Jones pulled into the wave of the event, but it was like right after the horn.
You're right. It was like 5 seconds after.
It was like,
would have been a double-digit score, you know, and I think there were so many people who wanted to give it to her, but obviously, you know,
I mean,
the clock is the clock, right?
We're loose and unconventional sometimes at the shootout, but you got to have some boundaries, right?
Exactly. You got to have some boundaries. Yep, or else we'd be swerving all over the road, bro.
Let's count the one from the morning, too, before the contest.
Oh, I should have seen yesterday. I had one mean one, you know.
But, yeah, that was an insane one, though, for Moana Jones.
Back to surfing on Lanai.
Okay.
I borrowed a board from Nick Palumbo. Thank you, brother Nick. It's kind of like a little mini, like longboard, like 8.6 or something. And just in case, you know, I've seen something. Sure enough, we're pulling in. You know, you got to get full-wheel drive in the Jeep over there. It's so fun to drive. It's like a video game. Oh my gosh, so
deer
much fun.
Everywhere.
Yeah. We could paddle here for Jake Maki. Jake got the longer board today, getting into those big chops, but not happening there. And Lopa Beach was a cool little spot, maybe like, you know, 2.5 feet, just rideable for the board I had. And then me and my wife paddled out together on the board. We caught a wave tandem. It was so much fun. I'm like, we're surfing on Lanai. This is great.
There's
Jake Maki.
Okay, let's see it.
Oh,
no.
He's like, never mind. Oh my goodness.
Those wedgie ones on the inside bowl are always the most terrifying because you could see him. He saw it coming.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
No,
you
except try to
there
run.
And you see people trying to bounce. You know, he tried to do the bounce.
Get
pump
more
and
speed,
it's
it's not doing anything. Oh, man, yeah. Trying to just run away from something that is bearing down on you.
The inevitable.
And the water almost feels like it's going against you.
And which is why everyone else kicked out earlier, right? Because this is
like, look at that. That was wicked.
Boosh. Oh, he's alive and well. These guys are warriors, man. Take lickings and keep ticking.
Yeah, Hawaiian Water Patrol, thank you. Great service for our surfers today. And we're going to take you down beach level right now. We've got an interview. I believe it's Mahina standing by with someone from the last heat. Take it away, Mahina.
Hey guys, Mahina down here with the beach camera. I have Steve Roberson from the last heat. Obviously, the conditions have gotten way more crazier, and was it just kind of like surviving and just kind of going through your runs until we have like one solid day?
Yeah, it's definitely not your ideal pipeline, but it was fun to just be out there with 3 other guys and playing cat and mouse, trying to get caught inside. But yeah, it was really fun. It was like snowboarding almost. It's a bunch of big white waters.
This must be kind of almost like pretty normal for you, just because you surf Jaws, and you know, it's definitely it's pretty unusual for a young guy like you to go out to Pe'ahi on such a big day. And do you use that same ability to bring it out here in this A game?
Yeah, it definitely translates out here, just especially today, like open ocean, just kind of just wandering around. But yeah, it definitely felt good to like have some experience in bigger waves for today.
And just recently, you did have a movie part come out. It was Stevie No Wonder. Yeah. Obviously, it's a mix of Pe'ahi, some great big slappy barrels and stuff. Yeah, tell me more about your movie.
Yeah, it was just all over this summer. I went traveling all over with my friends, so just a bunch of clips from that, us messing around, getting barreled. And yeah, it's on YouTube, so go check it out.
So everybody check out his new video, Stevie No Wonder, and then hopefully you get more barrels, obviously. I've been kind of telling that to everyone, but back to you guys back in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina and Stevie. No wonder you're a Roberson. You entrepreneurial bugger, you.
Wonder if Stevie Wonder does his soundtrack in that one.
I just called to say I'm getting barreled.
Oh, wow, look at these frothy beasts of waves. Victory at sea. It looks like perfect storm kind action.
Jake.
Oh, wow. It's doing a floater? What is going on out there, bro? But, yeah, the Roberson Ohana, I know Kaleo, really proud of his boy Steve, and he's got several others. And the Roberson Ohana, you know, they're Kaleo's brother a long time ago, ripper, shredder, tragically passed too soon, Justin Roberson.
Yep.
But the Maui contingency came over, you know, with Ty Van Dyke, Kaimana Henry, that crew. Another person gone too soon, Eric Diaz.
Right.
Yeah, just good times with the Maui boys, and coming over here to surf pipes. Ty Smiley, another shredder from
Billy Kemper,
from Orea, and to the modern era of Billy, and just Ian Walsh, and so many great surfers from Maui. Kaileni too.
Yeah.
There's some beachgoers from somewhere outside of Hawaii, I'm guessing, probably, maybe. Not sure, though, these days. You know, we got all kind of mixes these days, you know.
Right.
We got folks, you know, that have moved here to be in our armed forces. I want to say mahalo to, we were talking about the 42nd Regiment. We're talking about Pearl Harbor a little bit with our Japan competitors. And just want to say a mahalo from me and all of our crew to our men and women in the armed services, you know, whether it be any department, whatever branch, you and your families, you guys really thank you for your service, and want to make sure we give you mahalos for that. And
on the outside,
a lot of folks, you know, still here from, like you said, from plantation days, all the mix of cultures. We get our fair amount of other Pacific Islanders as well, coming to Hawaii, so a good mix. Oahu's so great.
Mix.
We're biased, you know. You get a little bit of everything. You know, if you like get crazy, you can go Waikiki. If you like go concert, or you like make any kind of Orea, and then you can come, you know, out to the country and tuck in and get some waves, or go around east side, you know, see the beautiful scenery on that side. It reminds me of being in Tahiti when you go on that side, you know.
Yep.
With the lagoons and the waves being way out. And
actually, I was surprised this summer. Mentioning how my son sails with various voyaging canoes. My oldest, Kahia, and this summer went down on Maru Maru Atua, which was a Cook Island canoe, double hull voyaging canoe. Took him 22 days to get from Hawaii to Rarotonga. flew down and joined them.
Whoa,
and we spent
wow, that's cool,
spent some
bro.
time there, and I couldn't believe how it looked like Hauula and Ka'ava in that area. It's smaller, much smaller than the island of Oahu, but just that mountain. And I think what it is it's on the same distance from the equator as Hawaii is, just on the bottom half. So all of the same plants, and just it was beautiful. We surfed there, some really like shallow waves.
Some
reefy
live coral.
But some barrels were had,
Nice.
and some scratches were made.
Some small kind tattoo souvenirs. Speaking of our island too, you go out the west side. I worked out there lifeguarding when I started many years ago, and my stepdad Sino spent many years surfing Makaha, and so we would go over there so often. And what a beautiful coastline and amazing waves. Just got to dodge a couple blue tops, but it's full of really nice folks when you get out to Makaha, the Keolanas. Aloha to you guys, and the Pu'us and the Desotos, everybody. And
I was stoked to see Chad Keolana, who's the son of Brian Keolana, who used to surf on Kamehameha School surf team, and I was coaching there years ago.
He still looked like he in high school.
I know.
He got the forever young look.
I was impressed. He had one of the last heats of the day. Took off on a late, steep one, made the drop. I was proud of him. He was doing really well.
He was performing well in the eddy a couple weeks ago. And, the island of Oahu, like I said, we're biased, but, we love our neighbor island. Kauai is so beautiful. Maui has lots of fun things to do, and smaller islands, Lanai, Molokai. Big island, obviously, every type of environment.
Right.
So crazy how you can go from, rainforest to plains, cattle country, and then snow on top of the mountain, and hot lava over here, and then desert down this side. Amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
Jake Maki. I don't know why he did that for.
I had to pull up the shorts.
Let's please not.
Easier
do not show that replay, please.
Just the shorts.
I'm going to stab my eyes out. I'm just kidding, guys. We're having fun. It's the last heat of the day. We're wrapping up day number 2, round 2. 20 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, and there's a nice broad look at
two guys won this one.
The turbulent lineup, and up and riding. Nope. Just a little fakey right there. Thought he had it. Want to say thank you to our sponsors. Well, we got some moments to say mahalo.
Yep.
We've got the Keiki Beach Bungalows right down the way, and looking towards the north, that is towards Rocky Point and such. And then as the drone will pan to the right a little bit, you may get a glimpse of the Keiki Beach Bungalows, or at least the area it's located on the far right side there, so very close to Pipeline. And if you're interested in checking them out, go search them up on the internet, on the interweb, the Keiki Beach Bungalows.
My sister actually got married there years ago.
Yeah, beautiful place. Great folks that run the grounds there, and, kind of one of the few legal vacation rental type homes that are, set up. It's not a hotel. It's not, one big house. It's all these separate little cottages, which is kind of nice. And
just be careful when you're visiting and swimming out there.
Yeah, and we want to just enjoy the ocean by looking at it from the yard and the sounds of the ocean. But there's easy access to Sharks Cove right there, Foodlands right down the road. So Greg and Annie doing a great job managing the Keiki Beach Bungalows. Thank you guys so much for being a sponsor again this year. And the North Shore Club, they're up at the Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay doing some things over there that are future plans. So North Shore Club, thank you guys. And we appreciate your sponsorship and all of your endeavors. White Claw, thank you very much. The Pakalolo Man. Oh, who that guy?
What is that?
And it might be the drone
looked like something under the water.
It could be the drone reflection.
That's a surfer.
And then there's a surfer there too. The lighting a little tricky at this time of day. Mahalo to XL Haleiwa. Mahalo to Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and also Na Menehune Umi Komo'ono and Oahu Golf Apparel for our nice get-ups here.
I like how we've been matching all day today.
Yep, it has been nice. We're twinning for sure.
Twinning. I like this one. This one's cool. I didn't realize it until you look carefully, and the islands are in there.
Yeah.
And it's like the kind of it looks kind of camel, but also look maybe like currents flowing through the islands.
Yeah, this is Oahu Golf Apparel. This is Rocky Cannon. That is Dr. Isaiah Walker. And we're bringing you the last heat of the day, the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025, heat number 8 of round 2. So when the day is complete, we'll have 2 rounds under our belt. 2 days of the waiting period have had surfing, so yesterday and today. We still have until January 16th, so we can cherry pick a couple of good days to find who will win this year's 2025, the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Still a lot of surfing to go, though, Isaiah.
Yep, and we still have a lot more days to go. Look like there's a lot of surf in the forecast.
Definitely no shortage of swell.
It's the wind, I think, that we're, got to keep an eye on. Like today, the afternoon winds sort of came in onshore, but hopefully, maybe even tomorrow, possibly.
Yeah, we'll be on standby, that is the life of us folks who are involved in these surf events is your life on call. And,
on call.
Especially when the forecast has this much swell. There's times where you look at a forecast, there's nothing out there. You can kind of like, all right, I can go bank, I can plan a little bit here, I can do this, I can do that. But, when there's this much waves on the way, you just never know. It could pop off and turn on, like at the turn of a dime. Wind direction can swirl around and switch. We've seen it go from, crappy to good and good to crappy all in within, couple hour span. So on our definitely on our toes.
Yeah. I'm just happy it aligns with we're still on break at the university.
Right. Okay.
Although we have new students coming in. Welcome to our new students coming in. With some orientation stuff, I may have to step out.
Yeah, that's
here
okay.
And there for
I'm planning to be here, so I was able, to make that happen.
Enjoy doing this for sure.
15 minutes remaining, and patiently waiting for one of those second reef rollers. And, they are sitting quite a ways out.
Yeah.
You just forget that pipeline. We're so used to seeing them on that first reef. When they're at second reef, it's like a whole different break.
All on big boards, too.
Yeah.
Makana Pang's out there has been stretching his leash out and getting some rays, putting his hands up. So, but it definitely a beautiful weekend we've had at the BackDoor Shootout.
Yeah,
People
we've had a big
it.
beach crowd too. I noticed, leaving the beach yesterday, seeing the amount of vehicles parked along the roadside and in the parking lot.
I know, maybe grateful I had reserved parking.
Yeah, I know. It was very nice. Mahalo to our security team here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Brother Terry, Brother Ryan, Brother Rock, all you guys, mahalo, and to the club. You guys all been really hospitable, I should say.
Love the traffic light that we got there.
Oh, I know, bro. It is top notch right there. Yellow means 5 minutes. Red means it's not on right now. Green means it's on.
Awesome.
Look at that shoreline.
The shoreline, all rocky. I remember a few years back, and I was talking about this yesterday. I can't remember if it was with you or Ezra, but like when all the sand, a lot of sand washed away to expose some of this reef, and they found some petroglyphs in the reef.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that because the Hui logo is a petroglyph design. And I think actually down towards Keiki, is where some of them are as well. I remember working at
that's what
the Rock Pile Tower at Tower 27, and
it was kind of a big deal because they'd never seen those before, and so archaeologists
I
came
got
out,
the
"Whoa,
chance. I was
Makana."
lucky enough, like Makana was lucky enough to get out of the way of that huge wave to get down there when they were exposed and see them, and it was just really, really cool, really amazing.
Awesome.
But my phone is so dumb sometimes. I don't know how many times I write my name, Rocky Cannon. I send messages to guests, thank you, mahalo, Rocky Cannon. The bug is still like Rocky, then that thing mountain. The autofill. Oh no, shoreline. Like we just seen Rocky Shoreline. Like, oh.
Yeah, you can see when the waves get big like this too, you get a current that pulls from left to right. And be mindful if you're a beach goer that it'll literally drag you off the beach. It'll knock you off your feet, and then once you're laying down, it'll drag you out and then pull you with that current. So
yeah, we had two folks not make it back alive tragically in the beginning of the winter. 3 of them actually got pulled out, and 2 of them did not make it back. One of them did somehow. And then just like 2 weeks ago at Sharks Cove, right before the eddy, a snorkeler was inside the tide pool at Sharks Cove, somehow got sucked out of it and ended up in like the craziest zone where you see the waves crash at Sharks Cove. And it was a day that was probably 15 feet plus.
Jeez.
And I think 2 of them got swept out. One of them didn't make it. So, a person in their mid-20s or something. So far too premature to be leaving us. But that is the seriousness and the grave danger that is the North Shore during the winter or, any time of year. But obviously with these big waves, and mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol, all of our lifeguards, you guys always putting yourself in harm's way to save somebody else. That is the ultimate sign of sacrifice. So
look at this. You see
lifeguards, thank you guys so much.
Surfers paddling into this one from way up, bird's eye view. This is
ball
Balaram.
stack.
He likes the deck pad and the tail pad.
I am loving the retro kind of throwback, like full deck, front patch, tail patch.
Yep.
It's got some kind of theory working, and he likes it.
Christian Fletcher-ish.
Yeah, exactly.
My friend Matt Kester wrote this TV show called High Surf, Rescue High Surf.
Yeah.
I've been calling it Jumanji because a lot of the episodes that they air, like they showed one of somebody getting stuck in a cave at Sharks Cove, and then it happened. And likewise, they had one where somebody at Keiki got lost, and then it happened in real life. So I'm like, bro,
crazy. I'm
not in one of your shows.
There was a character, Rocky, on one of the shows that didn't make it.
Uh-oh.
So, bro, I'm now you got me thinking, bro. I'm just gonna tread lightly around, put on my seatbelt and drive super slow, and keep surfing my ankle snappers at Turtle Bay with the dog. 2-foot waves, 11-foot board. That's my style these days. But I do get a good workout, paddling a dog that's 70 pounds, a guest that's usually around 80 pounds, and myself, as we see Maikai Birdine, excuse me. And not finding much there with 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. And then when I'm on the canoe, I tell the guests, paddling is optional. You guys cruise them.
Wow,
I
nice
do all the work
you.
from the back, and get my reps.
That's nice. Canoeing is optional. Paddling.
Yeah, we get nice and up close to the Honu that live in Kavela Bay, where they're naturally hanging out there, and they actually come up to us, It's pretty cool that we don't really, aim to, go disturb them, but we'll just kind of float in the middle, and then next thing you know, boom, they're popping up left, popping up right. And
Interesting.
Educate our visitors of, the honu and the aumakua and different things about turtles.
Yeah, and that's nice. You reminded me of a story. We were talking earlier about Laie Kawai and the rainbow that would follow her and so forth.
Yeah.
There's a story related to your canoe paddling. So there was a kind of like a priest guy that was living on Kauai, and he saw these rainbows and he realized like there was something different about them.
Okay.
And then he dedicated his life to finding. He knew that like something special was
Something
going
was responsible
on.
for
So he kept
it, yeah.
chasing it. Went to Waiapuka Pond in Laie, where she was hiding under this underground pond with it. There was a lava cave inside that she was
Okay.
hiding from, because her father actually didn't want girls, and so and all the mom could have was babies. So it was lucky that Laikavai survived because she was hidden from with her grandma in Waipuka Pond in Laie.
okay.
But anyway, so this guy comes and he's searching for her, and he comes to the pond and he sees ripples and he sees the rainbow, and he's like, dang it, I swore she was here. Anyway, long story short, Laikavai realized this guy is chasing her, so they secretly go to like down south. They first go to Molokai, and so he follows them. He pays for these guys. Hey, can you guys please give me? He hitchhikes his way on a canoe. He's like, can you get me over to the kind?
No way.
And he brings all this stuff with him because his plan is to give them all these gifts so that they'll sort of like take care of him.
Okay.
So he brings a pig and a chicken, all this stuff, and he comes on this canoe, and he ends up falling asleep on the canoe. And these guys are paddling the canoe, and they look at this guy like, bro, you bring all your stuff on our canoe, you're sitting back there sleeping.
Not even helping.
so they turn around and they start going the other way, and he feels the wind switch on his face, and he wakes up. He's like, whoa, where we going? Where we going? They're like, bro, we're not going to take you.
It's not a free ride, bro.
Anyway, so most people don't like freeloaders.
Yeah, I'm all about service, bro. But no, actually, there's a lot of folks that they love engaging.
Maikai.
And Maikai Burdine, yes, come on, Maikai, let's end with a bang. Nicely done, Maikai, very well done. That'll get a response from the beach crowd and us too. All right, Maikai Burdine making it happen at Pipeline. Balaram, Mr. Ballstack.
Slaps the sack on that one.
Oh, he just fell right off the edge. Went over the handlebars, and hopefully he's okay. A little bit of a shallow section there, but ball is back up. And Maikai Burdine, nicely well done. We'll get a cue on the replay there. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So Team Volcom trying to put something on the board to at least make some kind of meaningful presence for their efforts today in round 2.
Yep. That was cool, Maikai, the way he was bottom turning into that one.
Yeah, that was a big wave, too.
He was stalling as he was bottom turning, which is an interesting technique. Watch it, see? Right here.
Right there.
Slow it down, and as he's in.
He went right into it. I thought he was going to pearl right there. It looked like the tail was going to lift up with the spit. And then Balaram
had it and
went a little too much in the high line, but sometimes you do got to take the high line exit so you can fit through, but then the bottom just drops out right at the exit. So that was Balaram with a great effort. Maikai Burdine with a pretty nice score for today's efforts.
The young guys are out there in this heat.
Yeah, so it's all the young Team Volcom.
Four minutes left for the day. Thank you for sticking with us. And
it's been a day of highs and lows, ups and downs. Some decent rides, a lot of paddling around, searching for that special treasure, and we've been happy to be with you along for the journey and the trek. Looking for those special gems. Hawaiian Water Patrol, thank you guys for being out there all day long and looking after our surfers. We said from the beginning, you guys are going to play a very important role today, as always, but today was, extra duty for you guys in service. So thank you, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Excellent work getting those water angles from the jet ski as well. So no angle missed with Zone Media and Alex and the crew, the drone, the land shots, that beautiful drone shot. That never gets old. That aerial shot is just so picturesque. And then the beautiful slow-mo replays with having our special guest, Neely, on with us, the professional top-ranked water skier. And look at this, Makana Pang somehow coming down from a huge drop. And come on, Makana, find it. No gifts for Makana on this one.
They almost party waved that one too.
Yeah.
Jake. Here we go. Jake on the back one.
Maikai Burdine
Maikai,
again.
Excuse me.
Bottom turns, look at that beautiful shot looking in.
Getting the thumbs up from his teammate.
Yeah, he wanted that barrel so bad, but that was still really well done and probably going to get a nice photograph out of that. But conditions are just a bit wild. Balaram fading, knifing into a barrel, doing his best. That one's going to shut down, but good travel time. 2 minutes remaining. I'm going to go home and not say a word to anybody. Not because I'm, upset or anything. It's just we've been motor mouthing over here for a while, Isaiah.
Oh man, silencing a Portuguese, that's an
oxymoron, bro. Balaram, there he is, alive and well, and glad to see that. Jake Maki, he wants one for the last hurrah. He loves putting on a show.
Oh, yeah.
And he also helps JOB over at the Ritz-Carlton, Turtle Bay, teaching surfing, and really is a quality instructor in the sense that, we talked about surfing being all about you, It's such a narcissistic sport.
Yeah.
And to release from you and teach somebody else, it's really a tricky thing to do. And I've seen a lot of instructors not able to do it and not hired anymore, or just like, they go out there, they catch waves while the guest is getting pounded over there, like, hey, bro, you're not out here for surf, But Jake, really a quality guy, and always awesome to see him in the water. And we all know, we work alongside each other, so we all are ready to help each other out. And Jake, come on, bro, one last hurrah, bule. Still got 40 seconds, boo. Turn around, catch the white water, do something. Just get nuts. Fin first, take off, boo. Turn the board upside down. Nah, don't do that. You're going to get hurt, bro.
Well, let's see this 25 seconds. If this one backs off enough to let Jake into it.
Oh, come on. Be it. Be there. Oh, Jake, go. He's just out of the hump.
Like Makana's in the spot.
And Makana in the zone.
There we go.
Oh, come on. 8 seconds. Yeah, there you go,
Hail Mary this bugger right here.
Stand tall. Yeah. Makana Pang ending with a bang. Flex. Oh, yeah. The gift keeps on giving. Makana, thank you for that. Right on cue. Like I said, Makana Pang ending day 2 with a bang. The Hui BackDoor Shootout is going to be right back with some highlights of day number 2. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Hey, aloha gang, welcome back. It is the wrap of day number 2, round 2, the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025, and presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. I'm Rocky Cannon. This is Isaiah Walker. We've walked you through a very tumultuous day here in round 2, but there were some keepers. There were some moments.
There were some moments, and I love that we ended with a moment, the bang there, Mokana Pang doing a flex into a heavy closeout barrel right at the end at the buzzer.
You know, that was spot on. We so appreciate all of our surfers doing a great job, and that was Ivan Florence getting it started, and that was the glimmer of hope that we saw for today. So he'll keep that one in his back pocket, and for round 2, that is a really great wave. And then Luke Tima was the star of his heat, really putting together a nice string of barrels.
Yeah, we even had some wonky, crazy ones like this. Lay down, roll in. Eli Olsen gets the coverage and comes out. A lot of rough conditions, as you're saying. Some heavy wipeouts, but also some diamonds and some gems out there today.
Hawaiian Water Patrol, thank you guys so much. Really excellent job as always, and a high five there from JOB. And then Parker Coffin just parked it right where the sun don't shine and came out to daylight.
And then late in the afternoon with Team Japan went out, everybody started sitting way out on the second reef, and we're catching these ones, doing some long carves and long rides, not your typical pipeline, but some big waves. Shinpei was out there at the second reef doing his thing, having a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then an inside barrel with beautiful technique, able to come through Ryaru Ito, and more frontside barrel action. That is Ayala Stewart, I believe.
Yep.
So mixing up, seeing different heats, different highlights. Mike Kyberdine, who we just saw, sat in the pit very nicely. A mature young man that has done very cool things here at Pipeline, including today with these beautiful bottom turns and just on these drops doing very well. And Isaiah, we'll be on standby for seeing what is happening for tomorrow.
Yep.
I'll be here early. I know you'll be up early. We'll give you guys the call or the updates. You can, give us a ring on social media, Instagram, Rocky Cannon, Moonwalker 808. We'll do our best to keep up and keep you guys informed. But Isaiah, any last words?
Awesome day. Thank you for joining us. It's been a great day of being here together at the beach at Pipeline. Mahalo to the Hui. And for all the crew that makes this event happen, to all of our athletes, mahalo.
And well-spoken. I second that motion and that mahalo. And with that, I send a beautiful aloha to all of you. We'll see you again here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout in memory of Duka Hanamoku here at the Pipeline. Mahalo.
Aloha.